Welcome to America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1. Good to be with everybody on this Sunday afternoon as we have the opener in New York, here in South Oaklawn Park. Right in front of us, the Memories of Silver remaining on the grass. The rest of the turf action from this afternoon has been taken off. Muddy yielding in New York and muddy track out in Hot Springs, Arkansas, where they have a pretty good feature later on this afternoon. Dallas Stewart has a very strong hand with two of the main contenders. I know Anna Karina off that big effort is going to get a lot of attention. Irva Dean ran huge as well. Christian Torres, his final day riding at the meet before he heads to Churchill Downs. So essentially, riding title coming down to Ramon Vasquez and Francisco Arrieta. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, trainer Ray Handel. Good to see you both.
Good to see you.
Good to be here.
Yeah.
How we doing, boys?
Good, good.
We had a busy day in this sport yesterday with all the buzz. What happened with the draw for the Kentucky Derby? We'll continue to talk some Derby, some Oaks as well, and get into who got hurt by post positions, who got helped by post positions a little bit later on.
Looking forward to it. Looking forward to hearing lots of opinions all week about the Derby coming up, and finally have a chance to look at that race and the undercard races as well.
Yeah, it's exciting. We got final workouts coming in, and everybody's getting their last prep in before they do the big dance.
If you're not working well for the Derby, it's a bad sign, right?
Yeah.
If you are working well, does it really matter?
Listen, I mean, everybody says they look good anyways.
And I'll say that too. Look, we're going to talk about the feature race here in a second. Some horses too, say, oh, horse didn't look that good in the morning, and one of them so happy. Horse never looks good in the morning. That's sort of the typical MO for that horse. So you hear that by some, but kind of know their MOs. And if that's how they usually look, maybe don't be too concerned.
100%.
Memories of Silver, the feature today here in New York. This stays on the yielding turf course, mile over the inner turf for 3-year-old fillies. And Quiet Street for Belmont, won the first 2 starts of her career, including the Untappable.
At sprints, but I thought she actually ran pretty well in this race overall. Not that she had any real excuse. I think she was just third best, but she lost to some pretty good horses near Ray, one of them being the winner, but also Deep Learning, who finished second, who probably had a slightly better trip. I'm not overly confident with her, but in a race where maybe the top 2 contenders, the 3 and 5 scratch, she's probably the horse to beat.
Yeah, exiting Graded Stakes Company into an overnight ungraded. I mean, still a solid race, but yeah, I agree. Horse to beat. Looked good. Looks good.
Homebred for Godolphin. Meanwhile, you have Fitzwright, Chad Brown coming in from Tampa. It was a big win, not the fastest figure in the world. We'll talk more about it as we get there later, but do you think of a key player in the race?
The Chad horse coming in? I don't know. I thought that horse take a lot of money because it's Chad Brown. I don't know if that horse is very good.
I kind of liked him. It's hard to gauge sometimes with these horses coming from Tampa, but the horse ran well and was always right to step up with Chad.
I was against 2 Chad Browns. I'm against the Raise the Bar and the race before it and the one in the feature as well. Sorry.
We will see. He's a hard man to keep down.
He does win a lot of races.
Indeed. That's race 8, 4:53 Eastern start time on our later coverage with the second team who will be coming in later this afternoon. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. As mentioned, conditions muddy on both racetracks we're covering here in New York and in Hot Springs, Arkansas. We got a mandatory early pick 5 payout here in the opener. Pick 6 as well, mandatory payout beginning in race 4. And the Memories of Silver, part of that. As we are 7 minutes to post to kick off the card. You can play all the action, including those mandatory payouts. And Naira Bet, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get that $25 free play in the Derby and $200 deposit match sign-up bonus when you punch in Derby 25 at sign-up right there at NairaBets.com. Kick things off, 50,000 starter allowance, 6 furlong sprint, the 8-5 favorite. Sheer Will, Linda Rice, Flavian Pratt, 8-5 right now. Let's head downstairs, check in for the first time today with Maggie Wolfendale. Hi, Maggie.
Hey, Greg, and those connections are bound to take money, right? As I'll actually look to her inside with the horse that could be the speed of the speed, so to speak, in number 2. That is Majestic Return. Now, she is one that always is very sharp, indicative of a sprinter, which she is, of a speed type of sprinter, I should say. And she also has a little bit of problem staying, to say the least. She always kind of flies around there, and then when they get into the stretch, it's a matter of will the wire come soon enough, because she really does tend to shorten her stride through the stretch. Today, however, I feel like she looks better than ever as she does come in here off the back of a decent performance last time out at a big price, you know, against maybe arguably some tougher foes. So I love her energy level. She's not doing too much because sometimes she is a little bit OTT. She's just kind of marching around the paddock, that good confident energy. So I really like what I'm seeing from her as we'll move on to the outside with the horse that could play out to be the tactical speed. Stalking from that outside post position could be number 7, Meg's Foxy Gray. Now, she's been a little disappointing in her 2 return races, but as I often talk about, you know, Michelle isn't necessarily a trainer who has them cranked up to win their first start or cranked up to win off of a layoff. And while I haven't been able to see her in her last 2 efforts, I didn't cover the races, she does look very fit here, and she does make a really nice impression overall. And furthermore, last time she was beaten by Helen's Revenge, who did return to win as well with an 81 buyer. So she's in very good form. I thought, you know, last time out, she went to the lead. She allowed a challenge to come up the rail before the turn, and then the winner kind of was pressing from the outside. So she was in that, you know, vying for the lead while in between horses. That's not an enviable position to be in. And she just kind of stayed on evenly. So now maybe 3rd off the bench here, Greg, she can get her act together and maybe work out the right kind of trip.
Hey, love to see that outside post and her tactical ability. 3rd off a short layoff, Michelle Nevenbarn and Ricardo Santana Jr. We see riders up as Eric Cancel gets a leg up on Hey Cookie from the inside.
Yeah, I mean, Hey Cookie is a contender in here. Listen, I think the 1, the 2, the 3, the 7, even the 6, all players in here. I like the favorite, Sheer Will. I think she got mired down in a dead rail in her last start. But I think one of the big questions is Meg's Foxy Gray. Is she kind of past her expiration date? Her last couple races left something to be desired.
Yeah, I didn't love her last race personally. Yeah. I didn't really like her today, but, you know, we'll see.
She has races, but
yeah,
I don't trust her.
She's been out of form.
Even as Michelle Nevin's biggest fan.
Speaking of, having races, Hey Cookie, pretty big race last time out on this kind of racetrack. It was about a sealed racetrack, but ran very good back on March the 6th.
I can't argue with any of that. And she dealt with another speed. Cadena who won the race. She's got a different, more pace to deal with today, though, I think.
Likely the speed of the field here, majestic return.
Yeah, the inside, the speed, quick 2-week turnaround, but ran a solid 2nd in the New York Bred 2X last time.
The 8-5 favorite, Andy touched on, Sheer Will.
Probably better off the rail last time, and think she spent too much time on it. Time before that, she might have ended up in moving too soon. I think she's the horse to beat.
Flavian Pratt there for Linda Rice. Here is Carey for trainer Carlos Martin.
Yeah, it just looks a little outclassed here today in the spot.
Max is sure. Won the debut. It was a soft spot. Maiden 20 claiming another big step up.
I agree. I always give another look to Antonio Arriaga off the claim, but this horse needs to improve a lot.
Claimed off of Chris Engelhardt. Dalila Rivera, the hot apprentice, rides Princess Nye, Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano.
Yeah, the other Linda has some speed. It doesn't look impossible, but I prefer a stablemate.
And that tactical runner outside for Michelle Nevin, Meg's Foxy Gray.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue in some ways a softer spot than she's been in, and Maggie's good point about Helen's Revenge. Having said that, I have not loved her recent form, and she's also not making the lead. And even though she's in a good stalking spot, I think she's better up front.
Yeah, I wonder what kind of trip she's going to get here. You know, Ricardo's not going to take her back. He's probably going to be aggressive, and I wonder if she ends up in that chase mode kind of trip where she's 3 wide, and it makes it just so much more difficult, especially she's been out of form a little bit too.
2 straight races, bad races at short prices bothers me. But she's a decent price if you like her, so I wouldn't talk somebody off her. I picked her 2nd.
You probably knew about this. This is breaking news for me. 152nd Kentucky Derby preview show is Thursday at 12:30 Eastern on Fox Sports 2.
Oh,
Did
you
know about this show?
I know we're taping it.
Are you on this show?
With you.
I am on this show.
You are on.
Yeah, this is breaking news. I didn't know this. I'm looking forward to it.
If I were you, I'd make sure you get paid extra for that show if you didn't know that you were on.
Call my agent.
Now, I thought the show was supposed to be after our show and we were taping it.
That's what I had
But
thought.
apparently, we may want to confirm that, guys. I thought we were taping it at 12:30 to 1, but showing it later. Let me make some calls. I'm going to call my agent.
All right.
He negotiated the deal.
Right.
Maybe Maggie knows.
She better know.
She knows everything.
Maggie, what do you have for us?
Guys, I'm the last to know when it comes to scheduling. That's for sure. I guess we all got to call up Eric Donovan, see what's going on here. He's the one who makes the schedules. We'll take a look here at the other Linda, quote unquote. That is number 6 in here, Princess Nye. Now, I don't like her as much as Sheer Will by any means, but the one thing I will point out is that she is 2 for 2 over a wet track, and it is listed as muddy, which is very accurate. There is not that much lying water on it, especially from about the 6th path inward. It's really packed down tight there, and the only water I see is when you get out into like 6, 7, 8 paths here on the main track. So it's in good condition considering all the rain we had for about 24 hours over the last day. As we'll take a look, yes, at Princess Nye, she does come off a little bit of a freshening here. And, you know, she was kind of pressed while having a clear lead last time out, going the 7. She wilted through the lane. I wonder if something kind of came out of that race, maybe a minor setback, which hence the layoff since mid-February. She looks incredibly fit here. And while she's not really my type of horse, she's a little bit of a slighter frame, those horses always seem to perform better over tracks that have moisture, as her record would bear out. You know, I think of a horse like last night's nightcap winner in So Vain, such a slightly framed filly, and at that point in the day it was a soup fest out here, and those horses just run better over this type of going. So we'll see what she does, definitely offering a bit more, a bigger price, I should say, than the other Linda. Greg?
Thank you, Maggie. Favorite for Andy and Ray. Maggie sticking with Meg's Foxy Gray on the outside at 9-2. And then here's Hey Cookie off that really big move forward performance on a similar type of racetrack she's going to get today.
She just feels like she could be in a bit of a precarious spot chasing inside, with 3 obviously having the most speed and Meg's Foxy Gray.
Yeah, completely
What kind
agree.
of trip does she work out?
Yeah, I agree.
6-5 favorite. Here she is, loading up. Sheer Will for Linda Rice. Flavian Pratt will be on emerging market in the Kentucky Derby for Chad Brown and Klarovich Stables. So on the top choice to kick off this Sunday card here in New York. We sent it upstairs here on our Fox Sports 1 coverage to kick off the card from Aqueduct. Chris Griffin, the call.
Princess Nye. Meg's Foxy Gray, Ricardo Santana Jr. to the outside. Goes in. All set for the opener on this final day of the Aqueduct Spring Meeting. And they're off. Good beginning in between horses. Sheer Will is back there with Majestic Return, and Majestic Return right towards the front. Here comes pressure from Max Assure as a stalking second. 3 wide, Princess Nye. 4 wide is going to be Meg's Foxy Gray. At the rail, there's Hey Cookie. Breaking sharply, Sheer Will is now towards the back end of the field from off the pace, and Carey is the trailer. They're well up the backstretch now, and Majestic Return on the engine for Manny Franco extends the margin, is up by 2, 22-4 that opening quarter mile. Princess Nye is going to ride the rails, moves towards the inside here. Max Assure, they're traveling as a tandem. Meg's Foxy Gray is towards the outside. Sheer Will starts to get rolling from the back here for Flavian Pratt, has 6 to make up, and towards the back end, Hey Cookie is tailing off with Carey, the distant trailer. They reach the top of the stretch. Majestic Return has a healthy margin so far. Majestic Return kicks for home. Here in sight, here comes Princess Nye down the center of the racetrack, and Sheer Will with those bounding strides. Sheer Will making up big ground on Majestic Return, who starts to tire late. It's Majestic Return, but for how long? Sheer Will pushes on by. Princess Nye grabs second. Sheer Will from off the pace to win the opener. Sheer will win it over Princess Nye. It's a tight photo. Majestic Return was trying to hold off Hey Cookie in 1 minute 11.15 seconds.
Sheer Will, when asked by Flavian Pratt, kicked into gear and rolls on to victory as the favorite here in the opener.
I said the favorite has a lot to do in the 5/16 pole, and Ray said she's home. You were right.
Yes, she under a masterful ride. I mean, Flavian just day in and day out delivers, and he delivered here. That was perfect.
It helps to ride the best horses, but it helps when you ride them well. And I feel like we've said in the show before, I've seen Flavian win on more horses that weren't even best than almost any rider I've seen, especially since Jerry Bailey.
I couldn't agree more. Yeah, he looked super there.
Just like the Saturday card, Pratt kicks things off, winning the opener. Teamed up yesterday to win that first race with Chad Brown. Teams up here to win with Linda Rice at even money in the end. Sure will. 3-6-1-2. Here to start things off.
Got a nice seam.
One.
Oh,
Go ahead.
sorry about that. No, I was just saying right here, he got a really nice seam to split at the top of the stretch. Just every move is always the right move with him.
All right, we'll have these prices for you when we come back. It's Sheer Will as the even money favorite to kick things off on our Sunday coverage. We'll send you out to Hot Springs as we get set for live coverage about a half hour away from their opener. Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Formful here in the opener at Aqueduct. Sheer Will rolls by the speed. Linda Rice, Flavian Pratt, Lighthouse Racing at even money here.
Even money shot, ends up winning easily under a perfect ride. Got a quick pace to come in to close into, but Flavian did everything right, and he rode the right horse.
Yeah, spoiler looked like, I'm sorry. Majestic Return was like lighting it up there at the beginning, 22-4, 46-2. Hot pace, kind of melted down, but Flavian down the backside had a lot of work to do. He stayed calm and cool the whole way and picked his spot and inched through, got the seam at the top of the stretch and ran him down.
Wow, the two even got burned for third.
I know, it's kind of a bummer.
She can stop with the best of them.
3-6-1-2. It's the even money favorite, Sheer Will, to kick off our Sunday coverage here in South Ozone Park, New York. Race 2 starts the early pick 4. It's a $45,000 claiming race. Everyone for sale for that price in this one-turn mile, 2-5 favoritism. It was a huge performance last time out for Emirates Road, but now moving to a new barn. That was with Brad Cox. Now goes to Gustavo Rodriguez.
Wow, 2-5. Wow,
well, it's the early money. Looking at the double, the horse is probably going to be a much higher price. Gustavo is great off the claim, particularly with dirt routers. I don't trust this horse being claimed away from Brad Cox.
I thought it was precarious that he put him in for 45 after running so well. You know, he could have put him in for the 55 tag. It's 55 down to 45, and he goes in for the 45 after running a 90 buyer and winning by open lengths. I don't know, a little suspicious to me.
If he runs that race again, though, no one has a chance in this race, do they?
If he runs his last race, he's going to win this race.
I agree.
Almost certainly.
I agree.
I mean, I guess unlimited potential is not impossible. He's run some races. I don't particularly like him. I'm going to take a small shot against the favorite. I picked him second with 3 technique. I'll get into more of it later, but I thought he was a little interesting in a price.
I kind of like an outsider in here.
Long time.
But I like Shadow Dragon. I think he might be able to sit a trip. There's a lot of speed in this race, but, you know, we'll see.
Shadow Dragon right now 9-1. We'll have more on this field coming up in a moment. Opener from Oaklawn out in Hot Springs. We're inside of a half hour to post. Let's check in with Richie Migliori and Megan Burgess. Hello, you two.
Hey, Greg, thanks. Yeah, we got a little bit to the opener, but the feature race is a very competitive edition of the Majestic. I think it's a lot of ways to go, and it looks like a lot of speed sign on, Megan.
There is speed signed on, including 2 of what will be the top choices in the number 5, Anna Karina, the number 6, Irvadine. Both exiting wins, Meg. Both had the exact same speed figure with those victories with Anna Karina last time out, getting the best of Dream Concert, who also appears in this race. And Meg, she was sat on a pace, gets a sloppy track that day, muddy today. She looks in prime position as she does have speed as well.
She does have speed. I do think she actually has a bit more speed than the 6, Irvadine, who is also trained by Dallas Stewart, so they're not going to want to engage with each other. But do you think that this was more a product of the sloppy track than anything else?
She's 1 for 2 on a sloppy track, and a lot of the times when you get into these situations where others may not prefer it, it does move horses forward, but she's been in pretty decent form. I say that. Her 2 starts before that were little to be, or more to be desired, so I do find her to be vulnerable on this spot.
Yeah, and I do think that she'll be the one that's more involved. Her uncoupled stablemate on the outside, or the 6, Irvadine, I think that post position gives her options. She has natural speed, but she's not forced into anything, and she has won from off the pace in the past.
She has. She's an incredibly rateable filly. She's not run a bad race since trying turf back over the summer. Now has come back first off the bench last out with that victory, and again, she can rate. She got a perfect trip last time out first off the bench and was best that day, and I'm sure she can sit off the speeds from that outside post and have plenty of options for Christian Torres as he winds down. I believe this is his last mount, if I'm not mistaken, of the Oaklawn Park meet.
Yeah, so even though, you know, he's going to forfeit his opportunity to get another leading rider title here at Oaklawn, you understand he's got some important engagements at Churchill Downs coming up, guys, and it ought to be interesting. I know we're going to be talking a great deal about the Kentucky Derby, the Kentucky Oaks, and it seems like both are very, very competitive this year.
We can't wait. We're going to have a lot of conversations. Well, you have, I'm sure, plenty coming up. You're going to be posting soon.
I am doing videos Thursday morning. I'll put them up. We'll put them up right afterwards for both one for the Oaks and one for the Derby.
And, you know, I'm probably getting overlooked a little bit. We're going to talk about the 2 Japanese horses as well.
Yeah, I think Danon, what's the horse you were saying, the better one, Greg?
Well, the one comes in undefeated.
Danon Bourbon.
Yeah, and then the other one's Wonder Dean. The trainer actually did run pretty good with T.O. Password a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I'm inclined to stay away from those horses, but they're going to always get overbet because everybody thinks they're all forever young.
Yeah, I know. There's they do well.
Not a lot
but
of him.
Yeah, there's not a lot like him.
3 wins, though, by 18.5 lengths combined, and apparently is a very big, robust, powerfully built horse.
I bet you that he beats Right to Party.
Might be pretty good. We'll see. We'll talk more about both those 2 a little bit later in the program. Danon Bourbon and Wonder Dean. We're going to take a timeout. What a meet it's been for Manny Franco. Racking up the numbers here in this spring meet, and Linda Rice leading the way yet again on a record pace. Stay with us.
The classic sire.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including all 3 legs of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the first Saturday in May, only with Naira Bets.
Oaklawn Hot Springs is here for when you need to break away, when you want to reward yourself, when you deserve to indulge, when you want to be close to the action. It's all here. So what are you waiting for? Live racing returns with the classic racing season. So plan your stay at Oaklawn Hot Springs and come join the fun.
In racing, bloodlines are kingdoms, and every kingdom needs an heir. Sired by Uncle Mo, Kings Barnes was chosen for greatness. An $800,000 two-year-old built like an empire. He defeated champion Arcangelo on debut, dominated the Louisiana Derby in his third start, and achieved a defining victory in the Grade 1 Stephen Foster. Kings Barnes, where the line of kings continues.
Aqueduct is the only racetrack within the confines of the 5 boroughs of New York City and faced intense competition from several other tracks located in the vicinity. True to its nature, the racetrack not only survived, but thrived. Aqueduct underwent an extensive 3-year overhaul and reopened on September 15, 1959, to much fanfare, as it was one of the most modern facilities of its kind. In 1960, Aqueduct presented its first Wood Memorial. The race is New York's premier prep race for the Triple Crown and remains one of the track's signature events, along with the Cigar Mile Handicap and Remsen Stakes. Aqueduct was the first and only track to have a triple dead heat win in a stakes race when Brownie, Bousset, and Wait a Bit hit the wire in tandem. In 1965, it was the site of the largest crowd ever to witness a thoroughbred race at that time in the Empire State, when more than 73,000 packed the stands to see Gunbow in the Metropolitan Mile. The legendary Cigar began his famous 16-race win streak at Aqueduct. He scored impressively in the 1994 Naira Mile as part of that win streak. The race was named in Cigar's honor after he retired in 1997. The last racetrack Secretariat placed his hooves upon was Aqueduct. He was retired there before commencing his stud career at Claiborne Farm. Aqueduct was the second track to host the Breeders' Cup in 1985 and was one of the first sporting venues where Pope John Paul II held Mass in 1995. What an incredible history these grounds have had, important to the state of New York, to New York City. And we're going to say our final goodbyes over the next couple of months, June 28th. If you're anywhere near the area, come for the final goodbye. That's going to be the last day of racing here at the big game.
Has anybody let the current Pope know that we're closing in case he wants to have another appearance here at Aqueduct?
I'm sure Leo would want to come on down.
From Chicago?
We should send him an invite.
Cubs fan? Maybe the Cubs are playing the Mets.
Sure.
Goes to a game there and comes
Double
here.
dip.
Comes on the show.
We're going to be doing several of these features, talking about the history and all that's happened at this racetrack as we say goodbye to a place that you come here all the time. You learn to love it.
Well, I mean, I love this place. Been coming here for over 50 years, and I'm sure you have many fond memories here. One of your biggest wins.
Yeah, my first win of my career was here at 78-1, like 10 years ago. But it was I actually stabled here. I rode here. I worked for Tony Dutrow here. I was assistant trainer here. So, yeah, it's a special place. But I'm excited for the new Belmont.
Yeah, I think it's been hard in the horsemen shipping over for so long now, pretty much 4 straight years here.
I miss running out of our stalls. It adds such another layer and element to things. Nervous horses. It'd be nice to finally
Just
be able
walk
to
'em over.
walk them over to the paddock instead of shipping over in the morning.
Well, it's probably no one more sad to see this place go than the king of the Big A. That's the man who has more wins here than anyone in the history of this racetrack, Richie Migliori.
Yeah, guys, I've been listening to you talk about it, and Aqueduct obviously means so much to me on so many levels. First place I ever went racing, first stakes race I ever saw, the Toboggan Handicap. My first win in New York, I had won some races in New Jersey, was on Halloween 1980. A filly named Got the Message. Bittersweet, gonna miss it, but I agree with Andy. I think everybody's just a little bit worn out having to ship over so much, the traffic involved on the Belt Parkway, and getting back and forth from Belmont to Aqueduct. And I can't wait to get back and be a part of the closing of the Aqueduct festivities, if you will. And I've only got 149 hours, 22 minutes, and 13 seconds before I'm on my car heading back to you guys.
But who's counting? Nick, you've done a tremendous job out there. What a warrior. And if anyone should be here for the last couple of months, including the final day of action at the Big A, it is the MIG.
Yeah, no, and Richie and I, are very similar. I mean, he started coming here in the mid-'70s the same time I did. And, Ray and I were just talking about it, and I'm not always as sympathetic to the Horsemen's cause as maybe I could be, but I do think the Horsemen have really suffered from a standpoint of having to ship over here for so much of the year instead of walking your horse to the racetrack. So I think from that perspective, it'll be really nice for you as a trainer and all the trainers to be able to do that.
Absolutely. I mean, I've had many horses where I think it's compromised performance, and it's just, costs money. The minute the groom puts a hand on a horse, they're on the clock. So it'll be a relief in many aspects of things.
On the other hand, it will give you one less excuse for your owners. You won't be able to blame it on the ship.
Sorry, we got a ton of them in the bag. Don't worry. I'll scratch that one off.
All trainers do.
Some new ones being designed, yeah. We're about 15 minutes away. Muddy track at Oaklawn from their opening race coming up. They're going to kick things off with a claiming race at 1 1/16 in that opener. Meanwhile, back here in New York, race 2 about 7 minutes away. Another terrific meet, as expected, for Manny Franco.
Yeah, I think if you can't root for Manny and be happy for his success, you don't know Manny, you don't watch him. He's such a terrific guy, and it's so great to see how much success he's been having.
So dedicated, loves the game, very passionate. You can tell he puts a lot of thought into his races. Even when you come out to the paddock, he's got a game plan. So the hard work pays off, and happy for him, and hope continued success to the next meet.
I think he and John Panagot have been a great team together. John's his agent, of course, and they've done so well together.
Certainly has. Yeah, he's done a great job.
You will have a Derby mount coming up. He'll be on Albus for Riley Mott, winner of the Wood Memorial. But this time of year, Manny does great all year long, but this is the time when he tends to dominate.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you're going to have, the colony's going to get stronger after the Derby. Manny's still going to hold his own, though.
That was a tough meet this winter, too. I mean, you had Flavian here. That made it add another layer to it also. The fact that he's still able to win titles, although Flavian was out at Keeneland for this meet, but still, he did great all through the winter.
It's also nice to see Dylan with 11 wins and doing well after coming back after that incredibly unfortunate accident and coming back and very quickly getting into form.
Yeah, he's kicking butt, so hopefully he can keep it rolling. I have him on a couple horses this month. So.
Meanwhile, Linda Rice, another dominant meet and on pace still to shatter that record she set last year for wins on this circuit. Things are going to get a lot tougher as we get into this warmer part of the year, but she is on an incredible pace.
I agree. It's going to get tougher, more turf races, that she's not going to dominate in the same way. But, as evidenced by the performance she put on Saratoga last summer, she wins a lot, and she can win any time of the year against any competition.
She stays busy in the box, and, that's where she's managed to get a lot of these wins. It's her bread and butter, and I'm sure she'll continue to do so.
She lives and breathes the game.
Yes, she does. She carries that.
There's Aaron. She's got Batman with her. Aaron's playing Batman. He'd be Robin, though. I don't quite get it, right? She would be Batman.
Yeah,
I
agree.
He's got the Batman thing on.
Chad Brown and Ilkay Kantermachi.
Wow.
I'm doing great.
Good for Ilkay.
Yeah, he's a hard guy not to root for.
Yeah, no, he's a good guy. Does a good job.
All right, congratulations to all those connections who have had tremendous aqueducts here. As we get back to race 2, we got the post parade here coming up. We're 4 minutes away from race 2. And we hear behind us in the distance the call to post. We're going to start here in a moment with Unlimited Potential. for Ilkay Cantermacho. You saw they're third in the standings. 7-year-old by Union Rags, who was a 7-time winner. In fact, 2 back, 1 for this same level.
Steeper waters today, though. I think it's a much tougher race.
It is. I mean, to be fair, I mean, I also thought he rode the racetrack when he won 2 races back. There was a time when inside speed very good, but he will be the horse they have to catch in here.
Back-to-back efforts where he likes to be forward, has the inside post as well. Here's the 2 peak for Rudy Rodriguez.
A massive run last time, so I don't know. It's kind of an outlier performance, but I mean, if he can duplicate that kind of race, he's going to be right there.
Where did that come from?
I don't know.
Mr. Papa Giorgio with Pratt really came to life last start.
And he'll be pressing unlimited potential, and if he does unlimited potential doesn't break or is a little tentative, you know Flavian, he'll
Ray
go.
said he liked Shadow Dragon. Here he is.
Yeah, maybe not the fastest horse in the race, but I could see him getting a good trip, and Dana Saul, very underrated trainer.
9-year-old, 3 technique, over $1 million in earnings.
Thought he was on a rail you didn't want to be on last time the whole time. I like the rider switch to Manny. He's got races that can win it. And at a price, I'm going to take a small shot with him. I'm alive in the double, and I'm betting a 6-5 exacta.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I even think 6-5 is generous on Emirates Road.
I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan, so you guys like him. Well, I'm against him. There's a lot of questions. It just looks suspicious on paper.
Let's talk more about him right after the post parade. I agree with you.
Brazante, Linda Rice just claimed off Steven Shower.
Listen, you know, Linda, I looked at some numbers. 50% jump off the claim. Linda's 19%, $1.66 ROI. In routes, though, she's only 2 for 25, making a big move up off the claim. As far as the favorite, I think there's an argument for both sides. Greg is right. If he runs his, I think first of all, your point is specifically if he runs his last race, he's going to win here, right?
And he has other races that are that good.
He does,
yeah.
but not always. And I got to tell you, this horse has been in Brad Cox's barn for a long time. Since June of 2024. Gustavo is terrific off the claim, especially with routers. But I don't love horses claimed out of this barn, especially at short prices.
I completely agree. I mean, that's why I wouldn't take this horse at a short price. But he's getting, like Greg said, if he runs that race, yes, bottom line, he wins today. But I don't know. I don't like the work. They had one work back. It was very slow, went 52. And just a lot of red flags for me.
Well, maybe Maggie could tell us more as he starts for Gustavo Rodriguez for the first time.
I'm not. Look, I get why Ray is cautious about Emirates Road in here, but when you're dealing with 7-year-olds, at least from my personal perspective, they don't need to work that much, especially this guy. It's not like he's had any lines in his form, per se. So, and like Andy said, Gustavo is so good with these types of horses. I know this horse has been in Brad Cox's barn for quite a while now, but he, you know, he, as far as his numbers, first off the claim in dirt routes, 13 for 52 with a 269 ROI. And I just keep thinking back to Phileas Fogg. Not that this horse is going to develop into a Phileas Fogg suddenly at 7 years old, but he is a Godolphin-bred horse that was previously with Jimmy Toner. That's exactly what Phileas Fogg is, too. So he looks great, much the same as what I saw from him last time. I understand where you need to, you know, take some caution out of this barn, but I don't see any reason not to like him. Here as we'll move on to the 5. 3 technique for Ilkay Cantermacho. I thought it was interesting what Andy had said. It does feel like the better races might be behind this horse, but who knows? Maybe Ilkay can wake him up a little bit. A horse that has shown an ability to perform over a wet track. I've always loved him. Every single time he's been led over to a paddock that I'm standing in, I think he makes a excellent impression. So definitely gets a stamp of approval physically. It's just, does he really want to be the same racehorse that he once was? And then we'll jump to the outside with number 7, Brazante, who is very popular in the claim box and very popular with connections that have had him in the past. Linda's claimed him back now. Brad Cox had him twice. Sandy Goldfarb, the owner, when Brad Cox had him, actually had him 3 times previously with Michelle Nevin. So connections like to have him in his barn. I always think that's a good sign of a sound horse that doesn't have to battle too many issues, that you know you're going to be able to get back to the races and turn over a profit. He's always a very quiet horse in the preliminaries. I do like the warm-up that I saw from him here from Jamie Rodriguez, who took him away from the pony immediately. You're going to have to build that warm-up into him, but he's moving incredibly well over this surface. Physically, looks great as he has throughout the winter here. I just always pick up my head a little bit when Linda goes back in for one. Greg?
All right, yeah, that's something we should always pay attention to as you look at Frizzante, who Linda Rice reclaims. It's 7-1 on the outside.
And lost to Commuted last time, who came back to win yesterday for Linda Wire to field against tougher horses. So comes out of a race that at least is a little bit live in there. I don't love Linda's numbers off the claim, moving up in class, but there are things to like about this horse.
She clearly wants to protect the horse. She's probably not getting claimed today on the rise from 30 to 45, but I could see this horse getting a good trip too, similar to kind of the trip that I like my 4 for. You know, looks like there's going to be a lot of speed in here. Could get a nice, clean face and stalk the pace. We'll see.
Part of that speed just stepped in. Unlimited Potential, the 1. Quick early for Ilkay Cantermachi. The 3, Mr. Papa Giorgio with Flavian Pratt. Quick as well. The favorite, though, Emirates Road, just claimed away from one of the best in the game, Brad Cox. Now with Gustavo Rodriguez. 7-5 favorite for race 2 as we kick off this pick 4 here on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Three Technique. Emirates Road. Frizzante. Goes in, all set. And they're off. Emirates Road broke sharply, but Mr. Papa Giorgio, like a shot from out of the gate, right towards the front. Unlimited Potential will apply the early pressure. It's Mr. Papa Giorgio, a neck advantage of Unlimited Potential. Back there in third is Emirates Road, who's a well-settled third. Just going to drop right in behind this duo as they hook up at the backstretch. Another gap of 3, almost 4, widening lengths to Peak, who's in the 4th spot, is just in front of Frizzante. Towards the back end comes 3 Technique with Shadow Dragon. Well strung out here. Early pace is on as 23.30 for Mr. Papa Giorgio extends the margin. Front running and is up by 2 on Unlimited Potential, who's now comfortable in second. Gap of 4, almost 5 lengths back to Emirates Road. Trying to cut into the margin now as they work up the backstretch with 4 furlongs left to go. Peak towards the inside is in 4th. Then towards the outside, a shoved along Frizzante. Still 8 to make up. From the back, 3 Technique and Shadow Dragon, the distant trailer. 46.61, the half-mile time. Mr. Papa Giorgio and Unlimited Potential, who's moved to the outside into the 2-path. Unlimited Potential ranging up on Mr. Papa Giorgio, who's been gunning throughout. All in, not making up ground yet. Emirates Road is making hard work of it from third. Just got past to the inside by Peak. In between horses there comes Frizzante. They reach the top of the stretch. Mr. Papa Giorgio will not relent, is still in front. Mr. Papa Giorgio, Unlimited Potential, has thrown everything at that front runner, but Mr. Papa Giorgio extends again. Frizzante is weaving through rivals, and Frizzante's got late momentum, a 16th left to go. Mr. Papa Giorgio is almost home. Peak to the inside with Frizzante. They're now second and third. Mr. Papa Giorgio holds on. Peak grabs second, then Frizzante and Unlimited Potential in 1 minute 37.66 seconds.
It's the Flavian Pratt show as he takes the early double on the Sunday card here in New York. Mr. Papa Giorgio for the Rick Ductro Jr. barn. 3-2-7 finish in race 2.
And this is another race that I think you could put in the category that wouldn't have been won with other riders. Flavian put so much pressure and intimidated Silvestre Gonzalez, in my opinion. I don't need anything wrong. I mean, it's like Gonzalez just wanted to find a reason to rate the lone speed, and Flavian gave it to him. And once this horse cleared, he won the race.
I don't know if he's instructed or not, but he came out of the gate with 0 urgency. I don't know. With the speed horse, you'd think you'd be sending away from there, and Flavian just put the pressure on and made him take back.
You can't be intimidated. You can't let riders, just because they're top riders, you know. You can't. I remember seeing, and John Velasquez was the king of using his experience and his position in the game to intimidate the Ortiz brothers for many years. I think coming in, they probably idolized Johnny. And you'd see Johnny would go and they would take back behind him. And it's a similar thing, I think, with Pratt here. I mean, I think Gonzalez basically just handed him the race when he gave up.
We outbroke him, and then he immediately kind of put the pressure on. He said, okay, let me
And Flavian's taking advantage of it, just as Johnny did. And
the 6
respect it. But I
claimed out of that race. 3-2-7-1 finish opener at Oaklawn, and it's the 3 here. Glenn Airy looks like a standout, being bet like he's definitely the one to beat as we set it out to Megan.
Yeah, and a real competitive opener here at Oaklawn Park. We thought there were a lot of ways to go. We'll start right from the inside with the one, Classic Legacy. Has races that would put him in the frame.
Does, and Sippy Contreras, first off, the claim as this horse is running here is 23% first off at Oaklawn Park in the past 3 years, so has good numbers doing so. The only problem I have with this horse is his lack of speed from his inside draw, but he does have the races that make sense.
In a race that doesn't feature a lot of speed really signed on, I landed on the 2 Spoiler. First time for Mike Maker off the claim, and a horse that can at least get some position. I kind of see him right in behind the pace.
Right, and the only question I had with him, even though he has the dirt races, as we take a look at that performance back on March the 13th here last time out, where he was in that long stretch drive first off the claim, and, or excuse me, when he was still with Danny Pish, almost like he's kind of a grinder, has to keep him moving, keep him engaged to the task.
Well, do you think that the mile and a 16th runs to the traditional wire as opposed to 16th pole could benefit it?
It could. It almost seems as if though his flat mile races are a bit better. And also I wonder, Meg, just looking at him, he's got some pretty turfy feet and he's been campaigned on the grass in priors. He's never run on a wet track before. So I wonder with him how he's going to take to this surface for the first time, but his races make him a player.
And for me, it's in Mike Maker, I'll trust, right?
Right, absolutely. Had a big day yesterday.
The 3-horse Glen Airy, obviously major player here for Kinnan LaRose.
And he comes off of the freshening, I should say, from February the 6th, where he appears fit doing so. He's kind of a lighter, athletic, streamlined individual, and I think he's going to take to this wet track. He's second out of one of the 2 tries of doing so.
Now, we talked about it. Not a lot of speed sign on here. I thought the 6 Midnight West, who might not be as good as some of his rivals, I think he's going to get a little soft on the lead here.
And on this muddy track, he's 3 for 4 on a wet track. You cannot ignore alone speed in general, and he's not a slouch in his last few races, taking a drop in class in here.
The only horse that I thought potentially could put some pressure on him is the 4 Speed Bias, who has not shown any speed recently, but has in the past, and he gets Walter Dela Cruz, who now I'm calling Walter, let him cruise, because he likes to go to the lead.
That's a quarter in the clever jar for you. I like that. This horse has that one race. His last victory came when he freewheeled it on the front end. That was all the way back last summer, but I can imagine he could get the right kind of trip in here.
And he is a horse that showed that day he'll fight for it. Let's see what Walter Dela Cruz does with Speed Bias as they're loading up, and we'll send it up to Matt Dinneman for the call of the opener here at Oaklawn Park.
And to the outside, Midnight West rounds out the group. Waiting for Midnight West to take his spot. We've got 9 races today on the last Sunday of our racing meet here at Oaklawn this season. Good luck. We're ready to go. We're off and running at Oaklawn Park. Midnight West on the far outside, bounced into the bridle right away, has the lead with 1 lap to go. Speed Bias takes a hold, will track early second, while Keen Classic Legacy is stablemate inside of him. Spoiler is next going into the turn. Protonic Power deep, and Glen Airy hugs the rail. Around the clubhouse turn they go. Midnight West in a good gallop up top has cleared off, leads a length and a half from the 2 Sippy Contreras entrants. Speed Bias, Classic Legacy, they're side by side pretty much here. Spoiler in the pink jacket runs in 4th. Glen Airy on a hold at the back. Protonic Power alongside of him as the 6 runners swing up the backstretch. 4 lengths from first to last. It's Midnight West carving out the fractions. Not going fast as everything his own way here. Length in front. Speed Bias still on restraint, but he's on his tail running in second. Classic Legacy a clear third. Spoiler on the outside. He's 3 off the pace level third now. Then Glen Airy, Protonic Power. They continue to run as a pair at the back. There's a half mile to go. Midnight West went the half in 47 and 4. Hits the far turn. A length in front of Speed Bias. Classic Legacy shown a little more rain third. 3 off the lead with Spoiler. 3 back to Protonic Power, and Glen Airy's now pumped upon to get going as they round the far turn. Midnight West approaching the 5/16 pole as a narrow lead now on the outside. Speed Bias right there, and these two hit the quarter pole together. Spoiler's making a nice rally on the outside. Now he's going to try to split horses, and he's going to try to find a seam there, and he finds it. Spoiler. Classic Legacy coming up the inside. In the meantime, Midnight West has dropped anchor. There's 3 runners battling. Classic Legacy, Spoiler in the middle, Speed Bias there on the outside, and Glen Airy finding his best stride late. Classic Legacy has to take up late when weakening. It's Speed Bias with a nose in front of Spoiler, who's coming on. It's a photo to start the day. Very tight. Spoiler inside, Speed Bias outside, with Glen Airy third, Classic Legacy fourth.
Speed Bias 7-1. Cipriano Contreras off the claim. Walter De La Cruz.
Shouldn't Speed Bias be a horse with speed?
He won for sure outside? I thought the
Think
spoiler
it's
got
inside?
No,
It's close.
It's the inside has a little bit of an edge. I think
Yeah.
that's why you're leaning to. I would guess the outside, but it's very close.
That's really close.
9-5 if it is Spoiler, and that's Francisco Arrieta, Mike Maker. But yeah, this is a lot
Greg.
tighter.
I think Greg is probably right, but I wouldn't bet on it.
Yeah, it's hard to see. That horse loves to fight, that spoiler. I liked him in this race.
Like Maker off the claim.
Yeah.
So 9-5 or 7-1. As you know, all these win. Look, they're big for all of them, but for Francisco Arrieta particularly, because he's still involved in trying to run down Ramon Vasquez for the riding title.
It's tight.
He's on the 2. What do you think?
I don't. I'm trying to keep my
Ray
thinking.
just made it. What did you see something different?
I know. I thought it's really close. I mean, really, really close.
No, that's helpful.
I mean, it might be a heater. It might be a dead heat.
Also helpful.
Well, there's the overhead. It's Spoiler on the inside. And what are the 4 leaning in a bit, too? Is there an issue there with Speed Bias coming in down the stretch?
Yeah, the one checked out of there pretty good.
So even if it is the 4 posted, there might be an issue with him winning this race.
I need to get my binoculars. I left them in the car.
Ooh. That
maybe
makes
inside.
the 2 look like it won. I
Yeah.
agree with you.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming that's right on the wire, though you never know.
Yeah, I don't know what their pan is. Or what is
But
that?
I think that's the camera. The finish
There it
was
is.
2-4, yeah?
Huh?
It was
Ray.
the 2.
It wasn't the dead heat, Ray.
I said 2 or dead heat.
I'm just having fun.
Spoiler, the win big for Francisco Arrieta as he chips away at that lead of Ramon Vasquez. Wins for Mike Maker first off the claim with a victory 2-4-3-1. And yeah, had it been the 4, it might have been a DQ.
Maybe. Well, there could still be a DQ. I guess the 4 checked
Let's
out.
just
we'll
hope
see.
that there's no inquiry.
Horse loves to fight. That spoiler. He won last time like that. Just got up.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to take a timeout. Post-possession's all set. That was drawn yesterday for the Derby and Oaks at Churchill Downs. How do they stand now after where everyone has drawn? We'll tell you the winners and losers from the draw when we come back on America's Day at the Races here on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. Mr. Papa Giorgio, aggressive ride, Flavien Prat, and he takes the early double on this Sunday card.
Yeah, this is, the best of Flavien Prat. The ability to intimidate. And if you're a rider and you feel that your stature allows you to intimidate other riders, you're going to take full advantage of it.
Absolutely. Like you said, he's riding with a tremendous amount of confidence. Just makes the right moves, puts the pressure on, intimidates, gets an uncontested lead, and holds off the closers.
And I'll tell you something, there's nothing wrong with the rail today. I'm not saying it's a big advantage, but Peak came up the rail to be second here. And by the way, Peak backed up his last race. I don't know where his last race came from. He ran it again today.
I'm telling you, I might have to claim this one next time if they put it back in for that tag.
Is it me, or is everything Delilah Rivera seems to be riding to be live?
She's been
gets run out of
incredible. 7-pound apprentice that continues to turn heads. Back at Oaklawn, spoiler in a photo. Out dueling Speed Bias for the victory. Ray called it. Well done.
Thanks, brother.
I'll stay out of photos for now on.
He's spoiled. Speed Biases.
He doesn't even appear in the show enough to realize what an advantage the inside horses have at Oaklawn. You still managed to get it right. Very impressive.
I'll take it. He ran good. Game little horse.
And look, here's where the 4 is going to come over a little bit.
Yeah.
And the 1 checks
a little bit.
Drops out of it. But
at Oaklawn, that's legal.
Rubbin's racing.
Yeah.
That's what they say.
Legal most places, not just Oaklawn.
He was out of horse, so, unless he really clipped heels, it probably just not mess with it.
All right, no change made. 243, $5.60. Mike Maker, Francisco Arrieta. Flying P Stable winning in bunches this weekend in Hot Springs. Couple of wins yesterday.
They've been known to win in bunches.
Yes, indeed, including a couple of summers ago in Saratoga. Derby talk with the draw yesterday. 152nd running of the Kentucky Derby happens in less than a week. This is where everyone will line up. The big news, obviously, and it got out of the way pretty quickly, who got the rail, and that was the favorite, Renegade. It was the 4-1 morning line favorite. Ray, I'll start with you. Of the favorites, who got the best post position?
I think Commandment, who I like a lot in this race. I think he got a great post, and I guess favorable Commandment for sure. I think he's a horse to beat on paper. I know that Renegade's a favorite, but I don't know. His last race is a little light on buyers to me.
Renegade, he's an odd favorite. I agree.
Yeah. I guess he would probably be the loser of the draw, but I'm like Andy. I don't put a whole lot of. I think people that put too much stock into the post position.
For further ado, seems like an okay spot as well. Just being drawn. I mean, not all the way on post 20, post 18.
Yeah.
But has speed as well.
Yeah, he does. I think he'll be able to. It's a long stretch down there at Churchill Downs, so I think he'll be able to get his position, slide on over, and probably keep a clean face and not have to worry about checking. And there's plenty of time. Long run down the backside or down the front side.
Man who's lined up in the starting gate in the Kentucky Derby, Richie Migliori. Mig, who got hurt the most by the post position draw?
Well, I absolutely think that Renegade did get hurt the most, and unlike my esteemed colleagues, I do think post positions make a big difference. Now, I think it's less dramatic now that it's one starting gate, not two starting gates. It gives them a bit more room to work with. They're not looking at the inside rail from post 1. But I look at it a little different, guys. You're post 1, you're going to be in the gate a long time before the last horse finally goes in a 20-horse field. And that just opens it up for more time, a window for more bad things to happen. The less time in the gate, as far as I'm concerned, the better. So I think that hurts Renegade, that he'll be standing in there for at least a few minutes, and that's if everybody loads cooperatively. If somebody's, giving them a hard time or backing off, you could be sitting there 3, 4, 5 minutes even, probably not, but it could happen. And those are the things as a jockey you factor in. I always thought the best post position for the Derby is post 10 because it's a split load, and they'll load 111, 212, so on and so forth. The 10, you're going in at the same time, basically, as the 20. You're spending less time in the starting gate, less chance for things to go wrong. And I do think that Further Ado got the best of the draw because he's a horse with natural speed. Even though it's 18, he's pretty far out there. Johnny Velasquez is a forward rider. He's going to allow him to use his stride. I think he gets the run of the race from the outside there. Also think it's a very deep competitive Derby. It went from being like Well, you know, who's really the big horses? And it feels like 5 or 6 really came to hand, including Chief Wallaby, who just has been working lights out with the blinkers. But for me, Renegade hurt the most by the post position. Further Ado helped the most by the post positions.
And look, all we could do, this is speculation. You don't know how trips are going to play out in a 20-horse field and what happens out of the gate. So we're sort of projecting a little bit. But in your estimation, what did we learn?
Well, I'm going to counter to something that Richie said. I understand what Richie said about Further Ado, and it's a fair enough point. 6 speed, Pavlovian are right immediately inside of him, and both are going to go. The 4 has speed, the 6 has speed. I think that post kind of guarantees that Further Ado is going to lose ground in the first turn, or he's going too fast, because he's got speeds, real speeds right inside of him, and other tertiary speeds as well. I don't really care about post positions. All I know is I can't remember the last time anybody said of the Derby, the post position cost me the race.
I agree.
Now, here are the bad posts. The ones where the horses outside or inside of you come out or come in and squeeze you. That could be less likely to be 20 or 1 because there's only 1 horse outside of you or inside of you, whereas in the middle of the field, the bad posts are the ones where you get interfered with. That can be any post.
Yeah.
As far as Renegade, I agree very much with Richie said that when you have 1 gate now, it mitigates it. You're not going right into the rail as it used to be. So that has changed it. Renegade doesn't have any speed. He's going to be guaranteed to be saving ground. He's just going to drop back. It doesn't help him that there's another slow horse, Albus, outside of him, so he's kind of dragged back in the race. But I don't think if Renegade loses, it's going to be because he had the rail.
I agree.
We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, but you know, well, it gives
Yeah.
a building excuse for a trainer, but I don't really think it matters, personally.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado. Could they possibly go back-to-back? Sovereignty last year became the horse of the year. Chief Wallaby. He's the buzz horse in the morning. And he's certainly a major player heading into the 152nd running of this year's Run for the Roses. We'll talk his chances when we come back.
Prince of Monaco's too good for Muth, an impressive winner of the best pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including all 3 legs of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the first Saturday in May, only with Naira Bets.
Excelling on a cross of New York turf and Kentucky bluegrass. A 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 4-Star Dave, Grade 1 Turf Mile, and the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile by leading champion European sire, Lope de Vega. So he's got that going for him. Carl Spackler, the ultimate greenskeeper, standing at Lane's End.
Untimed workouts, limited crop use, and the only major U.S. 2-year-old sale held over a dirt racetrack. No other 2-year-old sale showcases each horse's natural athleticism like Mid-Atlantic May. Recent grads include graded stakes winners Explora, A Fine Chardonnay, Charlene's Dream, Ground Support, and Mendelssohn Bay. New year, new format, same quality. Phasing tipped in Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training. May 18th and 19th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Journalism and sovereignty, nose to nose, down to the last 16th of a mile. Sovereignty has taken the lead. Journalism is second toward the inside. Baez is third, but it will be Sovereignty to rule the Kentucky Derby.
Dominant in the Derby. Did it again in the Belmont Stakes to Journalism out of the Jim Dandy, then won the Travers and became the horse of the year. Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado, and that duo will team up again with Chief Wallaby, who is going to head to the Kentucky Derby, making just his 4th career start. Beat a neck by Commandment in the Fountain of Youth. That was in the 2nd start of his career, by the way. 3rd start of his career. Half length behind Commandment in the Puma in the Florida Derby.
I definitely think he's one of the ones that can win. I think he's an underlaid 8-1, Ray.
I completely agree. He's not my pick, but he could, like you said, I've taken your words. He could certainly win, but I prefer others. Totally.
Things, just to show you how, we talk about it all the time, how things can change as you get to, a little further on in your 3-year-old campaign. Sovereignty last year, 95, 92 buyer speed figures going into the Derby. This horse, not to say he's Sovereignty, 199 buyers the last 2 starts.
But other than Journalism, there were no fast horses in last year's Derby. This year, there's a bunch of fast horses.
I agree with that.
But his 2 numbers the last 2 starts, he's right there with the best.
I don't have a problem with somebody who thinks he can win. I just don't think he's one. I'll put it this way. I think Commandment and the Puma both ran better races than he did in the Florida Derby. I don't think they ran lengths better than him, but I think they each ran a better race.
And I know we were talking before, but you said Bill's got great numbers with blinkers on. But to me, watching the race, I didn't think it was a lack of, the horses idling or not trying. I mean, he looked like he was putting in as good of an effort as he could. So,
what could, from your perspective as a trainer, putting blinkers on do for him in the Derby?
It can put him in a spot where he doesn't want to be. I mean, that's my concern, adding blinkers on, especially when you have to navigate through passing 19 horses. I don't think he's going to be on the lead, so he's going to have. It can make a horses too aggressive and stretching out, 1.25 miles, obviously. You want to have your horse in your hand. You don't want to have them fighting against the rider or he looked, watching the workout this morning, he looked pretty aggressive to me. So, I don't know. I think there's some pros and cons, obviously. Who am I to question Bill Mott? He's a legend.
Well, I think you're questioning him. I think you're just talking about from your perspective.
But from my perspective, I think that I don't like adding blinkers to the biggest race of your horse's life to this point.
I will say, looking up Bill's numbers, looking at him in stakes and things, Bill does not do it a lot. His numbers are pretty good. I agree in general. I hate blinker changes. Blinkers on, they are, as you will probably admit, frequently an act of desperation.
Well, it just adds another layer. I mean, I wouldn't be doing it coming into to the Kentucky Derby, but
should you ever have a horse in the Derby? Should that ever happen to you?
Right.
Hopefully. Race 3 post-spray.
I'll be rooting for you.
Thanks, brother.
$30,000 claiming sprint, 6.5 furlongs. Asa Ira went by. There's the 2. G's Eloise.
Takes a drop after a poor performance in a 1X last time.
Here's Kali Magic. Blinkers come off.
I'm betting this horse to wire the field.
Turns back in distance for today's action. Here's Rachel's Rock. Jorge Abreu trains.
Claim for 40. He's been very spotty in his career since the claim.
Well, looking for the early triple. Pratt on the favorite. Will not be swayed.
Well, last time she ran with Pratt, she won.
Always Angels, big player next door. Rob Atras just claimed away from Linda Rice.
He's on fire right now, so I think this horse is a big shot.
And the Ilkay Cantermachi barn, that's funny, outside with Manny Franco.
Claimed off a win against lesser horses, and Ilkay does a lot of things well. Winning off the claim is not one of them.
I think he likes to get him right in the box.
Yeah, no, I agree. There are reasons for it.
Yeah.
He just doesn't. His numbers are just lousy off the claim. And I think you're right. He runs them back.
Runs them back
quickly,
really quick. So, but this actually is 24 days, so I think
this is a tougher field. This is a much tougher
very
field.
tough, very tough.
The last time this favorite will not be swayed went turf to dirt. Got his picture taken, or her taken. That'll be the case again this afternoon. Turf to dirt for will not be swayed. She's 8-5 on the board. As we look at G's Eloise, Jose Lezcano will be aboard for Linda Rice. This was back on November 7th. And we saw Meg's Foxy Gray in the last race. Was in this race and got DQ'd, Meg's Foxy Gray.
Yeah, and I mean, as far as G's Eloise, this is the race 2 back, obviously, where she ran well in that race.
Got awarded first place money.
Yeah, she's well, Meg's Foxy Gray was right. It was a medication overage, I think. She did not run well off the layoff, but Ray, she was running against much better horses.
She was, but I think you got to be a little concerned. She's ran 2 times in the last 9 months.
I get it. Yeah, no, that's fair.
I don't think she planned on laying off from November to April, so clearly. Oh, is this a?
This
is tack adjustment.
Big stuff.
Yeah, it looks like the tack slipped forward here, and they're just readjusting. Gate crews over there.
Is it Asa Ira or Asa Ira?
Asa Ira, I believe. I got to say, I mean, look, this is not a prime contender in this race. 36-1 is a bit overboard, isn't it?
I agree. I don't know why. For instance, I think she's actually more likely to win the bottom horse, who's half her price. But I didn't consider her a particularly strong contender. But I agree, that's a little bit high.
Meanwhile, the 3. I know, Andy, so you've gone with this runner. Blinkers come off today, and the horse has been going longer the last couple of starts, cuts back in distance, has shown sprint speed in the past. I love blinkers off, stretching out, going longer. This is a little different here, shortening up.
Yeah, well, first of all, this is the win 4 back when she got a wet track to show she could win a wet track. Now, her form has declined precipitously. Having said that, she was wide against a gold rail 2 back. She's running against with the Angels, and your horse, Twirling Beauty, does really well when I don't bet on her. And her last race, a little bit concerning. I like the cutback for her, to be honest with you, and I like blinker off moves. I'm just hoping she can go back to that speed with Delilah.
I'm not really a big fan of this filly today. I don't like taking fillies. For me, as a trainer, seeing horses declining, I mean, this is the right move to drop them. 8-year-old, it's kind of sour, especially a filly. I mean, it's either drop or give them time off. So that's usually my rule of thumb.
She did get involved in a pace that collapsed last time out for the most part. I think she's had some viable excuses, but I agree. There are reasons to be a little bit worried about her.
She's taking action. I mean, she's 3-1 here, so, I mean, they must like her down from a 6-1 morning line.
Taking significant money. I wonder if part of that, too, is she's been so good on and off track, 4 for 7 on off tracks.
They heard Andy picked her this morning.
Yeah,
so
that's
everybody's running to the window.
I think he's like E.F. Hutton.
I think Greg might have hit on it more, that she's run well on wet tracks, stuff that I hate, actually. I wouldn't have cared if the track was dry.
That's a big difference. So the track looks pretty dry out here, looking out back.
Which the sun is coming out, which gives it a chance to dry out as the day progresses.
Might open up. I wouldn't surprise me if they opened it up towards the end of the card
today. Get the sun out, a little bit of wind.
Yeah,
we could dry it out. The track can dry pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, it was gray. There was no sun. It is completely changed now. Sun's shining. It's gorgeous here.
Yesterday it was
we'll see how that changes the track.
I like the 6-year Always Angels for Rob Atras. I know it's coming from Linda, but Rob's on fire.
He's been very hot live.
I thought this horse could get a really good trip.
She has, too, a couple of massive races.
She does.
That could win this race. One of them 3 starts back, and that was here at Aqueduct for Condition 50 claiming.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to argue with any of that. I'm certainly not going to knock her at 5-1 in this race. It's a very fair price.
a little concerning about the money on her because I think Rob's horses usually get bet when they're pretty live.
Yeah, but she doesn't figure to be. I mean, Linda's horse is going to take more money. The 3's getting bet.
She's 5-2 money line. She's up to, well, she's down 9-2. And I guess it's not terrible, but.
And that man right there trying to take the first 3 on the card in that red cap, Flavien Prat. With the early double, he's on the favorite here in race 3 at 8-5. Will not be swayed for Linda Rice. We'll send it upstairs. Mandatory payout pick 5 begins here. Chris Griffin, the call.
All set. And they're off. Good beginning for Always Angels from an outside draw, and in between horses, here comes Kali Magic forwardly placed. Kali Magic with a head in front, pressure coming from in between horses. Rachel's Rocks wants to be in the early mix, and Always Angels 3 wide. 4 wide, that's funny. No cover out in the center of the racetrack, and will not be swayed as in the red cap. Just got passed to the inside by G's. Eloise Asaida is the trailer. They're chasing Kali Magic up the backstretch, 22-4. That opening quarter mile, Kali Magic, Delilah Rivera on the engine, and they move into the far turn up by a full length. Rachel's Rock within range. Edgard Zayas on the move here, 2 wide. That's funny, getting the hurry up and will not be swayed. Just patiently ridden here by Flavien Prat, 2 on the day, looking for 3, is down to the inside, now a challenging 3rd. Always Angels is under the drive, out wider, G's Eloise, and nothing from Asaida. 46.41 for a half-mile time, and Kali Magic still there. Kali Magic with the lead. The rail is open for Will Not Be Swayed, and Flavien's going to take it, and Will Not Be Swayed sprints towards the front. Kali Magic is trying to resist the pressure to the inside, will not be swayed with a furlong left to go. Always Angels has a rally. Giza Louise will not be swayed. Saved all the ground. Flavienne Pratt, the early triple. Will not be swayed. That's your winner. Photo there for second. Giza Louise with Kali Magic. Then Rachel's Rock with Asaida and a late run. And 1 minute 17.44 seconds.
Give the early pick 3 on this card in New York to the two-time reigning Eclipse Award-winning rider, Flavienne Pratt. He comes up the inside on Will Not Be Swayed, the favorite for the win.
Nothing wrong with the rail, as the first and second finishers both rode the rail here, and this horse was just the best horse.
Yeah, I mean, Flavian just putting a horse in a perfect position. Rail did open up nicely for him, but he was poised. He could have tipped out or gone inside. Delilah came off the rail with Kali Magic, who actually stayed on pretty well.
Yeah, I bet Kali Magic, the old Kali Magic, would have won this race.
Absolutely.
I think your point was right, and it's not surprising, but I mean, she's just not the horse she once was.
She dropped her crop too late in the race there.
Is it possible it cost her second? I don't know.
I mean, she looked like she was out of gas here.
Yeah, listen, Delilah did everything right.
She did.
I don't mind betting her. She just wasn't good enough.
Yep.
8-5 favor the win, 3 straight to kick off the card for Pratt. He's going to give someone else a chance in the next race. Does not have a mount, but then he'll be on the favorite back in race 5 as we shift gears to Hot Springs, race 2 at Oaklawn. 3 minutes away.
I guess it's us.
And here's Not For Everyone.
Who is not for everyone, including me, off the claim for Steve Asmussen.
Maximum to Excel, trained by Tim Martin.
I just don't see this horse being a real win candidate in this spot.
Board would reflect that. 7-1, Miss Pumpkin's Peregrine.
Yeah, I mean, this race really changed when the 7 came out. It was clearly, in my opinion, the horse to beat. This horse has no speed, but the last race good enough to give a little bit of a chance.
There's a major player, Texas Sequoia.
Yeah, I like this filly, or mare. She's consistent, and that's hard to find in these lower levels.
Melania T, 1 for 23 lifetime.
I don't know. She's turning back. I think there are things to like about her. She's got races faster than these. She's a generous price.
Here's the favorite, Double Daddy Issues.
Yeah, the other logical horse on paper takes a drop-in class. You know, Brooker Maiden last winter in a maiden special, so we'll see.
This one well behind Texas Sequoia when they met last start, flirting again.
Impossible for me to make a case for her.
Charmit, if nothing else, has some speed.
I think this horse is just up against it today. I don't really like him. Surprised 12-1.
Well, with a 10 out of the race, though, isn't there? I don't like the horse either, but isn't there a chance this horse is the controlling speed?
From the 9-hole?
I don't know. So what?
Not much
no
pace
other
left.
speed in this race. This horse could easily clear. I mean, you never know they're going to ride.
You got to use a lot of horse, though, to get up and get over it. I don't know. I feel like you got to be a lot better. Much better than the horses.
I'm tempted to bet on the 5, but I worry that her good races are not at Oaklawn, but out of town.
Yeah, that's fair.
Let's send it out to Mig for more on race 2.
And we'll start down on the inside, guys, with the 1, Not For Everyone. Yeah, I mean, she's going to have to run faster than she has previously, but she is making her first start for Steve Asmussen, only the winningest trainer in racing history. And I think that, Andy just made a really good point about the lack of speed in this race. And she has laid up, fairly close at times. 2 back, she was, within a length and a half of the pace early. And from the rail, new connections, maybe she'll have a bit more speed. Eric Asmussen's been riding in tremendous form, and he's been aggressive when the situations have called for it. I feel like he's really shown a great deal of maturation as a rider. And I thought Not For Everyone, like Andy said, maybe not for everyone, but has a look. The 4, Texas Sequoia, this is, where I landed. She's the second choice. You had the favorite and the second choice, both from the Al Cates barn. She's consistent. She shows up, she tries, she runs very consistent kind of figures. And I think that you've got to really respect that in these lower level kind of Arkansas bred races. The 6, Double Daddy Issues, dropping down to her lowest level ever for Al Cates. Don't know that she looked as comfortable as some of the others warming up on this sealed, muddy surface, but obviously a player on the drop-in class. And I thought the 9 Charmit plays out to be the speed here. And I disagree with Ray. You got a quarter of a mile to the far turn with that post. You're not going to get hampered or hindered leaving the gate. But you do have to come out with that idea that you want the lead. And in a race that looks devoid of, real speed, I think she has a chance at a big price to lead them a long way. And her only try in a muddy track was by far and away, her best effort as far as she won by nearly 5 lengths. And if she can get loose and comfortable, these lower level horses, they get brave. They can blow up and carry on a lot further than they might normally. I think it's a really tough competitive race. I landed on your second choice here at the moment, Texas Sequoia, but nothing really, honestly, would surprise me here.
Yeah, I think that's one of the good points Mig brought up with this potential lone speed who you're looking at right now. There's no superstars that are going to be trying to run you down.
I agree. I just think you have to use up a good amount of horse, and at the lower levels, every bit of energy is even that more important. So could win, could get to the front, could control things, but he's going to have to use horse to get. He's going to have to use up horse to get over and clear the field.
But it's his preferred running style. And if you look at his PPs, and I'm not in love with this horse, but the last time she was able to get the lead was the last time she won. And that was also on a wet track.
But it was breaking from the 3-hole.
But now she's got a race where there's no speed.
Yeah. I just think you got to earn it to get over. But, yeah, I mean, it's not like she's 13, but
you got to earn it from the 3-hole.
She's 8-hole, so.
I don't know. I'm going to disagree with you. I'm with Mig on this. The other one is you break from the 9 post, you're much more likely to break cleanly. You don't have to worry about horses squeezing you or anything happening.
Yeah, no one you're outside.
But horses generally break and go out because they run to the empty space. So more than likely, your first jump out of the gate is especially a lightly raced horse. It's not like this horse has ran 20 times.
So we're going to watch the head-on of this start and see what happens.
I think that's certainly a concern with a first-time starter. This one started 5 times, 6 times. I don't know but we'll see. It could happen. 7-1. Price continuing to come down on the lone speed here. 9-5 though. Public all over. Double Daddy Issues meets leading rider Ramon Vasquez for Al Cates.
Why is that horse a heavy favorite? Put her in the winner's circle.
Matt Dinnerman with the call. Here's race 2, start of this early pick 4.
And then to the outside, Charmit rounds out the group. We're ready to go. And fire off. Good start from Melania T in the middle of the field. Miss Pumpkin's Peregrine has early dash, and here's Charmit on the outside. Charmit narrow lead. Miss Pumpkin's Peregrine about a quarter or a half length back early. Maximum to Excel down on the rail inside of that pair. Charmit clearing off, opening up a length now on Maximum to Excel, and Miss Pumpkin's Peregrine, who takes back level second. Length to Double Daddy Issues in the 4th position, plays well today. A length in front of Not For Everyone, and flirting again to the outside. 2.5 more to Melania T sent along, and at the back is Texas Sequoia. As they dash into the far turn, it's Charmit who wings it on the lead. Leads a length and a tail here. Miss Pumpkin's Peregrine in chase mode second. Double Daddy Issues shown more rain. 3 wide in third with 5/16 to go. Attempts to get closer. 2.5 back to Not For Everyone. Maximum to Excel in an all-out drive. The others well behind as they come to the top of the stretch. Miss Pumpkin's Peregrine between horses grabs a short lead from Charmit, but Double Daddy Issues is right there to pounce. Double Daddy Issues on the outside goes to a head lead now. Miss Pumpkin's Peregrine trying to battle back from the inside. Double Daddy Issues, though, inches clear with a 16th left. And Double Daddy Issues on the class drop is going to prevail. Double Daddy Issues to score. Miss Pumpkin's Peregrine second, Maximum to Excel third. Charmit was 4th.
6-3-2 finish. Double Daddy Issues. Al Cates, Ramon Vasquez, leading rider at the meet. Answers Francisco Arrieta's win earlier in the card.
Ray and I both helped get this one in the winner's circle. We didn't like the 9-5 shot. Sat the perfect trip, got it done. But I won $1 from Ray.
I lost $1.
That's
all I care about.
Ray bet me that the 9 would break out at least 2 spots.
More than $1, just credibility going forward as an analyst.
I would say that both Richie and I really humiliated Ray in this race.
They got to the 9 got to the lead super easy, controlled the pace, didn't have to use anything over.
Still stunk.
But
still got absolutely nothing.
So wrong.
Had nothing late in the end.
I don't think the post got the 9 beat, Ray. The ability may have been a bigger problem.
I agree.
Double Daddy Issues is the favorite with a victory here. Overhead shot. And the 9 starting to tire there on the inside.
Yeah, I thought she started tired on the 5/16 pole personally, but you were being a little more generous than me, Greg.
They looked tired. Everybody looked tired coming down the lane there, but Double Daddy Issues less.
Got it done easily, yes.
Yeah.
Second win, 7 career starts. And we're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. We'll talk the Japanese contingent Forever Young might have been best in the Derby, but did not get it done. Could Denon Bourbon or Wonder Dean step up on the first Saturday in May? We'll take a closer look when we come back. Stay with us. America's Day at the Races is brought to you in part by Resorts World Casinos in New York City, Catskills, and the Hudson Valley. It's a world like no other at Resorts World Casinos. Go to visitrw.com for more information. All right, Kentucky Derby 152. We're going to talk the Japanese contingents momentarily. First, let's wrap up race 2 at Oaklawn. Double Daddy issues. With the win as the favorite, Ramon Vasquez for Al Cates, and owned by William Watkins and Kerry Tilley.
Good trip, best horse, won easily.
Yep, that's about it.
Second win now, 7 career starts. Career actually started out okay last year in Hot Springs. Beat a nose, won by 4 lengths to Breaker Maiden in a state-bred maiden special weight. And had to drop down to get this next victory. $5.80 for the win. Miss Pumpkin's Peregrine, 7-1, and then 14-1 underneath to complete that trifecta with maximum to excel. Race 3. 5.5 furlongs. Allowance optional claiming field. And Itzel dominant last time out. That was the 6-year-old debut for this Peter Miller mare. Getting back to dirt. She'd been on turf at Del Mar, and she just aired, winning by 9.5 lengths.
Her last big effort was at Oaklawn as well. She's tough. I can't believe it was going to be tough in this race.
Scratch the other speed out of here.
Yes. Well, as you wisely said to me, I didn't think Peter Miller would run the 2 speeds against each other.
That was my whole argument in the race against it. So was this other horse.
Well, we know how dominant Japan has been on the international scene. It's been incredible, their story. It looked like Forever Young. He probably was best in that Kentucky Derby when he got interfered with and just missed a couple of years ago. And now it is up this year to Denon Bourbon, Wonder Dean, the Japanese contingent in the 152nd edition of the Kentucky Derby. Denon Bourbon comes in with a perfect record, 3 for 3. Those wins by a combined 18.5 lengths. Has never been left-handed on a racetrack yet, but apparently too a very big horse from this first crop of Maxfield has a huge stride and huge acceleration.
My guess is that he's inferior to the horses been running here. You know, we saw the Breeders' Cup, a couple of Japanese horses win. One of them won because of a bad ride by another rider, and the other one won a 17-horse photo at 50 to 1. I think they're a bit overrated generally, and yes, Forever Young is tremendous. I'm a huge fan, and I don't know how you cannot be. I don't think that means they're all good.
Well, we have really good horses this year.
Yes.
I feel like, I mean, collectively, there's about 6 horses that I think are
this is
legit.
one of the tougher top-heavy
Yes.
derbies in a while.
Absolutely.
Go a little deeper into this pedigree. There's Seattle Slew, there's Affirmed, there's Secretariat.
Affirmed in Seattle Slew, Secretariat not so great, Seattle Slew, from a stallion standpoint, right? I mean, Affirmed was a complete bust as a stallion.
On the wrong lead coming down the lane here.
It's very hard, at least for me, to get an enormous amount of information. And keep in mind with Forever Young, we had seen him win, probably going a little short, running down Bookham Dano in the mile race at Saudi. We saw him dominate and run a fast race legitimately over in Dubai. I think we had a little more to go on him being a good horse than we do with this one. I'm not discounting that. Maybe I'll be completely wrong about this horse.
Right. We don't know.
I could be completely wrong, but I'm going to err on the side of let him beat me.
As for Wonder Dean, a little more diminutive horse, light-framed, but he won that UAE Derby to punch his ticket. And keep in mind, this trainer did come to the Derby a couple of years ago with T.O. Password, who broke horribly, had a terrible start, and it looked like game over, actually wound up rallying and running 5th.
I agree. The one expert opinion I got in this race was that it was an okay race, but maybe not as good as some of the ones we've seen in the past. And let's be honest, other than Forever Young, this is not a race that's producing Derby horses.
No, not usually. I mean,
it's a quick turnaround, man. 5 weeks.
It is. It's a lot coming from halfway around the country. Or halfway around the world, I mean, sorry.
Yeah, this is the one not quite as highly regarded. It's really Denon Bourbon who's probably going to take most of the attention.
I think that 6 Speed, the one who ran second to him, is more likely to have an effect on the race simply because he has some speed. I don't think he's going to be there at the finish, but I think he could inject a little bit of speed into this race.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think that they've come over with some better horses in the past, but it's hard to get any kind of sense of what kind of level they've been running at, you know.
Forever Young set the bar pretty darn high for these horses. I mean, Forever Young is, I think that in some ways Forever Young, I mean, he's got a huge fan base. I'm not saying he's not popular, but because Sovereignty was so good last year, I almost think Forever Young didn't get some of the credit he probably deserved.
Well, we didn't get to see him that much either,
No, I
did we?
agree. I agree.
Yeah.
He's a
so
horse
good.
of a lifetime.
He is.
I mean, he really could have won that Derby.
He could have.
They run that Derby 5 times. He wins it once or twice, for sure.
It's not his fault. He was best and probably should have won that race. He got leaned on the entire stretch.
Listen, I believe that they could have disqualified Sierra Leone. If I were a steward, I'd have taken him down.
Yeah, I was on the impression. I thought Sierra Leone was, if he had kept straight, he probably would have won that race.
That's one point, but that was his own fault. That happened,
yes. But yeah, I don't know if he was, if I'd say that Forever Young was much the best in the race, but you know, he could have won a couple times.
To Greg's point, and I agree with him, he was fouled by Forever Young.
Yeah,
Sierra
that's
Leone.
a good point.
I agree with what you're saying. Yes, if Sierra Leone was as professional in the Derby as he was late in the season, like starting with the Travers, he probably does win the race.
Yeah. Yes.
But as it was, he hampered Forever Young.
Yes.
Now, what happens if he's more professional in the Derby and he doesn't hamper Forever Young? Then you probably see the two of them battling down to the wire.
Absolutely.
And listen, Brian Hernandez won that Derby, not Mr.
He
Dan.
did.
I mean, let's give credit where credit's due.
From Brian Hernandez
Brian Hernandez's
Jr.
name should be alongside that
Absolutely.
Derby win, because if it wasn't for that ride and some other shenanigans, but without that ride, he never wins.
We're going to talk about all of this in more detail coming up on our Derby preview show. That is coming up on Thursdays. You take a look at what these Japanese horses have done in the first Saturday in May. Of course, Forever Young, the top stat list. T.O. Password again wound up rallying for 5th after that disastrous start for the same trainer as Wonder Dean. Sotogaki back in 2023.
He was
running
pretty good.
sixth.
He's a good horse.
He was pretty good.
He's won some good races.
Ray's favorite horse, Lonnie.
Lonnie, yeah, he used to have.
He was a mess out of the gate.
Yes.
He was a bit of a mess of a horse, too. He was nuts. I remember watching him train at Belmont.
He was here for the Belmont Stakes, right?
Yeah, I watched him train up to the Belmont. They breezed him like every 4 or 5 days, like almost a mile. It was crazy.
The good horse was the one who won the Peter Pan and got scratched in the Belmont. What was his name?
I totally forgot.
Really
but yes,
good horse.
I know. But
Someone
there was
will
two of
text
them.
me.
And
yeah, he
Lonnie
got
was
scratched.
not. Yes.
Yes.
Was not as.
Was
good.
he in? I'll have another. No, he was.
No, he was.
Whatever.
We'll Derby preview show coming up Thursday. You can look it up, and we'll have it on the preview show on Thursday. Well done on that research.
The half-an-hour show, we'll dedicate 10 minutes of it to that horse.
Our research is not better than yours. 152nd Kentucky Derby preview show coming up Thursday, 12:30 Eastern start time on Fox Sports 2. I mean, it's easy to get excited about this race. It's the most famous race we have in this game. But this is a field with just so many great storylines and a lot of deep contention, it feels like.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of the most interesting derbies in years because there's not just, I think there's a lot of throwouts. Could be wrong. But it's a very contentious race at the very top among 6-7 horses.
There's about 6. Yeah, I was gonna say there's about 6-7 horses that could win this race, the Derby,
and they're good.
Yes.
We're gonna take a timeout. We're gonna start the mandatory payout pick 6 when we come back. Dalila Rivera, the hot apprentice on Curlin's Magic, still to come.
Standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, top young stallion Solomini, a Grade 1 son of Curlin and sire of 2026 graded placed New York Stakes winner National Identity.
Inside the final furlong, National Identity. Acoustic Ave is making up some ground. National Identity is almost home. Acoustic Ave second. National Identity wins the Safe Florida Ascendee.
Solomini, standing for $7,500 in 2026 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Oaklawn Hot Springs is here for when you need to break away. When you want to reward yourself. When you deserve to indulge. When you want to be close to the action. It's all here. So what are you waiting for? Live racing returns with the classic racing season. So plan your stay at Oaklawn Hot Springs and come join the fun.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off.
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 two-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to NYRA.com/EMPTRI.
Gunrunner is the sire of 16 millionaires and 12 Grade 1 winners. Last year, he sired $17 million yearlings, including the Keeneland September sale topper. He was the sire of the $2.2 million Keeneland November weanling sale topper as well. Gunrunner was the co-leading sire of 2-year-old Grade 1 winners, including Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner Super Corridoro. Gunrunner, breed true.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage on Fox Sports 1. This is right around the corner, the final chance for you to see the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival at historic Saratoga Racecourse. Tickets on sale now at belmontstakes.com/tickets. First 2 editions just completely exceeded expectations. Ray, were you there for either of those 2?
I was there last year. It was awesome. So much fun. That
Just
whole
incredible.
week is a lot of fun.
If you can get there, it is worth it. And again, a final chance to see the Belmont at Saratoga.
I expect to see you at dinner at least once.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Ray and I have similar dining tastes.
Yeah.
You're in Hamlet there.
And if that happens, of course, picking up the check as well.
As you know, I don't shy away from picking up checks.
Andy always gets my first drink
all
for
happy.
me.
You're very generous. Some key dates there. Belmont at Saratoga, June 6th. Closing day here in New York at Aqueduct. Final day at this racetrack, June 28th. Circle that on your calendar.
I keep thinking about it as I walk in almost every day that, like, this is coming to the end. And it really is an end of an era. I have so many great memories. A lot of them, when I first started coming here with my grandmother, Grandma Sophie, who's passed away in '94, but she loved the game. Boy, I tell you what, she loved Angel Cordero as much as anybody ever loved him. She just wanted to bet Angel every race.
He was a fan like that. My dad was the same way. He told me stories about him. King of Saratoga, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, your guys are too young. Or you guys were not. You're young. You were in Saratoga. Angel ruled Saratoga. You have no idea. I mean, that guy was a rock star in Saratoga like nobody ever has been and nobody ever will be.
I wonder if he still has that crown.
Probably.
He did. He legitimately had the crown. And, now he's developing the next level of talent, including this rider who's going to be on the 6.
He's done a great job.
Rivera.
He's done
such a good
with
job.
her.
She's really riding well, yeah.
It's incredible. I mean, he had Manny Franco and Delilah Rivera. He had Jose Gomez, got an Eclipse win with him.
Angel had the talent and the personality of a star. And he really...
You do. Like, there were times, too. I went to an event out in Manhattan. I think it was before Belmont Week. And when he just walked into a room, the energy changed. And he announced himself without announcing himself.
Yeah. I mean, Richie rode with him. Richie has great stories of riding with him. And that guy, as a friend of mine said, he was a guy, people would criticize it. They always knock the people on top. And a friend of mine said, believe me, and when he's getting ready to retire, they are going to miss Angel when he's gone. And we really did.
He's got some great stories. I love he comes up to the clocker stand all the time, and listening to him, it's just like, going through a page of history.
The Belmont and Bold Forbes. Greatest thing rides in the history of horse racing.
Oh, really?
Becoming a pretty good pickleball player now, too.
Yes, I've played against him.
We'll have to hear more about that in a minute. Floge from the rail, Jose Lezcano.
Well, inside speed on a track where the inside's good. I can see her winning.
Well, I know Andy Serling loves him some Dennis Lallman and Farmhouse, but the form has dropped off on this one.
That's his man. Drops into a more reasonable spot after getting well beaten tougher.
Foxy Cara. As Raylu Gutierrez next door.
Second to Floge last time, but I think Floge is in a better position to be effective in here, but is a much bigger price.
Troubled Luck has had 5 starts this year and has not hit the board.
Yeah, this horse is just up against it. I'm not sure I can make a case for this horse.
Whistler's Style taking money.
Her lack of speed is a problem, but this is the first time in her career she's run at the very bottom, and that, as you know, as a way of waking horses up.
8-year-old mare who's a 9-time winner, a 4-5 favorite. We'll see next. So here is Delilah Rivera for Linda Rice.
This horse just makes sense. I mean, she's supposed to win this race. Linda wins these types of races. Big drop.
I picked this one.
Yeah.
Here is Santagata, again, not named after Nick Santagata, former jockey.
I think this horse is a little bit interesting at 24-1 in here, dropping down to this level. I won't be surprised to see this horse outrun her odds.
And Brooklyn Dance on the outside, 3 for 34 lifetime, I should say. Floge was in front of her 3 starts ago. There she is.
Okay, there she is. It makes a jock switch to Ricardo Santana, so figure you're going to get a good aggressive ride early on and put him in the game.
Yeah, 18-1 right now as we're 2 minutes to post to start off this mandatory payout pick 6 on the final day of this meet. And we'll go back to the favorite here, 4-5. Curlin's Magic. And big opportunity, starting to get mounts on 4-5 favorites for this barn. Delilah Rivera here. Let's take a look at Curlin's Magic on a wet track at Churchill Downs back the end of last year, late October.
Yeah, I mean, this race is just so much tougher. She's been running against so much tougher. I know she hasn't been doing much running, but this field is a very hungry bunch. She really stands out. This is a big run today. I mean, if she does anything near this, she wins for fun today.
I could not claim down here, and Linda was pretty aggressive with this horse off the claim, wasn't she?
Ambitious, yeah.
Yeah, and she only claimed the horse for $20,000. I don't think it's a particularly bad drop here.
She got beat by Bam's Bliss Kiss, who is a stone cold.
I'm talking about the first spot. Yeah, she was
stone cold.
Oh, the first spot was. I mean, I think dropping now is not that big a negative. She's running where she can win. I mean, I think the horse's last race is good enough to win here, Ray.
Well, she didn't nosedive her in either. She went to 30 first and then went to 10. I would be more skeptical if it went from the 1X, where she got beat 20-something lengths, and then go straight to a 10. You know, she went 2 at 30, so clearly there's some things that she likes.
No, I agree. Sorry, I was listening.
Not really.
3
to 5 on
making some bets here. I was working my Naira Bets account.
We want the business.
Your pay is hangs in the balance on my betting.
Fire away, please. 3 to 5 now, Curlin's Magic. Here's the 5, Whistler's Style. And as you said, look, this is the lowest level pretty much ever has been. She's been in for 12-5 before on a couple of occasions. Actually run very well there.
She's a deep. This is my favorite race of the winter. This race came in the middle of that extended bias of the gold rail.
The rail, yeah.
And completely and totally imploded. The race fell apart. And if you look at it from this perspective, it's outside closers dominating the race. The thing that was interesting about it was all 3 of the first 3 finishers spent the majority of the race on the rail before moving off. So even though they closed in here, they actually kind of took advantage of the bias in a funny way. And I thought this was one of the more interesting races we ran. I would use this horse only because it's the first time running at the very bottom. And I think that the thing about the very bottom is they're not at the second lowest, they're worth that price.
Right.
At the very bottom, they're worth between 0 and that price. And you get a lot of horses that just aren't that good.
No, I agree. I mean, and this is a particularly weak group, even for the bottom, I would say. I thought this horse could totally make some noise. I don't think it's a win candidate, but...
Yes, I can get a piece.
Excuse me. I understand. The 6 is the horse to beat. Been facing a lot tougher. It's a huge drop. It's Linda Rice. But in terms of just the recent races, is she that much faster than someone like, say, Floge on the inside?
3 to 5 is a little bit tough to take.
I agree. I mean, Floge isn't without a chance. He's got speed. Lascano, you know, he's going to put him in the game. So at least I think you'll get a little bit of a run. You know, won this race a month ago. So normally this horse would probably be the horse. But, you know, Linda dropping in quickly eradicated that.
I will say when these Linda horses really get bet like this, they usually win.
I agree.
And she loves a wet track as well, as witnessed in the
3
race
to
we
5.
showed you.
The other thing is 3 to 5 at this level. You can say, well, it's a big drop down, all these things. Man,
I don't like
3 to 5 at lower level horses because they're the most unreliable horses.
Correct.
And look, we talked about, and there's Dalila Rivera stepping in, her agent, Angel Cordero, as we talked about. You do get 7 pounds with the apprentice as well on this sticky racetrack. As they load in, there's a 3 Foxy Kara. So odds on Curlin's Magic as we get set for the start of the pick 6. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
And Brooklyn Dance to the outside. It's a mandatory pay, pick 6. The last one here at the Aqueduct Spring Meeting. All set. And they're off. Good beginning in between horses. Here comes Farmhouse, wants to be in the early mix, and right there as well. There's Troubled Luck, and Troubled Luck now puts a nose in front with Farmhouse towards the inside. Farmhouse will be quickest, and Troubled Luck back to second. Out wider in the red cap, that's Senegata. Curlin's Magic is forwardly placed. That's the leading quartet. Just in behind them at the rail, that's Floge. And Jose Lescano content to stalk the leading brigade. 4 of them want a piece of the front, but the leader is Farmhouse. For the back in the field, towards the back end, Foxy Kara's in the orange cap, is followed to the outside by Brooklyn Dance, and the trailer, Whistler Style. They work up the backstretch, and Farmhouse is the leader. Curlin's Magic is now a stalking second as it got away from the rest, and Curlin's Magic is ready to challenge the leader Farmhouse with 4 furlongs left to go. Floge still rides the rail. His in behind horses is in third. Senegata's all in, not making up ground from 4th. Whistler Style has made up a lot of ground, and Whistler Style, Katie Davis weaving through traffic and a ride the rails now, about to challenge for 3rd as Curlin's Magic is the leader. Has wrestled the lead away from Farmhouse, but Whistler Style looks like a danger, is looming up towards the outside. 47.46, a half-mile time. Curlin's Magic trying to get out a bit, but Curlin's Magic is in front. Whistler Style made that big move around the turn, and Whistler Style is now thrust to the front, and Whistler Style starts to get away. Floge is 3rd, trying to challenge, moving towards the outside, Curlin's Magic, but Whistler Style is opening up in the final stages, has a 16th left to go, and now inside that final 16th, Katie Davis, Whistler Style wins it. Curlin's Magic 2nd, Floge, and Foxy Kara up for 4th in 1 minute 40.05 seconds.
Whistler Style, 8-year-old mare. Still a little left in the tank here, winning for the 10th time. Katie Davis aboard.
It is amazing, Ray, what the drop to the bottom does. It really is. We used to call it first time 14 when 14,000 was the bottom level in New York.
Yeah.
And you could wake horses up that hadn't lifted a hoof in a year.
I mean, she came rocking.
I mean, she just, the running against the bottom level, I mean, I don't think the 6 really ran that badly. Maybe she got a little bit too caught up in the pace, but at the end of the day, this horse was just best.
Really idle through the turn when she put that the other speed away. On Curlin's Magic, gears went straight up in the air, and she started looking around and just lacked focus.
It takes something out of you to put Dennis Laumann away. That's what
That's your man.
I have great love for Dennis.
He's a good dude. Yeah, he's
a little swirl there.
Yeah, he ran a little bit. I would have taken a 5.62 finish. I had that try for a couple bucks.
Whistler Style just loving this racetrack today. Wins it 5-1. Upset to start off this mandatory payout pick 6, 5, 6, 1, 3, and a 3-5 being beat. If you had this one already, one leg in, long way to go. You're in good shape.
I just, you know, Jack Nicholson is from Prince's Honor is hosting the show the rest of the day.
Everyone will get that when the next crew comes on with the wardrobe choices.
Yes.
Race 3 at Oaklawn, 5 minutes away, 5.5 furlongs in this allowance optional claiming group. Here's Carson Bay.
Yeah, Carson Bay doesn't have a lot of speed breaking the inside. I thought was a little bit overmatched.
Itzel was just dominant last start for Peter Miller.
Yeah, aired off after a long time away from with a vet scratch from Del Mar.
There's the speedy, can't believe it.
Lightly raced 7-year-old, makes the second start this year.
I'm going to bet this horse is 6-1.
It's got speed.
Randy Morse, Blue Squall with Rafael Bejarano went by. Here's Kelly's Girl.
Comes in off win in the 1X. Makes a lot of sense here, too. I think the horse could just make some noise.
Yeah, that was good effort for trainer Mac Robertson. Mo for us, Steve Asmussen's son Keith aboard.
Yeah, I guess this horse is another horse that can win the race. I prefer others. I'm surprised this horse is 5-2, to be honest.
Taking some action.
Probably win because I don't really like her.
Stakes winner at Delta Downs to end the 4-year-old campaign. Let's send it out to Hot Springs.
Yeah, a really interesting third race here. 5.5 furlongs, a little bit shorter than we normally see the older horses competing at. Itzel has a lot of speed, and she was very, very impressive last time against easier.
Dominant fashion on the front end. She'll have company on the pace. The scratch of the 3 does make it a little bit easier for her to get to the front end more comfortably, but she will have some contention up front. But the key for her, she does it off of an incredibly quick turnaround. She was raced back on April the 17th, today the 26th. That's pretty quick. And she, last time out, was coming off of the layoff. So second off the bench quick. I will say when looking at her, she's a burlier, heavier bodied individual. So it doesn't seem as if that has taken out of her. That race has taken it out of her. We shall see. I'm a little bit dubious with her getting onto the wet, or muddy, I should say, surface today.
Yeah, and she's a filly that had spent, predominantly most of her career in Southern California, so she probably didn't even get to train a lot on off-race tracks. Can't believe it, drawn right outside of her with the scratch of the 3, Lady Aberdeen. She has speed, too. Do you see a world in which maybe they get hooked up?
We shall see. I think Itzel is probably just faster than this filly and probably will clear with Ramon Vasquez on Itzel and Christian Torres on Can't Believe It. So we'll see how they play it out. But I do find that the 2 would be faster. She's been incredibly sharp. This is another filly that's second off of the bench back in December. Bet down to favoritism last time out. I'm not so sure. I loved the visual of her last race. You can give her an excuse perhaps about the bench and she needed it. But she's a little bit more teched up than what I saw from her last time out, which encouraged me, but I'm still a bit questionable on her as well.
And Randy Morse has the 5 Blue Squall, Randy every year puts together a nice meet here at Oaklawn.
He does. I was just catching up with him actually about Blue Squall, who I'm going to pick, and I understand why people would be skeptical because she is a horse that's very temperamental in terms of when she runs and when she doesn't. I asked Randy, what's her thing? What's Blue Squall? And he said she is a filly or mare, I should say, that needs to be covered behind horses. She needs a target, and you need to time her perfectly in a way. Okay. And once she gets outside of horses and she gets in the clear, it's almost as if she can get lost. So she loses interest. So I'm hoping, keeping that in mind in this spot, Rafael can get her into a favorable scenario. She is a rateable kind of filly who can track off of the pace and can hopefully trip her out in the right way.
I'm going to go on to the 6-horse Kelly's Girl. Nice close last time, going the 5.5, and she is 3 for 4 at the distance.
She is. First time on this, off going. She appears to be doing really well. Mac Robertson horses always appear to be doing well, sometimes maybe a little overdone, but she's carrying some good weight. I do have a question mark surrounding her on this going, just because she's that heavier, denser bodied individual, but she's got races that put her in the mix here.
And the 7 Mo for us, that's where I landed. I didn't think she'd be 3 to 1. I thought she might be a bit more than that. But, you know, what stood out to me, she's got 5 starts on wet surfaces, 2 wins, 2 seconds, a third. She's well drawn outside. And I just think that maybe she sits the right kind of trip. She's not so slow that she's going to get completely outfooted, but she's not going to get involved if things get heated on the front end.
No, she's very tactical. She is a Louisiana bred, and I questioned the strength of her. The fields that she beat down in Louisiana, it's always a question mark for me, especially when making figures, and just that sometimes coming over to Oaklawn, it's kind of something we both discussed in the first race, was how does that distribute? How does that come here? And a lot of the times, some of those horses do struggle when they get back here to Oaklawn Park. But I can see why she does well on a wet surface, Mig. She's kind of a lighter, more refined, athletic individual. She is not the dense, burly, out-and-out, maybe typical Steve Asmussen sprinter that you would think of typically. So she's also second off of the layoff, and I didn't have any real problems with her in the paddock. She looked great, and she, as you mentioned, is incredibly tactical.
Yeah, I think that tactical speed that she has and not being forced in the race from the outside could play well for her. Like I said, didn't expect 3 to 1, guys, but a real competitive 5.5 furlong dash here.
All right, Megan, thank you both. As they approach the gate, 6 to 5 still on Itzel off that huge return performance as a 6-year-old mare. She just blitzed that field, Ray.
Yeah, anything close to that, I think, wins today. And there's not really a whole lot of real true speed to go contest.
Yeah, I think the horse that I kind of like, Can't Believe It, could maybe be the one stalking her, but I agree she's the speed. I don't know. She's coming back 9 days, though. They're squeezing another race into her at Oaklawn before it closes. It feels a little bit like a rush job to get in with the big purses. And I don't blame him for doing it. I would do the same thing.
Yeah.
But it does feel a little like that. And
yeah,
I wonder a little bit if you can trust this horse to come back and run nearly as well. Now, maybe she doesn't have to run quite as well to win anyway, but this is not an easy field.
No, there's a few contentious horses on the outside. I mean, I thought they were going to get setups, but with the scratch of the 3, I thought that changed the dynamic of the race.
Well, just a few days left in this meet. Yeah, Peter Miller trying to get one more in with Itzel here. Even money as she looks to go back-to-back here at the meet to kick off the 6-year-old campaign. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
Just a couple more runners to load into the gate here. Can't Believe It. Mo for Us. Outside post. Mo for Us. Go again. We're ready to go. And we're off. Itzel broke sharply. Can't Believe It alongside. Sent along. Itzel very speedy, though. Leads the way from Can't Believe It. Mo for Us in third. Kelly's Girl just passed her. Blue Squall towards the back with Carson Bay as they speed past the half-mile pole. It's Itzel clearing off here. A length and a half, maybe even a length and 3/4 here. Can't Believe It in chase mode second. Blue Squall making an aggressive move to get level second going into the far turn. And then Kelly's Girl, she's 5 lengths off the pace. Length back to Mo for Us, saving ground on the fences. Second to last, Carson Bay has dropped out as they round the far turn. Itzel's still clear with 5/16 to go as a 2-length lead now. Blue Squall taking second. Can't Believe It back in third under pressure. Kelly's Girl in fourth outside turning for home, and then Mo for Us as they wheel for home now. Itzel on top, leads a length and a tail. Blue Squall continues to chase. So does Mo for Us. He's trying to get outside. Now going to stay an inside path, but Itzel keeps going. Itzel hitting the 16th pole by 2.5 from Blue Squall. Mo for Us. Itzel wheeling back in 8 days, did the same exact thing she did a little over a week ago. Itzel, gate to wire. Blue Squall second, Mo for Us third, Kelly's Girl fourth.
Yeah, 9 days to be exact, and not a problem on the short return here at 6 to 5 for Itzel. Trainer Peter Miller, Ramon Vasquez meets leading rider, adds another.
Put them all in the chase, and I don't know if she ran quite as well as she did last time, but she certainly ran well enough to win easily here.
It took the words right out of my mouth. You could see she was tired and probably out of gas, but she was just too much for this group.
9 days, Matt. It's a tough crowd here.
Poor Matt.
Matt's going right to Monmouth. He doesn't have much time off, does he?
No break whatsoever.
He does not have much time off. He comes to visit us sometimes in dark days in Saratoga. He's everywhere.
He is. I've had dinner with him at the Harrison here in Floral Park.
Really?
Yeah.
He's a good guy.
Yeah.
Loves the game.
Yeah, loves the
Absolutely.
game. Yeah, he does.
Peter Miller, it has been very productive for him, bringing horses to Hot Springs.
Absolutely. Took a while to get this one back to the races after the voided claim, but made up for it.
Winning at a high percentage. Yep.
I mean, this one with turf sprint speed, she is just
She's
too
fast.
quick for this
Too
group.
fast for this group. Too much. Put the 4-0, I thought I had a chance in the chase, and she just evaporated chasing. I don't think she was good enough anyway, as it turned out.
Two-time winner at the meet. Just 9 days apart. Itzel, 6-year-old mare, wins for the 5th time in her career and does so at a short price here in this third at Oaklawn. This was really fun.
It was
as
a
our
great
time has come to a close here.
It has, but the best is yet to come. Got Jack Nicholson and Kinchin somewhere around here.
Yeah, Todd Schrupp, Jonathan Kinchin, for the first time ever on this network, coming up together right after a break. We will see you. We are back, I know, next week. We're going to be part of that Derby preview show. That's Thursday, again, 12:30 Eastern start time. Allegedly. Ray, enjoyed it.
Thanks, man.
Yep, good to see you.
Let's go Knicks.
As always. No. Go Hawks.
Action continues on FS1 with Todd and JK right after a break.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. The skies have cleared in South Ozone Park, New York at Aqueduct after a wet day yesterday. We're still drying out. We do have one race on the turf here in New York. The Memories of Silver, race number 8 on the card. We're about 17 minutes away from race number 5. I'm Todd Trupp. Thanks for joining us here on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1. The big news yesterday in the world of thoroughbred racing was 23-year-olds drawing their post positions for the 152nd running of the Kentucky Derby. You got to pay attention to those also eligibles because up until Friday, there's going to be a chance if someone scratches, one will get in. Remember Rich Strike, he drew in on Friday before the Kentucky Derby and then pulled off one of the biggest upsets in the history of America's defining race. As far as the big story yesterday, it's the morning line favorite, Renegade, drawing the rail. Now, over history, post position 1 has not been great. Trainer Todd Pletcher was on a flight, the trainer of Renegade. When he got the news that he drew post position 1, he was asked by the media, what was your reaction? I wanted to reach for the air sick bag, was his joke. But he has no problem with Renegade in any post position, especially when you consider what he did in the Arkansas Derby. Renegade absolutely turned in the best performance in any prep race leading up to the Kentucky Derby with how he dominated everyone in Hot Springs, Arkansas. We're ready to get you ready for the Kentucky Derby. Join us for our Kentucky Derby preview show coming up this week. That'll be Thursday, 12:30 to 1 Eastern Time on Fox Sports 2. The first Saturday in May is less than a week away, and the best way to get ready is with us here on America's Day at the Races and the Fox Sports family of networks. Okay, back into the racing action on this Sunday. Down at Oaklawn Park, there's Itzel again. And we say again, 9 days ago, Itzel was a winner at Oaklawn Park. It's unusual for horses to come back in that type of time frame in this day and age, but Itzel does it and makes it back-to-back wins. She has certainly found her good form once again in Hot Springs. She was a horse that started out in California, kind of lost her way, and now she is absolutely in outstanding form. The 6-year-old mare by Motown out of the Unbridled Song mare, Catch That Song, was bred in the Lone Star State of Texas, owned by Gary Barber, and rid victory by your meet leading rider, Ramon Vasquez. When we come back, we'll get into the action here in New York Aqueduct. Race number 5, move to the main track at 1 1/16. There's your favorite calling card.
Say hi to our new stallion, Highland Falls. From his winning debut to that spectacular Jockey Club Gold Cup.
It is Highland Falls. He wins another one, this time the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Even his buyer was high. The race his sire made his own by a widening 4 lengths. A host of Grade 1 winners far behind. High and goodbye. Running a 107 when second in an All-Star Whitney. The rise and rise of Highland Falls. High class, on the track and on the page. This is his dam, winning the Acorn and then the Distaff. Aim high, breed to a well-bred son of Curlin. Highland Falls, new to Darley.
The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at BelmontStakes.com. You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including all 3 legs of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the first Saturday in May, only with Naira Bets.
Every 2-year-old champion has precocity, but only one can be called fierce.
Fierceness.
Brilliant at 2.
A powerhouse win.
Dominant at 3.
Fierceness is putting on a show in Hallandale today. Fierceness to win the Travers.
Tenacious at 4.
Fierceness has won the Pacific Classic.
All the makings of a champion. Fierceness. New to Coolmore America.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day.
With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Always dreaming in front, always dreaming with Battle of Midway a length and a half behind as they come into the final furlong. Looking at Lee is making a bid now through on the inside up into second. Always dreaming with a 2.5 length lead and 16th to go. Looking at Lee is second. Then comes Battle of Midway, Classic Empire. They're coming to the line and the dream comes true. Always dreaming has won the Kentucky Derby.
Well, it is a combination that they couldn't imagine life without each other. Talk about trainer Todd Pletcher and rider John Velasquez. So to share this moment, a win in the Kentucky Derby is truly the ultimate. And as Andy Serlian has been talking about all week, John Velasquez, 3 wins in the Kentucky Derby with obviously a huge chance at 4. We bring them up because coming up in race number 5 here at Aqueduct, they combine in this claimer. Gio's to blame. How's that for a segue, Maggie Wolfendale?
Boom, mic drop in only your second segment, Todd, as yes, Johnny V will be riding for his longtime training partner in Todd Pletcher. It all seemed right in the world when he did get that victory in the Kentucky Derby, finally with Always Dreaming, having ridden Animal Kingdom to victory prior to that for Graham Motion, of course. But we'll take a look here at Gio's to blame in the paddock, a horse who did just graduate when dropping to the bottom of the maiden ranks, winning for 20 and winning emphatically. Now he's right back at it here for Todd and crew. A horse that has significantly lightened up since the last time I saw him, which was when he was still a colt. Gelding has really kind of streamlined this guy, but it hasn't really changed his disposition. He's gotten a little hot, a little washy here in the paddock. Don't love to see that, but I do think he makes sense in this spot. Jumping to the rail position, now occupied by number 4. That is 3%. He's that odd horse that has never run on the NYRA circuit, but I've actually seen twice. Once in his 3rd start at Monmouth, and then his 1st start at Tampa back in January. And I did note that he looked like he could handle the turf. That's where he broke his maiden, but the fact of the matter is he's run fast enough races on the dirt to be very competitive here. He looks great. He's actually a lot more settled than what he was in that return to the races back at Tampa. So I do like what I'm seeing from him physically and mentally, Todd.
And our post parade about to begin. Thank you, Maggie. Is your mic up?
Yeah, you know, I broke into tears on the way downstairs that I wasn't going to get any more time with you, Todd. And so, by the way, this is the horse that Todd likes, 3%. And yes. I think this horse is the overlay of the race by a lot.
It also matches our win percentage so far from Talking Horses.
Hey,
there's a look at
got plenty of 0%, Todd.
Freddie said twirl, 13-1, one of our biggest prices in the
Stayed
field.
In the race. We appreciate that from Rudy, but better turf horse.
Scratch the 6, you're looking good. Scratch the 7, Colop. The 8 is Middle Market at 17-1.
You know, listen, they're all 1 for horses. Horse had a lot of chances, though. I think this race is a little tough.
McDiesel for Rudy Rodriguez, turning back in distance.
We appreciate Rudy. He doesn't mind staying in, but he is more of a dirt horse. So I guess he's a fringe player.
The 11, Gio's to blame, a winner last out.
Yeah, boy. This horse No, this was not the Pletcher horse you won the bet from me on, but this one just found the right field last time.
Okay, Flavian Pratt obviously dialed in almost every day.
Every minute.
Doesn't he have the horse to catch here with Shellac?
You know, I think it's possible, and you know Flavian's so aggressive, so he will be forward, and I don't love this horse's chances. I thought he'd be a terrible field, but he can win.
I know you don't bet names, you don't play hunches, but if you don't play moments notice, then I can't help you.
Well, if you ever find... I like those people that miss punch. This horse ran well last time in a softer spot. I like those people that don't want to cancel tickets when they mistakenly call a number, and I'm like, guy... When you used to bet at the windows, I'm like, you didn't want to make the bet. Why are you keeping the tickets? But
Calling Card is our final horse. Kind of interesting how this horse ends up with the current connections.
Yeah, I mean, he stayed with Mike Maker, but my friend Kirk Wyckoff in 3 Diamonds sold this horse. You can see sold a digital sale in April for $32,000. I think a bargain for a horse that probably isn't as good as he once was, and I was disappointed in his last start, but he has spent a lot of his career in the wrong spots. I like him. 3-1 seems relatively fair to me.
Okay, look, I'm not going to say it's better that the races are off the grass. No, it would have been more of a competitive sequence. But I still think these are really competitive races, even though we're off the turf in this late pick 5.
There is no question that off the turf races, potentially, I mean, they can also be races where there's a 2 to 5, they sort of can't lose, and that's the way it goes. But that can be in a turf race or a dirt race. They offer the potential for value because very often people bet on horses that can run on the turf, that can't run on the dirt. Look at yesterday's last race, the 6 horse being the co-favorite in that race. That horse can't get out of the gate and has never shown affinity for dirt. They'll bet the wrong horses. People actually don't do a good job sometimes of adjusting. So sometimes you can find value. And for instance, I think one of the horses that's value is the horse that you like that I picked second, the number 4 in this race. Who has that's 3%, who has plenty of dirt races good enough to win here.
The irony of the sequence, if I'm using irony properly, is that the race that remained on the grass might be the race that doesn't produce any value. Let's get more insight into race number 5 with Maggie.
Taking a look at some of those main players on the MTO list, including your current favorite in number 13, Shellac, a horse who I don't like going this distance and I don't like over this surface, as he ran his worst race to date over a sloppy sealed surface. Now, I know every wet track is different and this is a drying out surface, but it's still sealed. I think that's the operative word when it comes to Shellac. And watching him warm up, he looked fine, but he just kind of lacked that push from behind that you like to see. And furthermore, I've always thought he just looks more like a sprinter. So his worst race was doing just this, and I'm going to hold him to that, that this isn't the conditions that he would prefer, especially at a short price in here. Now, calling card, I thought it was interesting too that he only sold for $32,000 in that digital sale. And last time, well, he ran actually okay. He doesn't have much speed, and it was a slow pace, so he kind of had to move into that slow pace, which is never easy to do, so I kind of gave him some extra credit points for that. And I like this distance for him of a mile. I think this is, when he came back going the 6.5, I just thought that was way too short for him. But he's really just kind of fallen away across his hind end, and I thought maybe I'd see an improvement third off the bench, and I'm just not. I remember when this horse broke his maiden so impressively back in November when switching to the dirt for the first time. He was a big, strapping guy, and obviously gelding has probably really lightened him up, but I don't think it's lightened him up in the right kind of way. It's like he is unable to regain that muscle mass and that conditioning that he once carried behind the saddle. Moving on to a horse that honestly just caught my eye that I think is a little bit intriguing. Number 5, Ready, Set, Twirl. He's one of 2 that Rudy Rodriguez leaves in the body of the race. 2 back when he was third in a 6 furlong sprint. He was one that, yes, got to ride the good rail until the 3/16 pole, and he stayed on. So he definitely was with the racetrack, but also kind of complimented with the second place finisher coming back. Gypsy Dreaming was able to wire the field given the racetrack conditions that day. He, at a big price, I thought was really interesting because I don't mind his dirt form. He looks like he can get this mile distance, and I wonder how forward he's going to be in here. Might sit that right kind of stalking trip, and Rudy has him really well turned out here today, Todd, off a bit of a freshening.
Thank you, Maggie. The field is moving into line quickly. Just a couple more to load. Who do you got, Andy?
I like the 15, and I use your 4, who's taking a ton of late money in here. I'm going to go. I thought it was a very good point about Maggie about the one bad wet track race for the 13.
Here's Chris Griffin with the call.
And they're off. Good beginning to the inside here from Ready, Set, Twirl is in the early mix, and also right there, Mick Diesel. Mick Diesel on the engine early is set to come out of the chute and hook up the backstretch. Mick Diesel is the clear leader. Ranging up to the outside, Shellac is going to be in the early mix in moment's notice. Out wider is Calling Card, who's now a challenging third. They're all chasing McDiesel. Jorge Vargas Jr. hook up the backstretch, and chasing still is Shellac. 3 wide now is Calling Card. Ready, Set, Twirl is at the rail. Yellow Cap starts to move forward as moment's notice is dropped back to 5th. Just in behind them comes Middle Market, who travels in tandem there with 3%. And the lone trailer having trouble keeping up so far is Geo's to blame. 23.37, the opening quarter mile. Mick Diesel front running throughout. It's Mick Diesel who approaches 4 furlongs left to go. Ready, Set, Twirl slips through at the rail in 46 and 4 for that half mile time. Calling Card to the outside, and now Calling Card is in gear as Shellac has dropped back. Moment's Notice is under a drive, trying to keep up, now taken fourth as Shellac has now dropped back to fifth. Towards their inside, Middle Market is making hard work of it, 3% towards the outside, and far back. Geo's to blame, just not today. They're approaching a quarter mile left to go. McDiesel is the leader. Calling Card is ready for the cue, and now Calling Card is challenging and taking the lead. Calling Card trying to open up. McDiesel will not go away without a fight. 3% is starting to make up some ground, is grinding away. Calling Card and a stubborn long shot to McDiesel, who won't give in. McDiesel with a nose in front. Here towards the outside, Calling Card is ready to challenge. Geo's to blame from way out of it. McDiesel and Calling Card in a tight photo. Geo's to blame, didn't look interested, came rushing up there, is in a photo for the show, but it's a photo for the win. McDiesel to the inside, and Calling Card in 1 minute 39.24 seconds.
At 22-1, McDiesel will not give up the lead.
I made a big bet on Calling Card. I am absolutely stunned. I mean,
had the entire stretch to go by. Not
he
only
was
that,
by him. I mean, I don't know how he didn't go by. I don't know how you have this horse. I mean, I know he's cutting back in distance, but this horse is a little borderline ridiculous, to be honest with you.
After the half mile at 46-4, you're thinking McDiesel is going to get passed by several horses. Instead, he hangs on.
I thought the
for
15
win.
was going to win, and your 4 was going to have for second, and I was going to get it all.
Yeah,
Did not work out that way.
That will be loomed hung in the
this
comments.
might be one where in a mandatory payout in the pick 6, it's not going to be hit, and people get the money with no carryover.
Well, that's the nice thing. You know, you bring up Jay Pridman, good friend of both of ours. He likes mandatory pick 6s because it's a handicapping contest. You're just truly taking on everyone else. You have some room for error, and people are going to need it here with this upset. McDiesel at 22-1, now posted on the board, 9, 15, 11, 4. Those are common numbers in a superfecta. 22-1, over 5-2, over 7-1, over 4-1. So a day where we're off the turf and a lot of scratches. Like we said, there can be upsets, and we just had one here. Race number 5 moved from the turf to the main track, and McDiesel at 22-1 provides it. Andy's so happy that he came back. We'll be back right after this. Still trying to process what's going on here in New York. It's nice you can always get away. How about the Resort and Spa in Hot Springs, Arkansas? Andy, Serling, and I are planning a trip there in the near future. Less than a week remains of the meet at Oaklawn Park, and throughout much of this meet, we've had the insight of Megan Burgess. She joins us once again as we're getting set for race number 4 on today's card. Hey, Megan.
Hey, Todd. I like the suit a lot, actually, but this is a $27,500 claimer here for these older horses. Just to preface, I am against the current favorite, the number 3, Black Powder, as we'll start with the outside runner and the number 8, Hearn, who is a very prototypical bicycle horse. And what we mean when we say that on this program is that you really have to keep after him. You have to keep him engaged and to task. It's honestly a laborious task with these horses, especially for their riders, because you have to really keep at them throughout the running of their races. Now, I find him so interesting as I'm hoping he can return to some of his more forward tactics as he did both 3 and 4 back. And he's also been able to be one of the key horses in this group that has handled the wet sealed track in the past, which makes him incredibly interesting. Up there at 6-1, we'll see. We've got an aggressive rider in Walter Dela Cruz directly to his inside in the number 7 Texas Cyclone. So I'm hoping for him to sit that tactical trip with Keith Asmussen aboard for the first time off the claim here for his father, trainer Steve Asmussen. The number 1, Machine Gun Man, I believe, is a complete overlay at 12-1 now, albeit his last race was kind of pops off as a bit better than his last few, but that was first off of the bench. I will say he's getting back to the miles stretching out, and he has not won routing since May of 2024. I give him that. But he's also won on a wet going. He's a horse that does have speed from the inside. I'd imagine Abel Cedillo able to get him out of there and get him in that forward correct position for his style, and that's what you need to do when it comes to these quote-unquote short miles where they start and end at that 16th pole. And I'm incredibly interested in him up there at 12-1, now 10-1, taking some late money. The current favorite, the number 3, Black Powder, always looks a picture. Hard to forget that 92 Beyer speed figure last year when he got the better of a horse, very nice horse, in Bishop's Bay, and definitely not at that form level now. It almost seems as if though he's bet because he's popular at this point. He's going out for Carlos Santa Maria. He claimed him a few starts back from Mike Maker, and he always just a picture. Well muscled. He looked great. He's wearing a shortcut blinker. He's just looks happy. I just wonder with him, 2 back, we did see Spoiler, the horse he beat that day, come back to win earlier on in this card. He is one that does tend to come off of things. We shall see. I just find he's been a bit flat in his last couple of efforts, and I think that the price you're getting right now, 8-5, he might just be best in here if he shows up as his former. I just wonder, as this field to me felt a bit more wide open, particularly with this muddy sealed surface that we're dealing with, as we'll send it up to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
Into the gate on the stage, Conquering Cat goes forward determinedly. Black Powder, then Texas Cyclone, 2 back. Woodcock Flight coming up into the outside, Hearn to round out the field. This race will start and end at the 16th pole. First wire finish. We're ready to go. And they're off. Good start from Texas Cyclone from post 7. Machine Gun Man has early speed too. These two 1-2 with 1 lap to go. Hearn shaken up in third. Conquering Cat to the inside of that one on heels has to take back determinedly. Down on the fence, the gray horses, they corner into the first turn here. Black Powder third last, 2 clear of Woodcock Flight, and on the stage will attempt to do his best running later. Around the clubhouse turn, Machine Gun Man clear up top, but as I say that, here's Hearn on the outside, aggressive. He's up to challenge the front runner, and now Machine Gun Man kicks on again. Machine Gun Man a length in front of Hearn, who's running in the second spot. 2 back to Texas Cyclone. He's level third with determinedly the gray horse, and Conquering Cat, who's 3 wide. Gap of 2. Black Powder in the orange jacket. He's 5 from the lead. Another 4 lengths to Woodcock Flight, second to last. And on the stage has yet to pass a runner as they're halfway home. Remember, this race will end at the 16th pole. Machine Gun Man clears off into the turn. A length and a half, maybe even 2 on Hearn, who's sent hard in second. Determinedly, clearly early into third going into the turn. Conquering Cat is fourth in an all-out drive now, and Black Powder is getting into it on the far outside. He's trying to pass horses, claims fourth. Now he's third here. Black Powder coming to the top of the lane. Texas Cyclone is giving way. The others still behind as they hit the quarter pole. Machine Gun Man is asked for more. Black Powder continues a sustained run. Determinedly third, cuts the corner as they swing for home. Black Powder on the grandstand side, running by Machine Gun Man in the final furlong. Black Powder with a head in front of Machine Gun Man, who continues to try on the inside here, and Machine Gun Man's resilient. Black Powder right there. It's going to be tight. It's a photo finish. It's a photo that I think went to Black Powder. Pretty tight from my angle, though, up here high atop the grandstand. Machine Gun Man was right there on the stage third, determinedly fourth.
Well, as far as from a television point of view, it's one of the more difficult angles to determine who won. So a lot of times you got to defer to the track announcer, Matt Dinnerman, leaning towards the 3 here, Black Powder. But this is a lot like the race we just saw at Aqueduct. A stubborn horse on the lead on the inside. This time it's Machine Gun Man at a number. At Aqueduct, that horse held on. Here at Oaklawn Park, it appears maybe Black Powder just got there, but it is a photo between the 1 and the 3 in race number 4 at Oaklawn Park. They're dealing with a muddy racetrack there. We got the same thing here at Aqueduct. 2 racetracks drying out, but providing some outstanding finishes and some good prices along the way. Been shortish prices today at Oaklawn Park. That would change if somehow the one Machine Gun Man held on, but it does appear that the favorite Black Powder got there. Okay, back here and at New York, Andy Sterling steps out, and for the first time I get to hang out with Jonathan Kinch on the set. We've hung out away from the races, but good to be with you.
Yeah, good to see you. It's going to be a lot of fun.
And on this Sunday, they were able to keep the feature race on the grass. The turf course, interestingly enough, even though we haven't run on it, went from yielding to listed as good.
I like it.
It's
drying out. I'm drying out, too. It was a little warm out there. I had a
sweater?
Oh, my God. You wait till you see me in Saratoga. I'm a mess at all times, no matter what's happening. Even like later in the summer when it starts to cool off. Still a disaster.
Hey, a quick question. We're going to deal with this more later in the show, but should the connections of Renegade be sweating because of post position 1 in the Kentucky Derby?
I don't think so. I think I would look back just a couple of years to one of the best 3-year-olds in Sierra Leone who had a trip from down there and worked it out just fine with a similar style from coming from out of it. I think with the new gate, it doesn't matter quite as much as it used to. Like, you know, I'm sure Garrett Gomez and looking at Lucky would disagree how they got stuck down there, but that was the old gate. I think the new gate shouldn't be as much of a problem.
Yeah, that's the problem. When people go back on stats, they're going back to the beginning of the Kentucky Derby 150 years ago. And so much has changed with the starting gate and the rest of it. Again, we'll be talking about the latest in the Kentucky Derby. We can also tell you the photo finish at Oaklawn Park. It does go to the 3, Black Powder. We'll be back with those prices. We'll look ahead to the late pick 4. More coming up here on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1.
The classic sire.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including all 3 legs of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the first Saturday in May, only with Naira Bets.
Some horses are remembered, other horses are passed down like an heirloom. He's the kind of horse that lives in stories, each better than the one before, hardened like a diamond and equally brilliant. He ran 3 straight years at the highest level, and he himself was elite.
Putting on a show in the Preakness. Who's it gonna be? It's gonna be National Treasure.
National Treasure would not be denied. National Treasure wins the Pegasus World Cup. In the blink of an eye has opened up a 5-length advantage. So 1-horse race. National Treasure.
There's There's a brilliance in the way he moved and a tenacity in how he finished. By quality road with a wealth of family, and he raced like he knew it. National Treasure, the key to quality.
It's just super exciting.
This is a real immersive experience.
It's the respect from the outside that they get, but along with the way that you feel when you're part of it.
High-class horses, really big races. We want you to be behind the velvet rope.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else, and it needs to raise everybody together.
Your job is to show up and have fun. We'll take care of the rest.
Hot Springs, Arkansas. If you're making a trip to Oaklawn Park, you're going to love exploring all of Hot Springs. Great history down there. Al Capone at one time was holed up down there. I think you can go see the hotel that he used to hang out in. And so much to see and do all year long. Those are the duck boats that go out on Lake of the Ozarks, and so much more. Check it out when you're at Oaklawn Park. Hey, get ready for the Kentucky Derby with a Naira Bets account. We've got a free $25 bet and up to a $200 deposit match bonus with the promo code DERBY25. That's DERBY25. Sign up for a Naira Bets account at nairabets.com. Back to the action at Oaklawn Park. Narrow finish here, JK. It is the 3 Black Powder up in the shadow of the wire.
Yeah, Black Powder, when you look at his last race, he's probably a little bit better than it looked. He got an outside trip this time. He was stuck on the inside last time. Sometimes just getting a horse off of the inside, getting him out in the clear can make him wake up a little bit, make him a little bit more comfortable. And it took the length of the stretch for him to get by, but he was able to do so.
That's such a salient point because, you know, there are some horses who just shy down on the rail. As a horse player, yeah, it's great when it works out, but for the most part, I just suffer at the rail. It never works. Keep me out in the clear. Black Powder likes it there as well. Winner now in 2 of the last 3 starts. Black Powder owned by Kiense Racing Stables, trained by Carlos Santamaria, ridden to victory by Emmanuel Escoval, a bay horse by Gunrunner out of the old-fashioned mare, old-fashioned style, was bred by DJ Stables and the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Looking ahead to the next race at Oaklawn Park, race number 5, 6 furlong maiden claiming event for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. This was already a difficult race, JK, but then you throw into it a muddy racetrack, and it seems like anything's possible.
Yeah, it's really hard when you usually my starting point with races like this is looking for droppers and trying to find a horse that at least shown a little bit of talent. Sadly, there's not any strong droppers. The 1 droppers that are already here don't give much confidence. I think the 4 is at least a little bit interesting, 6-1 on the board right now. I project that horse will likely come down from that 6-1, but for the time being, it's a little bit attractive.
We have plenty of time until race number 5 at Oaklawn Park, 23 minutes away. Much closer to post time is race number 6 at Aqueduct, originally scheduled for 6 furlongs on the turf. It's now 6 furlongs on the main. We're 9 minutes away, and we'll bring you complete coverage from New York when we return on America's Day at the Races. The Triple Crown officially begins, obviously, with the first Saturday in May, but it is the final jewel in horse racing's Triple Crown that you can be a part of with us here. It is the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, and tickets are on sale right now. This will be the third and final time that the Belmont Stakes Festival is at Saratoga before we go back to the reimagined Belmont Park. Check out ticket possibilities. Visit belmontstakes.com/tickets to be a part of the final jewel of the Triple Crown.
I got to tell you, the best part of working here, you get tickets to the Belmont for free.
I was going to say, because I've always been in an uncomfortable position where I want to go to a big event and I'm not working and I have to actually call. And then sometimes I get well, why don't you just pay for tickets? Like, yeah, I guess I've gotten enough free ones. It all evens out. But looking forward to being a part of that with JK and the crew coming up that week and the Belmont Stakes to conclude the Triple Crown. And, you know, when you look at this year, you sometimes have those years where you think, oh, yeah, there's a horse who could go all the way. I'm not sure about that. It seems like when we look at the prep season, everyone's kind of taking their turns, except for Commandment, who had pretty much a perfect spring.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you win, whoever wins this group's going to be a special horse. Let's just hope that they come back in 2 weeks.
Speaking of special, Maggie Wolfendale.
And I got to say, if you have not attended a Belmont Stakes at Saratoga, you don't know what you're missing. It is the most magical experience I've ever had at a racetrack, and in my near 40 years, I've virtually grown up on a racetrack. It is by far the top 2 events that I've ever been at and have had the privilege to be able to work as well. So get your tickets today if you can't sneak in like we can. We'll take a look here at number 4, Blame the Banker, who I think is very logical in this spot. Look at her best race. It was over a sloppy sealed racetrack. Yes, it was going longer, and she was able to set the pace that day. So maybe that's what led to the successful, narrowly beaten second that she had there in September at Monmouth. But I don't mind the turn back for her. She's a smaller, shorter coupled filly that is totally dappled out. She looks outstanding here in the paddock, by far the best from the overall standpoint physically, and I do think she'll appreciate the going under her feet today. Moving on to number 11, that is Big Air, coming back off a bit of a break and a disappointing effort last time for Linda Rice. But she does have some races to go back on, and it looked like she kind of wanted to run off a bit early, and she was held in restraint. Now, it is a live race with Brunch and Amy coming back to win, Sassafrasness, and as well as another winner coming back to win as well. So she definitely faced maybe some stiffer competition that day. She looks fantastic here overall physically. She looks fit. She looks confident. I never noted her equipment before, but she does wear a ring bit today, so giving rider Flavien Prat a little bit more leverage. But let's face it, he does have some of the best hands in the game, Todd.
And let's meet the entire field now as they come out for the post parade here in race number 6 after the scratch of the 1 Artistic Success. We start with the 2 Saucy 6.
Yeah, it doesn't have a lot of early speed for a horse that's down on the inside. Not a great recipe.
Midnight Jenny, first time offered up in the claiming ranks.
Yeah, gets the blinkers on and adds Lasix.
Blame the Banker, getting some class relief.
Yeah, look, if this race was running on the turf, I thought this one was interesting, but it's not.
The 5 Flurry Fox is one of our longest shots in the field. Should this one be?
Yeah, you look 2 races back, and it looked like she had some speed, but that was going longer, and the pace was slow.
Scratch the 6, Combatant Song. Scratch the 7, Boston's Finest. Scratch the 8, Oklahoma Smoke. Scratch the 9, Heads in Bed. Scratch the 10, Broke All the Rules. Here's the 11, Big Air.
Yeah, Big Air. I wanted to lean on this horse. I just like my 4 to 5 shots to have a little bit more early speed.
I like this price, 6 to 1. What do you think of the 12 Circuit Court?
Yeah, you got that dirty last race on the turf, but if you look a little bit deeper, some of those dirt races are all right. I don't love that Saratoga race. I thought it looked a little bit better than it does on paper. Or it looks a little bit better on paper than it actually was. Not too bad.
Scratch the 13 to 14. Our final horse in the post parade is the 15. It Will Be Fun.
Yeah, this is where I landed. I don't like taking closers in off-the-turf races that are being run on the dirt. However, I do think this horse is drawn well. I do think that the last 3 races are a little bit better than they look on paper. And I'm just hoping that they'll get a little pace to close into, kind of swoop the field from the outside.
As a Naira Bets account holder, so many advantages. One of them is the exacta bonus that we're offering right now. This promotion, earn a 20% bonus on winning exactas here at Aqueduct. Remember, you got to opt in for those. Visit NairaBets.com to opt in. 20% exacta bonus on exactas here at the Big A. There's a look at our favorite Big Air. Flavien Prat already having himself a day. Are they getting carried away, though, on this horse at 3 to 5?
Well, I mean, when you get Flavien and you get Linda, it could appear from the surface that you're getting carried away, and then they're in the winner's circle getting their picture taken, regardless of how creative you try to get. Look, I mean, this is some class relief for this horse. Flavien seems to make all the right decisions with types like this. She's got enough speed. I wish she had a little bit more, but when they have enough, Flavien usually finds them in the right position, and I would imagine that's probably what's going to happen with this one as well. I just think at a short price at 3 to 5, clicked back up to 4 to 5. I think there's some opportunities to go elsewhere. Now, multi-race wager, I'm not letting this horse beat me. Okay. But from a win standpoint, I do think there's some other options.
And on the subject of multi-race wagers, the pick 4 does begin here. The pick 4 pull past 125,000. One other point, obviously we're dealing never 1-2 lifetime, so you like to look at where they broke their maiden. In the case of Big Air, at Colonial, and Andy Sterling and I were talking about this on Talking Horses, the dirt form of Colonial just doesn't hold up, and yet here's another example. This horse won a sharp mile in the maiden win, one off. Seems like everybody wins off on the dirt there, and has never really come close to replicating that.
Yeah, and even money in a maiden 30, I don't trust that as much.
We are getting inside of a minute to post. Maggie has been watching the horses as they warm up. Let's check in with her once again.
Well, we talked about drop downs in this field. A serious drop down at a stakes company is number 3 in here. That is Midnight Ginny, who does also get Lasix and the blinkers applied. They forgot the blinkers, so she is wearing Naira blinkers. We have a full closet of equipment if we're missing something or something breaks. So a good thing she can wear them, and she's just wearing a pair of short cup cheater blinkers. But she was thrown to the wolves and the Busanda and the Ruthless, but when she broke her maiden, she showed speed. I'm wondering if they're trying to get back to that tactic today, given the equipment change, and she does look incredibly fit. I wish she was honestly a bit stronger. But that being said, lighter framed horses tend to do well over surfaces like this, so she should be okay here with the class relief, but overall, she's just not my cup of tea, and she'll need to get a bit faster to be competitive here, at least based on numbers. Moving on to number 12, Circuit Court. I think she makes a good deal of sense, at least looking at her physically. I love getting back to a sprint distance on the dirt. I don't think she'll mind the wet going. It's her first try over it, and she's always been one that is very appealing to the eye. She carries her weight and conditioning really well, and Lisa Barkowski, I think, does a tremendous job with her horses. They're always typically really well turned out, but I just feel like this is a condition where she can maybe have an advantageous type of trip. She's got enough early speed to be tactical here, and she's drawn outside. She gets Ricardo Santana in the irons, so kind of too, watching her last dirt race, which was back here in the fall, she kind of got swarmed, and she just looked as though she spat the bit when she felt all that pressure from either side. So drawing outside, I think she gets an unencumbered trip. Now, I'd love to hear why JK picked number 15, It Will Be Fun, who's a big price. She blows the brake every time, and then she tries to run off. This is the first time Sylvester Gonzalez will be aboard. Watch what Gokhan Kokakaya did last time out. She didn't break, but he didn't move his hands. He buried his hands in her neck to prevent her from running off. She's her own worst enemy, Todd.
Thank you, Maggie. And there's a look at the 15, currently at 9 to 1. Are you buying this?
Yeah, look, I'm going to give it a shot. Like I said, I'm not going to be surprised if the 11 runs off the screen. But I do think that sometimes they do get a little carried away, rightfully so, with Linda and with Flavien, and I just think that there's an opportunity here. I think the 15s run a little bit better than it looks on paper, and I'm also kind of a fanboy of the Cantor Mossy operation, so I always give them an extra look.
The field is quickly moving into line. In fact, just one more horse to load. The horse you're taking a look at there, that is the 15 at Circuit Court. Got into this race because it was moved off the turf to the main track at 6 furlongs. Let's go up to Chris Griffin for the call. Aqueduct, race 6, live on America's Day at the Races.
And they're off. Saucy 6 is asked for speed from in between horses. Furry Fox is quickest, though. And Furry Fox, Heart Scent, is sprinting early, is up by 3/4 of a length. Circuit Court to the outside as a stalking presence from second. At the rail, there comes Midnight Ginny in third. It's a shared third as It Will Be Fun. Looms up on the outside here around rivals. Just behind them and behind horses comes Big Air. The two at the back, it's Blame the Banker with the trailer. Now Saucy 6, 23.03, the opening quarter mile. And Furry Fox, who has gunned to the lead, only has a half-length advantage. Circuit Court is ranging up on the outside 2 wide. 3 wide there is going to be It Will Be Fun. To the inside, Midnight Ginny is trying to keep up from fourth. Here comes Big Air looming up on the outside 4 wide. Towards the back end, still Blame the Banker and Saucy 6, the trailer. They're approaching the top of the stretch and a big long shot. Then Furry Fox battles on towards the inside. Circuit Court with every chance to push on by, and now Big Air. Flavienne Pratt cut loose, and Big Air is just rolling by rivals. Big Air has now secured the lead with a furlong left to go. Big Air trying to open things up. Late runners coming on for the minor placings, but Big Air inside the final 16th. Linda Rice with another victory and Tally another one. That's 4. Flavienne Pratt. Big Air wins it. Circuit Court second, Midnight Ginny, and a photo. Furry Fox with the oncoming Blame the Banker. A 1 minute 11-4.
Well, as he often is, JK, Flavienne Pratt is in the zone.
Yeah, he stays in the zone, and it's a good time to be in the zone if you're a rider. It's a big race 6 days from now. In Kentucky, you might have heard of it.
And by the way, he's on emerging market as 15-1 in the morning line, and I like, as the Louisiana Derby owner, that's what's great about the Derby. You're going to get a guy like Flavienne Pratt at a huge number.
Yeah, and look, he made that decision early too.
Yeah, right.
To stick with emerging market. Look, you know, I've learned this lesson a long time. You have to try if you feel there's an opportunity to play against horses like this, and when they beat you, you take the corner of the page, you turn it, and you move on to the next one. You can't be too results-oriented in this game. You got to have a process, something you believe in, some opportunities that you want to try to take advantage of, and turn the page.
I never feel bad about missing a 4-5. There'll always be another opportunity on a 4-5. But missing a 6-1 shot, a 9-1 shot, 20-1 shot, yeah, that's the one you think about on the car ride back home. Posted on the board, 11-12-3, Big Air, giving Flavienne Pratt 4 wins on the day, and keep in mind, he's had 5 mounts, so he is hitting at a really good percentage here. 4-5 over 9-2 over 7-1. It is the 4, Blame the Banker, finishing 4th at odds of 9-2. Once we get by this race, we'll turn our attention to a very good 7th race at Aqueduct. 7 furlongs on the main as scheduled, but we return to our racing action at Oaklawn Park, 7 minutes away from race number 5, and the field coming out on the track there. And we were talking about this Maiden claiming group already looked wide open going in, and then now you've got a drying out racetrack, which could add even more to the possibility of chaos. We start with the 1, Highway 70.
Yeah, Steve Asmussen decided to claim this one. The trainer bill is getting too high for him. He owns the horse too.
Miss K. Sarah is up next. 2 tries at this level the last 2 starts, and didn't make too much of an impression.
No, and single-digit prices those days too.
Santa Lucia making a drop in class. Does it make a big difference?
Just doesn't have any early speed at all.
Emmeline, taking a look at this horse, coming in with 3 consecutive second-place finishes.
Yeah, I think this one's really interesting. Has some early speed, has tried this level, but, could turn the page. Was 4-1 and 8-1 in her last 2 starts.
Conniption, an Arkansas bred, facing Open Company.
Yeah, maybe the blinkers will get a little bit more speed into this one. Had an okay finish.
Add to cart, had a pretty good return to the races off a decent layoff.
Yeah, it came rolling down the middle of the track last time. It was just too far back.
Lonely Woman, another one dropping in class, this one for Steve Asmussen.
Another one with some speed, dropping in class and drawn outside of the other speed types, one I like the most.
Missy Muzi up against Maiden, claiming 30,000 last out off a long layoff. Do you see this horse as a possibility?
No, 7-1 last time, didn't do much running.
Here is the 9 Cowboy Killer, 0 for 7. Could today be the day for the first win?
This horse was super wide last time. I feel like they might end up wide here again from that 9 hole.
And that is your live post parade for race number 5 here at Oaklawn Park. Watching the field as they came out onto the track, Megan Burgess.
This is about as difficult start of a pick 5 sequence that I've seen. This is an incredibly tough race to try to put together pieces in terms of just form. So I head to the paddock and see what I can glean from there. We'll start with a long shot that I actually went with in this race, the number 3, Santa Lucia. I don't think any horse should be an astronomical price. A lot of these horses have run in and around the same speed figures. I find it a vulnerable spot to lean on a favorite. You want to spread if you are playing this 50-cent pick 5. And this horse is actually got some pedigree to her. Now, I agree with JK. She does not have the early speed, but her debut was pretty decent here at the $30,000 level as she will drop in class today. She was claimed from Dan Ward for 35, now in for the 12.5 tag. She's got some range to her. You question maybe ground, but just looking at her pedigree, she's a daughter of Silver State who is 25% with a small sample of runners on the wet going. He's 5 for 20. 6 runners in the money, and also this horse is a half to a stakes placed runner in Caldera. There were some pieces that were put together for me. I thought she made a nice impression in the paddock. She kind of looks like a horse that perhaps maybe even needs to fill in and grow into herself a little bit more, but at 15-1 in this kind of race, I wanted to take a shot with her, knowing that she is going to have to come from off of things. Now the 4, Emmeline, man, has she been trying. She has run second in her last 3 races and pretty decisively beaten. She's ultra consistent. She always shows up with some kind of run. It's just not typically enough. Now, she's had a very steady diet of races here at Oaklawn. This is her 7th start of the meet, and I can appreciate a horse that hasn't lost condition, is keeping her weight as she is, and just really still continuing to do well despite running very consistently. Her pedigree doesn't support that she's going to take to the wet dirt, and I don't find her physically to take to it either. We shall see. She's also one that is making a lateral move. She's been churning along against these 12.5 types, and I just don't know maybe if she's been second by default a lot of the times in some of her races. The horse currently taking favoritism, the number 5, Conniption for Ron Moquette, is a horse that I actually liked on debut. She was really sharp in the mornings, and last time out she was steady. She had a horse come over on her outside, so she was incredibly sharp in the paddock. She was kind of kicking around. She was definitely that filly that you wanted to watch your head for, and she seemed to settle a bit when the blinkers did come on, as I do find will have the same effect for her hopefully in her race. But I find she would have been way more closer to the pace given a little bit better of a beginning last time out, and expect her to be a part of the speed puzzle early. She is a lighter, more refined individual. She kind of looks like a nervous type, as does her disposition indicate as well. So she doesn't carry the most amount of weight and condition, but also the kind of physical that does bode well on this muddy, heavier kind of sealed track. But the number 7, Lonely Woman, can't argue, looked the best in the paddock for trainer Steve Asmussen, whose horses typically do. She's a daughter of Daredevil, and she's run some pretty consistent, credible races. The thing I love about her is she's dropping in class, I should say. She looks great. She has been double-digit odds in the last 3 races. She took a little bit of money on debut, went in for the $50,000 tag, and I find that she does have some tactical speed that will put her in the mix. I'm going to take the 3-7 exacta here, Todd, but this is a tough one.
Yeah, that's the way we felt coming in, and we will get back to Oaklawn Park in just a moment. Back here in the winner's circle for the 4th time today, it is Flavien Prat, and the betting public was absolutely right about the 11, Big Air, odds-on favorite, delivering here.
You know, it's a question I always get asked, especially this time of year when people are asking, like, you know, the newbies come around for racing. They always say, like, you know, how important is the rider? And I always tell them, like, well, it's chicken or egg, right? I mean, the riders get the good horses because they're the good riders, and that's what happens. Flavien gets rides like this because of the work he does when it's not this easy.
And he gets it because, like you said, he makes very few mistakes, and that's why people are attracted to an opportunity to ride Flavien Prat, and he takes advantage of it here for trainer Linda Rice, who also happens to be the owner. A Bay Filly by Vacoma out of the Jumpstart mare Bound was bred by Malibu Farm in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. All right, looking ahead to race number 7, JK, I thought this was a great race. I mean, you look at the quality of the field in here. This was, I thought, at least from my perspective, one of the most anticipated races of the day.
Yeah, I think that there's a couple of horses right now that are good prices that I think are attractive. The 5, Donegal Surges, I think is interesting, and the 3, Raise the Bar, first time for Chad Brown. You don't see that too often with a horse switching to Chad. You know, obviously not in the claiming game anymore, but yeah, times it does happen, they run well.
The 5, Bernie's Mitts, is scratched, leaving us with a field of 6. We'll get in depth on this outstanding race coming up at Aqueduct, but as promised, we're going to get back to Oaklawn Park. So we go from proven sprinters with good resumes up at Aqueduct to horses trying to get the first wins of their career. And at Oaklawn, Race number 5, the 4, Emmeline, comes in with 3 consecutive second-place finishes. The most recent one was over a good racetrack here at Oaklawn Park on April 16th. Also in this race, Miss K. Sarah, who would ultimately end up on the March 19th race, ended up being 3rd in here while Emmeline was 2nd.
So one of the things I love about this game is you're always learning and kind of, changing your process and thinking. I used to look at a horse like this and see those 3 seconds in a row and be like, oh, doesn't want to win.
I'm still that guy.
So my new trick is, I'd like to share with you, is I look at their price now, which I didn't used to do.
Okay.
And when I look at their price and I see 4-1, 8-1, 3-1, that means the horse was probably supposed to run second. There was another horse in there that was better.
Interesting.
I forgive them a little bit more. Now, when you see those cents happening and they're odds on and those seconds are happening, then I will develop that opinion that they don't want to win. Sometimes they just need to be in a spot where they are the horse that's supposed to win. And she's the second choice right now on the board as well.
So you're telling me if the last 3 races where this horse had finished second, you seen an asterisk next to the odds, they were the post-time favorite, you would have said, okay, I'm staying away from this horse.
Staying away.
Okay.
Because she was supposed to win. The betting public believed, the money that was bet on the race believed that she was supposed to win, and she didn't. And she's done that in 3 consecutive times. But because she's, almost 5-1, 8-1, 7-2, I'll forgive her for it. Now, she's the same position here, though, right? She's 3-1 here. She's the second, third choice here, depending what happens between the 4 and the 5. So maybe the same thing happens to her here, but I'm not ready to give up on her yet.
The horse that is our slight favorite right now at 5-2 is Lonely Woman. That is obviously, in my mind, a significant drop in class. Maiden claiming 30,000 and Maiden 12.5. This is the bottom. I found this in California, where the bottom is Maiden claiming 20,000. A lot of times those races are one of the top 3 betting choices, and the reason why is because you have horses like, in this case, Lonely Woman, taking a significant drop in class. It means a lot.
Yeah, once upon a time, someone told me that when you get to the bottom at a racetrack, just because it says 12,000, it doesn't mean these horses are worth 12,000. Some of them can be worth less. There's just no farther for them to go. So I think that's probably why that happens, where there is one horse that has an edge on horses that they're worth significantly more than.
So when you look at the 5-2 on Lonely Woman, is that a fair price given the drop in class?
I just think she's probably best. We talked about the 4. I tried to make a case for the 4. I don't want to completely toss the 4 as she has no shot. But the thing I like about it the most is I believe this race is between the 4 and the 7, and I love the fact that the 7 at Oaklawn Park is drawn outside of the 4, and that's the advantage I need to separate these two who are clicking back and forth between 5-2 favorites.
A drone's eye view of the field moving into line for race number 5 at Oaklawn Park, checking the odds as they do. 2 horses going back and forth for favoritism. The 4, Emmeline, whom we were talking about, with the 3 consecutive second-place finishes coming in at 5-2, and also the 7, Lonely Woman, with the drop in class at 5-2. Here's Matt Dinnerman with the call live. Race number 5 from Oaklawn Park on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1.
We're ready to go. And we're off. A hop in the air at the start for Missy Moosey, drops to the rear. Highway 70 from the inside, sent for speed. Miss K. Sarah, as Early Lick is going to take back here, and Highway 70 has the lead 3 parts of a length from Miss K. Sarah and Emmeline, who's 3 wide. A length and a half to Lonely Woman, then Conniption and Santa Lucia down inside of her. Another length to add to Cart. Cowboy Killer alongside. They're 5 clear of Missy Moosey. At the tail end of the field, she was the one who broke slowly out of the gate. Into the far turn. Highway 70, she's 35-1. Leads the parade into the turn, 3 parts of a length ahead. Miss K. Sarah in chase mode second. Emmeline alongside 3 wide. Lonely Woman in the 4 path within 2 lengths of the top 3 who line up. Highway 70 has come under a ride now, and Emmeline in the 3 path grabs the lead. Miss K. Sarah trying to stick around with her. Highway 70 retreating. Conniption trying to get outside for the stretch drive is joining Lonely Woman as they come down the lane. Emmeline opens up now. Emmeline by 2 with about a furlong to go. Lonely Woman into second. Miss K. Sarah alongside. Conniption starts to weaken, but coming to the 16th pole, it's Emmeline clear by 4. Emmeline from Missy Moosey from out of the clouds into second, but that's the best she'll do. Emmeline breaking her maiden today. Missy Moosey was second, Photo for third. Miss K. Sarah and Lonely Woman.
Now, the old me would have been frustrated that this horse broke through with an easy win today. How could she? She runs second all the time. But now the new me, listening to what you just taught me, looks at this much differently.
Look, she just wanted her odds to be highlighted yellow. She wanted to be the favorite. She said, once my odds are yellow, then I'll win. It's just, I learned it with a horse we had at Saratoga a couple of summers ago Geopolitics, who I chased around singling all over the place, and the horse kept losing at odds on. And at that point, I just kind of realized, like, that's the disappointing person, the horse. The one that loses when they're supposed to win. The ones that are running second at 12-1 over and over again, they're actually overachieving. She just needed to find her friends, and she did today.
Emmeline, a maiden no more. And we take a look as she draws off down the stretch for her first win after 9 attempts. We'll be back with those prices. And when we come back, a lot of focus on the Kentucky Derby, but what about the Lilies for the fillies? We'll take a look at 2 key contenders at this year's edition of the Kentucky Oaks. That's ahead on America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 1.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Now bid at $410,000.
There's your winner, $410,000.
$400,000.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on Naira Bets. Open your Naira Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the Naira Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Springtime on Jamaica Bay. It's nice when the sun is out, and we've got ample sunshine today after a lot of rain yesterday here in New York. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. I'm Todd Trupp. Very pleased to be with Jonathan Kenshin and Maggie Wolfendale down on the paddock, taking a look at the field here in race number 7. Maggie, wanted to ask you about the 3 Raise the Bar. This horse has been traveling a lot. Most recently raced in Texas at Sam Houston. Then they went to Payson for a little while, and now they're here in New York. How does this horse look?
Yeah, he's a very attractive sort. You can kind of see why, he's been successful against fellow Texas breds. But as he does ship in here, Todd, to New York, he has gotten a little bit hot under the collar here. And obviously he's been in Florida, so he's used to some warmer weather than this. But nothing bad. Not tremendously nervous or anything like that. Just something I noticed, a little bit of kidney sweat, but I'm not too concerned about that. There's intangibles with this horse of how good is he? Will he fit here in New York? Because he has run okay, to be fair to him, at Keeneland, and didn't run that well at Oaklawn, but that's a totally different surface at times. It can be a very hard surface, so it's diametrically the opposite of what we have here, though this is that wet track. And he looks incredibly fit, and what I noted from his replays and watching his workouts down at Payson is that he is a very good mover. I like the way he travels. He's a very smooth way of going, and in those workouts, Chad has opted to work him by himself. So obviously a very aggressive horse that possesses the early speed that we see in his running lines, and I think as his form bears out, the 7 furlongs is probably an ideal distance for him. So we'll see how he performs. Like I said, there's some intangibles of how does he fit here, but I like everything I'm seeing of what he's showing me here in the paddock. As we'll move on to a horse that I can't figure out, I'll be totally honest. That's number 1, Donegal Surges. I get the feeling that maybe now as an older horse, he does need Lasix to do his best, but I've also always felt as though he needs to be involved. You need to get this horse in the game early for him to put forth his best effort. Now, Manny did try to do that last time in the Haynesfield, but he was down on the inside and he just never responded. I mean, he was done mid-turn. So I'm wondering, and a little bit of fairness to him, the pace kind of did collapse that day. So the blinkers do come off here. He's drawn on the rail again, but on the flip side of that, he does get his Lasix back. And Todd, he makes a great impression physically here in the paddock, carrying his weight well. It looks great in his coat. So he's a tough one to trust sometimes.
Well, maybe the 5-1 tips you in that direction, and with the field that's that evenly matched, we need the inside of Maggie. I wanted to go back to the first horse she was talking about, though, Raise the Bar. What do you do with the Texas form? It's an odd time right now in Texas racing. This horse had a monster effort at Sam Houston, but does that translate here?
Well, as a Texas bred myself, no, I think for me, you know, thank goodness for Andy Beyer and all those before me that did speed figures. And I think you can digest a speed figure to help understand the class a little bit better.
That was a 99.
Yeah, and the speed figures are designed to be able to take those times and races with you to compare them to other places. So I got to trust the figure until I see something different.
Okay, we'll get back here to New York, talk more about Raise the Bar and the field assembled there. Speaking of speed figures, they seem pretty evenly matched to the 3-year-old fillies in this year's Kentucky Oaks, and the morning line kind of suggests that, although the morning line favorite is Zany, who was in the Ashland Stakes at Keeneland. You know, when you look at morning line favorites in the big races, Renegade was probably always going to be your morning line favorite in the Derby. Is Zany the right morning line favorite for the Kentucky Oaks, in your opinion?
Well, I mean, I do think this is a disappointing performance if you were a Zany fan, and I am. I just, there wasn't a huge excuse. I mean, there's a little excuse, I guess. You know, there's still a little green. But I will say this. I think of the most brilliant performance we've seen out of 3-year-old fillies, Zany owns those, right? And her Demoiselle, I thought, was very good. Her race out at Tampa was very good. And she was just kind of hinting that she was on her way to becoming brilliant. And then she just kind of threw that race out that didn't make a lot of sense to a lot of people. I'm still hopeful that she's got a little more under the tank, or under the hood, excuse me, but we'll have to see.
Do you think, because, you know, you do have that question coming in off that last performance, that although she's the morning line favorite, maybe she's not even the favorite by post time? Could it ultimately be someone else?
Oh, certainly. Yeah, I mean, you see that a lot with the Oaks, and even not so much with the Derby, but occasionally there'll be some horse that kind of flashes up first. You know, there's not been a huge workout buzz horse. A lot of times that will kind of dictate that happening. I do think she's probably going to be the favorite. I don't know who they would go to. I don't think Counting Stars is enough to get there. Always a runner. I worry. I guess they could do Percy's Bar because she beat her, but Percy's Bar didn't have a whole lot to lean on prior to that. I think they might just default to her with the connections, Irad and Todd.
Maggie, we've got a morning line favorite, as we mentioned, in Zany, who's a 4-1 morning line favorite. Ultimately, where do you think the post-time favorite is here? Is 4-1 right?
I think so. I think Nick Tamaro probably nailed this one on the head. If anything, maybe she could be a little bit higher, possibly. But kind of to Jonathan's point, Counting Stars comes in off of the fastest race of any of these with her fantasy victory. But they're, you know, it's not household names. Yes, it's West Point, which could affect her price very well. They love to bet the West Point connections, and more power to them. I think it's wonderful. So maybe that could keep her price a little bit lower. But, you know, Irad versus Francisco Arrieta, who I think is an amazing jockey, but he's not Irad Ortiz, which you have on this weekend. A lot of people who don't frequently, day in and day out, watch the game and pay attention like we do. We have the general public who are used to and gravitate to names that they see year after year. So Todd Pletcher, Rapoli, Irad Ortiz, that makes Zany the favorite. But I do think 4-1 is probably going to be what she is at post time. I don't think you're going to get anything less than that.
Also got the factor, we're doing this under the lights. Does that concern you at all? Could it add an element of chaos to the Oaks?
It's one of those things that you're not going to know if it matters until it matters, and it's too late.
Right.
So I just try to pretend it doesn't exist because I can't control it now.
Because I look at Kentucky Derby prep season, and that's usually what happens down at the fairgrounds with those races. They get run late in the day. It's cold. I mean, that's the other thing, you know, the factor of the weather. Then you're under the lights. A lot of these horses haven't done that before. But one thing's for sure, even taking the atmospherics out of it, it's just a great race, evenly matched this year. There isn't one horse who dominates over the field. The news coming out today was the defection of Bottle of Rouge. So that allows another horse to get in here. David Portnoy very happy about that because he is part owner of the horse who will draw in there. But that leaves Bob Baffer with one horse, and that's Explora at the rail. As far as you're one of the best bettors in the country, tactician and strategies when it comes to betting, when it comes to the Kentucky Derby, there's every bet imaginable out there. But one kind of the early one was the Kentucky Oaks Kentucky Derby double. Now they got a 2-day pick 3 and the rest of it. But is that still a good wager in your mind to play the Oaks to the Derby? And looking this year with the prices, it seems like there'd be a lot of value.
Yeah, I do think so. I don't think it's the type of wager that you want to go like 5 by 5. And I think sometimes, especially the way that these two fields are kind of lining up, I think what you could try to do is if you have an opinion on Friday or a little opinion on Friday, you could try to build it into having a score available for you when you wake up on Saturday morning. That's always nice. You know, you can have a bad Friday, but you go, oh, I remember. I'm alive in the Oaks Derby double.
What's this ticket doing here?
Yeah, that's always a nice thing to do. I would look to get really skinny on either side of it. Even if you like 4 horses in the Derby, maybe get alive to the one you like the most or vice versa in the Oaks. I wouldn't do a 5 by 5 ticket. I think it's a mistake.
Back into the Sunday racing. Race number 7 at Aqueduct. Field coming out onto the track. Here's the horse that Maggie was a little confused about, the one Donegal Surges. What do you think?
Yeah, Maggie said it. I think 100% this horse wants Lasix, and I think the horse will run much better with Lasix.
Here's the 2, Toxic Gray. Can this horse get gate to wire like they did last time?
Yeah, he could try to, but he's going to have some pressure. That's the biggest concern.
Coming in from Texas, it's raised the bar off really a lifetime best performance last time.
Yeah, there goes that guy again. Flavian Pratt for Chad Brown on this horse who ran extremely fast last time.
The New York bred Quick to Accuse. Does this horse fit here?
Yeah, probably just needs to get a little bit quicker. Could pick up some pieces.
Scratch the 5, Bernie's Mitts. Ignite the Light. Lost to horses on a pretty good win streak. Bramito came back and won yesterday.
Yeah, one of those races, 2 back, just kind of stands out. Makes me believe that number is not real, and the previous other numbers are the real ones.
And here is our favorite, Bourbon Day. I'm kind of surprised this is our favorite. Are you?
Yeah, I'm surprised this horse is favored. I'd be shocked if this horse stays favored. I do think it's a little bit interesting, though, with this outside draw with a bunch of speed in between, inside of Bourbon Day. Bourbon Day can kind of break away from there, see what everybody else does to the inside, let them kind of get into a wrestling match early, and could work out the best possible trip. I just think that if the real Donegal Surges shows up, Bourbon Day's kind of up against it. If Raise the Bar improves or moves up or runs that same race for Chad Brown, you know, that could be a little bit of an obstacle for the 7 as well.
Well, you brought it up. Let's go back to that race at Sam Houston. Raise the Bar, February 14th, race number 11 at Sam Houston, part of a Texas spread stakes day. This horse takes the David E. Hooper and wins clear, and it ended up being what has been a lifetime best at this point. This horse has always had ability. It was with Wesley Ward early on, broke the maiden as a 2-year-old in the debut at Keeneland during the spring meet. And look, it's a race he's capable of, but it kind of stands alone from all his other races. So it's the question that you brought up. Is this horse going to regress, stay the same, or maybe even move forward?
Yeah, I mean, it's not like it's easy to move horses up off of Steve Asmussen. But I will say this, though. I have seen in the past, when great trainer moves horse to other great trainer, there can sometimes be an improvement just because there's just a little bit of a change of operations. It's not necessarily saying, I'm sure that that Steve's probably moved one up off of Chad as well. I do think that the pace of that race, the pace figures in Timeform US suggest that it was a very fast race. I think there could be more underneath the hood.
Right now, Bourbon Day is our slight favorite. Maggie, how does the 7 Bourbon Day look to you?
Well, hold on, Todd. I got to go back to something that JK just said. A little trivia for you. What is that horse that Steve took from Chad that he moved up?
Connect?
Switzerland.
Switzerland.
There you go. You can challenge somebody with that one. Down the line, look, raise the bar. I will say, out of that last race, the horse that finished sixth, Victory for Vets, did come back and win a stake with a 93. So somewhat legitimizing the number that he was able to run. But Bourbon Day is a horse that truly just loves a wet racetrack. Look at his record on the wet, 4 for 6, 2/3. On top of that, he really loves this sealed going under his feet. So I think that's what people are gravitating to. My problem is the distance, however. I know he won last time off a bit of a break going the mile, so maybe he can do this. I feel like this group is maybe a little bit quicker than the group that he had last time, and they're gonna maybe run away from him a little bit. And does that put him in a position where he likes to be forward? Does he get run off his feet a little bit? Is he, out of his comfort zone, having to try to keep up with this field, cutting back to the 7 furlongs? But look, Linda is on a roll today. She's looking for her 4th win on this card with this 7th race. But I'm going to take a horse I think that is a big price in here, and that's Toxic Gray. He has run against some really nice sprinters throughout his time, and he comes in here off the back of a huge win. He was much the best. Questionable field last time. He did what he had to do. And this is a tough field. This is a tougher group that he's dealing with, but I think he might have, just that advantage of being the true kind of sprinter in this field, other than Raise the Bar. So yes, obviously Raise the Bar is in here, and I'm worried about him, but I'm going to take the bigger price with number 2, Toxic Gray. Todd?
Now that we brought up Switzerland, then Bupat Simar got that horse off of Asmussen, and they were winning races in Riyadh. And so Switzerland actually did very well in just about any barn that he went into. Okay, the big question here, though, is who's going to win?
Yeah, I'm going to go with the 3 Raise the Bar. I'm going to believe in that figure. I'm going to believe in Chad, kind of tweaking some things, getting a different Raise the Bar to show up here, maybe a better one or the same one. I like where he's drawn, and you get Flavian Pratt, who's making all the right decisions.
Yeah, and the time you've been talking about Raise the Bar, this horse has gone from 4-1 down to 3-1. Listed at 5-2 in the morning line, might ultimately get there, but the wagering has shifted as far as the favorites roll. It is now the 6, Ignite the Light, at 9-5. Outstanding race on this 9-race program today. Although we have a stake race ahead on the turf, this is truly one of the best races offered in New York today. It is post time for race 7 at Aqueduct. Let's go up to track announcer Chris Griffin, live from the Big A. It's the 7th here on America's Day at the Races.
And they're off. Good beginning to the outside. Ignite the Light is in the early mix, and Raise the Bar in between horses. It's Ignite the Light and Raise the Bar 1-2. Quick to Accuse just off of them in 3rd. Toxic Gray wants to be in the early mix, and Manny Franco just with Toxic Gray in between horses, now a challenging 3rd. Quick to Accuse is back to 4th. Donegal Surges is 2nd to last, and the trailer, Bourbon Day. They work up the backstretch, and Raise the Bar's got the lead. Ignite the Light and John Velasquez within a half length of the leader, 23.32. A controlled opening quarter mile. Raise the Bar is in front. Ignite the Light still ranging up on the outside. Back for more. Less than 4 furlongs to go. Toxic Gray is asked to do more. Quick to Accuse to the outside is all in. It's going to be in 4th. Donegal Surges making hard work of it so far. Is trying to make up 5 on the leaders, and Bourbon Day the trailer. Ignite the Light now puts ahead in front. Is traveling strongly throughout in 46.28 that half-mile time. Raise the Bar battles on, is not done yet. Does Ignite the Light now gets the cue, and Ignite the Light is challenging Raise the Bar. These two still go at it. Donegal Surges out in the center of the racetrack, starts to make up some late ground. Quick to Accuse Bourbon Day from far out of it. Ignite the Light has a furlong left to go. Raise the Bar battles onto the inside. Donegal Surges is lifting grandstand side. They're approaching a final 16th. Ignite the Light. Donegal Surges catching with every stride. Ignite the Light needs the line. Donegal Surges lunges. Ignite the Light will win it over Donegal Surges and Raise the Bar, and Bourbon Day in 1 minute 23.16 seconds.
We're talking about Ignite the Light. Ran into a hot horse last time out in Bermuda, who continued a win streak by taking a race here yesterday. Ignite the Light duels here and eventually draws off, but big late run by Donegal Surges.
Yeah, let's start with Ignite the Light. You know, sat right off of the 3, raised the bar, and took that one fairly easily. The 3 actually fought back a little bit better than he looked like he was going to, and then Donegal Surges just needed a couple more jumps. It looked like for a second and a half he was going to get there, but the 6 just kept kind of cooking along there.
6, 1, 3, 7. Your order of finish: Ignite the Light over Donegal Surges, over Raise the Bar, over Bourbon Day. That's 9-5, over 7-1, over 3-1, over 2-1. We'll be back with those prices, and when we come back, we return to Oaklawn Park. Race number 6 is just 9 minutes away. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1. This Sunday edition of America's Day at the Races is brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. Welcome back. I'm Todd Schrupp, along with Jonathan Kinchin, on site here in New York. Maggie Wolfendale down in the paddock for us. But we're looking out to Oaklawn Park, the field coming out onto the track for race number 6, a 6-furlong. Well, I don't even know how to describe the conditions anymore, JK. This has kind of been a discussion in our industry. We'll get into it in just a moment. Let's just meet these fillies and mares 3 and up, starting with the one Austrian Navy.
Yeah, showed a little bit of early speed last time. She's going to need it from this inside draw.
Here is the 2 Miranda's Rocky. Likes to launch from way back.
Yeah, doesn't always start all that great either. Gives him a head start.
The exact opposite is Howlett Hall. This horse likes to be out on the lead. A winner at Evangeline last out in Louisiana.
Yeah, I like this horse. Was a short price last time, but did show some speed and ran well enough with a final figure.
And here is Hideki for trainer Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, ran well switching from synthetic to dirt last time in a sloppy racetrack coming from out of it. Maybe they'll appreciate the moisture in this track.
Scratch the 5 Paparina. The 6 Tell Me When going to add to the pace.
Yeah, Tell Me When is going to add to the pace, and that's a big concern because the horse I like has a little speed as well.
Gloriette has some speed there, the 7.
That's the one I was talking about.
The 8, Wise Miss, could set up maybe just off the leaders.
Yeah, it's been single digits in the last 3 starts and hasn't been able to get it done.
What do you think of Misty Muppet off the claim?
Yeah, I don't really love horses coming from Peter Miller. I think Peter Miller does a great job. I'm not cutting a line to bet horses getting claimed away from him, but I think Danny Pish does a good job. If this thing falls apart, it does feel like Misty Muppet could work out a nice trip.
Yeah, you could go broke playing horses off the claim from Peter Miller or off the claim from Brad Cox. You could go rich listening to Richie Migliori in his Inside at Oaklawn Park, and we're going to do that just now. Hey, Richie.
Hey, Todd. Hey, Jonathan. Your very kind words. Don't think that holds true over the last few days. I feel like I've hit a little bit of a wall here, guys. But I just looked at my clock, and I got 142 hours and 26 minutes before I'm on my way home. So it won't be too much longer. We're going to start with the 3, Hallowed Hall. Obviously, horse has a lot of speed. Check out Kelly Bynum's record this year. She's 5 for 9. 5 of the 9 runners she started have won. This filly has speed, and I think she's going to have a big say in how this race is run. I thought the 4, Hideki, was a little bit interesting at a big price. You know, a 7-year-old mare spent the majority of her career on synthetic and turf. And then last time got to a dirt track, and I thought that was a good effort. It looked like she was kind of climbing to me until she got out in the clear and then really settled because she never had to really deal with kickback before. And I think that experience could move her forward at a big price. Going to be tough for her to run down the likes of the 7, Gloriette, who's just been facing so much better. She has a ton of speed. But I do think there's a chance Hideki at a big price could hit the board. Gloriette, very much the horse to beat. The public's telling you that. She's 4 to 5 right now. But if she gets a lot of company on the lead by the 6, Tell Me When, or the 3, Hallowed Hall, she is a filly that gives ground late. Now, again, that was against Better, but will it set it up, ripen it up for a horse to come calling? And I wonder if that horse isn't the 9. And I totally agree, very difficult to claim off Peter Miller and have success as it is Brad Cox. But Danny Pish has really kind of quietly put together a really nice meeting. Made a beautiful physical impression in the paddock. Really liked what I saw from the 9, Misty Muppet. And I just thought if things do get a little heated on the front end, she's the most likely beneficiary of that. So ultimately, I picked the 9, Misty Muppet, just because I'm a little bit allergic to picking 4 to 5 shots. Full disclosure, Gloriette is going to be very, very tough to beat here.
Down to hundreds of hours until Richie will be cooking dinner back in Millbrook and getting a well-deserved break before we get to the Kentucky Derby. We'll be checking in with him once again back here at Aqueduct. Great race, and it is the 6, Ignite the Light, who the betting public went too late, and they were right.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the reasons you got to try to follow the money to a certain extent. I don't think you make all your decisions, but you do let it allow you to give you some clues of maybe some things you might have missed. And Ignite the Light took the money and ended up winning kind of easily in the end. Donegal Surges made it interesting for from here to about here. It was interesting, and then you recognized that the 6 is going to be able to hold on.
Yeah, and Donegal Surges will create a little bit of value there. And behind your eventual 9 to 5 favorite getting the win, Ignite the Light. Congratulations to JMS Stables. Samantha, I know you're out there watching, thinking of you always. And she bred this horse, trained by Rick Dutrow Jr. and John Velasquez aboard, who will be leaving for Louisville not long from now, with a big chance aboard Further Ado in the Kentucky Derby. By Into Mischief out of the Malibu Moon Mare, by the Light. Bred in the Commonwealth of Kentucky, as we mentioned, by Samantha Siegel. Our feature race today did remain on the grass. The turf course was listed as yielding at the beginning of the day. Obviously, we didn't have any races to run on the grass, but then they upgraded it to good. And there are still some scratches in the Memories of Silver. The 1, y'all ready for this? The 3, Ultimate Love, who looked to be a contender. The 5, Smexy, I thought would have liked this type of turf course, is out. But we have a 9 to 5 favorite, although very close in the wagering, with 3 horses in here, either 9 to 5 or 2 to 1.
Yeah, the 7, Quiet Street. I had to take a double take. I was like, wait, I just saw this horse. The horse ran the weekend that we had the show in Lexington. Not typical for Bill Mott to bring one back that quick, and to stretch out. So turf sprint stake, bring back quickly, and then stretch out. I thought was interesting. I'm likely going to go elsewhere. I think Chad's horse looks pretty interesting here with Fitz Right.
It is truly one of the best betting opportunities in the country, and that is the cross-country Pick 5 offered by Naira Bets, as we have 2 races here at Aqueduct and then 3 races from Oaklawn Park in the sequence. Yesterday I paid $1,000 and you really only had 2 upsets in the sequence. The other 3 were all favorites, and that was for 50 cents. Get involved in the cross-country Pick 5. Okay, race number 6 at Oaklawn Park. We are going to look at a replay in this race. Then I want to press you on the conditions of this race. But a horse you like is Gloriette, and we go back to March 20th, race 1 at Oaklawn Park.
Yeah, well, I think one of the things about some of these new conditions
is I want to hear it.
Might let some slip in. They're probably still working through the
right. There's some horses who have distinct class advantage on the old class levels.
Exactly, and so I just feel like from a figure standpoint, a style standpoint, where this horse draws, I think Gloriette just has that edge. I've always found like starter, and not that this is a starter allowance race, I've always found starter allowance races to be very formful as well.
Yeah.
Because you get some horse that qualified when they were one thing and now they're another thing and they're better than their peers. That's what I feel like is the situation here. I like what they're trying to accomplish. I know that this is something that takes place in a lot of international racing where there's rating systems that rather than the claiming system, because the claiming system obviously comes with a few negatives. I'm never going to knock anyone for trying anything in racing. I'm just assuming that if this horse gallops, they probably just need to continue to tweak it a little bit.
Yeah, so that's one of the problems we encountered when they ran the very first race of this type out in California. There were just total mismatches that were going on. The other part to it, we didn't have big fields, and there was this thought, at least from those presenting this type of race, it'll give a chance to have bigger fields because more horses, you can draw from a bigger pool that might be eligible for this race. The problem in California is very obvious that we have everywhere else, and that is you have short horse supply. Our friend Jeff Ruby has said this best, and usually it's on Oaks night, Thursday night, and Derby night, and that is, I can't create a table where there isn't one. And so you can run this kind of race, but if you're in California where you just don't have enough horses, you're not going to end up with a bigger field. I like the fact that they're trying at Oaklawn Park. You have a larger pool of horses to draw from, but there was this other aspect to it that when they sold it to the racetrack, it's like it may create bigger fields. I don't think we've seen that yet. I don't think they've rolled it out in places where you could possibly do that. Maybe we'll see it here in New York, and you will see that.
Yeah, the rating system is going to have to be perfected. I mean, you know, typically now a lot of these claiming races, the way that you keep them a fair playing field is by basically if the horses enter, they're for sale. So people, they kind of police themselves. In a race like this, there's no real consequence yet. So they'll work through it, I'm sure. It'll get better. But like I said, I'll always commend racing for trying something new.
Yeah, that's right. And Gloriette has a distinct advantage at 3-5 under this ratings handicap. Let's go out to Matt Dinnerman.
We're ready to go. And we're off. A little bit of a tardy break from post 4 from Hideki. No problems from the favorite Gloriette. She's with Tell Me When, and these two get acquainted on the front end. Tell Me When short lead on Gloriette, who's right there. They open up 2 on Austrian Navy. Hallowed Hall to the outside, and Wise Miss in the 5th position in the purple and yellow, running 5 off the pace. 2 back to Misty Muppet, a length and a half to Hideki, and 5 more to Miranda's Rocky, who is at the back of the pack well behind. Approaching the far turn, they're flying on the lead. 21-3 that first quarter. Tell Me When taking it to the 1-2 favorite Gloriette. They're stride for stride. Now Gloriette sticks ahead in front. Tell Me When right there, not making things easy on the favorite. They've opened up 4. Hollowed Hall in the 3rd position. Austrian Navy sent hard from that spot, coming to the top of the stretch, and then Wise Miss as they come to the top of the lane. Gloriette has won the battle. She's putting away Tell Me When. Can she win the war? She's got 3/16 more to go. The leader of length here, Wise Miss into the 2nd position. Gloriette asked to sprint for home, and she opens up with a kick now. Gloriette with a nice kick, too, after going fast early. She's run a huge race today. Gloriette opens up 5 coming to the finish. Gloriette with a big effort. Battles for 2nd here. It's tight between Wise Miss and Miranda's Rocky. Tell Me When it was 4th.
Well, Gloriette, her class too much for this field. She gets dueled, has every reason to quit, and she does not.
No, I mean, she's... Look, you can look at the rider's hands. He's not even asking her yet. I mean, they could have gone around there 3 or 4 more times, and she was never going to get past. A couple shoulder taps there, shake the reins at her. This makes 1-2 look like free money.
Yeah, Gloriette drawing clear in the ratings handicap at Oaklawn Park with more racing action to come from there. We'll have those prices as she goes off at 1 to 2. 2 to win gets you $3. Back here at Aqueduct, it is our feature that is coming up. It is the Memories of Silver, and an odds board that is pretty evenly matched. As we said, 3 horses either in the 2 to 1 or 9 to 5 area, and one of them is Quiet Street. Quiet Street had a difficult time last time out at the start at Keeneland and the Limestone, so comes back quickly as one of our favorites in the Memories of Silver. That's part of our coverage on America's Day at the Races when we return on Fox Sports 1 right after this.
Excelling on a cross of New York turf and Kentucky bluegrass, a 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 4-Star Dave, Grade 1 Turf Mile, and the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile by leading champion European sire Lope de Vega. So he's got that going for him. Carl Spackler, the ultimate greenskeeper, standing at Lane's End.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including all 3 legs of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the first Saturday in May, only with Naira Bets.
Gunrunner is the sire of 16 millionaires and 12 Grade 1 winners. Last year, he sired $17 million yearlings, including the Keeneland September sale topper. He was the sire of the $2.2 million Keeneland November weanling sale topper as well. Gunrunner was the co-leading sire of 2-year-old Grade 1 winners, including Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner Super Corridoro. Gunrunner, breed true.
The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at BelmontStakes.com. Join analysts Matthew DeSantis and Kaylee Shapiro on the road to the Kentucky Derby and Kentucky Oaks. Get picks and analysis for all the prep races and gain insight into promising contenders on the trail to the Derby and Oaks. That and more on the Naira Bets YouTube channel.
New to McMahon Thoroughbreds for 2026, champion Uncle Mo's undefeated 2-year-old, Showcase, named a TDN Rising Star on debut, and winner of the Grade 2 Saratoga Special.
Showcase is awaiting racing room, trying to get out of there, and Showcase gets out for a crack at first resort. Showcase lengthens his stride. He bounds home with plenty left. Showcase ultra impressive in the Saratoga Special.
Showcase, standing for $5,000 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Memories of Silver just in behind. Anti-Mame spun wide as the field comes off the turn and into the stretch. B.A. Valentine. Memories of Silver comes on through. Anti-Mame is there on the far outside. Wishful thinking at the hedge into the final furlong. B.A. Valentine. Memories of Silver and Anti-Mame. They're coming down to the final 16th now. It's Memories of Silver on the outside, and she's roused to the lead. It is Memories of Silver in front. B.A. Valentine, Anti-Mame, and it is Memories of Silver, the winner by a length and a half.
That was the next to last start of her career, and what a career it was, earning nearly $1.5 million. She also won the Grade 1 Beverly D in that career. Memories of Silver honored with a race named in her honor. Race number 8 on today's card at Aqueduct. As we go down to the paddock, taking a look at the 7 Quiet Street, Maggie. This horse had some trouble at the start at Keeneland, seemed to be a little too geeked up. How does Quiet Street look today?
I gotta add that to my repertoire, Todd. Geeked up, I love that. But yes, she was, and a lot of times that is just freshness and shaking off the ring rust. As one will come back for their first start as a 3-year-old, and 2, when I'd seen her for some of her 2-year-old juvenile efforts, she could be a little bit tough to handle. Just kind of screaming, kind of distracted overall. Now, I've always thought that longer is better. I know her form definitely does not bear that out, as her 2 wins did come when sprinting on the turf. But I really don't think she ran that badly in her 1 try going longer in the Grade 2 Ms. Grillo. It was a good field. Obviously, Deep Learning was in there, would come back and win. Ground Support had the run of all runs, dictating things on the front end, and she had to break from a far outside post. She was able to get over to the 2 or 3 path. It was a good ride by Junior Alvarado that day, but she really ran on nicely through the stretch, I thought, just to be beaten 2.5 lengths. So I'm still sticking to my guns. I think that longer is better for her, and because she's a bit of a lighter frame filly, she hasn't necessarily filled out that much from 2 to 3, which I am a little bit of a stickler about. She does look incredibly fit here. She's wearing that breastplate, which Bill Mott often puts on his runners that do have that more narrow frame. But needless to say, I think she'll get over this going listed as good in the right kind of fashion, as we'll move on to her inside with the Canadian bred number 6, a Piper's Gift. Now, is it the synthetic? Is it the Lasix? What is it that led to the turnaround and her coming in here on a 3-race win streak? So if it's any of those 2 things, we're in trouble here, right? Because we're back on the turf and she has to run without Lasix, and now coming south of the border. I will say, though, in her turf races where she was 2nd first time out and then 5th in the Catch a Glimpse, the winner of that race did go on to take the Grade 1 Natalma. So looking at her, and those were races run over firm turf courses up there in the middle of summer. So we're dealing with a completely different course today, and because the synthetic obviously breaks away a little bit more from a horse, and looking at her because she has those really narrow cuppy feet, where this turf course might actually be to her liking. Now, overall, as she does come back here for a 3-year-old bow, she looks tremendous. She's really filled out. She has an enormous engine on her, and the fact that this is a mile, I actually think really bodes well for her. She's just built like that kind of out-and-out turf miler. She does wear a hood. She's worn it in, I believe, all of her starts, so that's what you see there on her face. It was actually scary for a moment when she won her last race. I was watching the replay, actually came off along with the bridle, and they had some anxious moments back in the winner's circle, but I really like what I'm seeing from her. I'm on the optimistic end of the spectrum with Piper's Gift, Todd.
And right now up on the board as our second choice at 2-1. Prices coming in at Oaklawn Park. The favorite dominates there, Gloriette, with some prices in behind. Race number 7 coming up at Oaklawn is part of the cross-country pick 5, which begins here in race number 8 at Aqueduct. The last 2 races at the Big A, with 3 races to come from Oaklawn Park. All right, let's talk about a horse that you're focusing in on here, JK, and the Memories of Silver.
Yeah, look, I thought the horse ran well down at Tampa, and we had some rain. I don't think it's anything crazy. We had some rain over the last few days, and down at Tampa, the track was listed as good. I've always found that horses that run well at other racetracks where there's a little give in the ground typically will enjoy that at other places as well. And so that was one thing. I thought if there was a little cut in the ground, they would appreciate that. I also thought that the pace they were closing into last time was slow. And I think a lot of times when turf horses are closing into slow paces, their final figure can only be so fast. They can only come home so quickly. And sometimes the number will look a little bit lighter than it actually is. I think this horse's performance last time was better than it looks on paper.
And this is an example of the shift for trainer Chad Brown. A majority of his better horses who are ready and getting, ready for that time of year in Florida, or getting ready for long campaigns coming back up this way, are starting at Tampa. And so he had the winner of the last race yesterday on the turf at Churchill Downs, was a horse who previously raced at Tampa. He's obviously brought horses up here early on to the grass race in Aqueduct that were racing at Tampa. And so this horse kind of fits. All those horses are coming up from Tampa in those performances and running well for Chad Brown. Here's the 2, Full of Tact.
Yeah, jumping on the grass for the first time, and there's nothing that screams that it's going to move this horse up enough to beat these.
And then the 4, Fits Right. We talked about this horse coming from Tampa, but she's raced at Monmouth, Meadowlands, here at Aqueduct, and then, as you said, Tampa last time.
She's been all over the place, and she gets Flavian Pratt in a comfy inside position. I think she'll be able to work out a good trip.
Scratch the 5, Smexy. We heard Maggie saying, what were the reasons why Piper's Gift ran so well last time out? The synthetic, the Lasix, the rest of it. I just think, with her proving herself around 2 turns, we know she can handle the turf. I like her chances here.
Yeah, I'd like to think that Kendrick will be pretty aggressive with her to try to get some position moving forward.
Quiet Street. We talked about the issues last time out of Keeneland, so essentially coming back in a short amount of time.
Yeah, the quick turnaround, just not something you typically see from Belmont.
Imperatrice, what do you like as far as her chances to handle the grass?
She's got speed. She's by City of Light. City of Light is sneaky good turf sire, but she's going to have to improve.
She does look good out on the track, say that. The 9 Oscar Bound is our longest shot in the field, second longest shot at 18-1.
It's another one with a little bit of early speed, but I worry that they're going to have to deal with some of the others in here, and it's not going to set up nicely for that one.
That is your live post parade for our feature on this Sunday at Aqueduct. It is the Memories of Silver. You could be playing all the action we bring you here on America's Day at the Races if you're a NYRA Bets account holder. And if you're not, well, we've got incentive for you to change that right now. Get a new NYRA Bets account and unlock a free $25 bet and up to a $200 deposit match bonus with the promo code Derby25. That's Derby25. Join now. Become a NYRA Bets account holder by going to nyrabets.com. Don't forget that promo code Derby25. Back into the field, warming up here for the Memories of Silver. And there's Quiet Street at 5-2. And we are going to go back to the Miss Grillo for Quiet Street. This was her last start of her 2-year-old season. She's a okay third in here.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you run third, hit the board in these 2-year-old turf stakes, there's always some excitement of what's to come. But I don't know. I thought she was disappointing in her last race at Keeneland. Even though she popped over the gate and broke a little bit slow, I still just expect her to run a little bit better. And I've never been crazy about the idea of the old stretch out turf sprinter.
The one-run sprinter.
Yeah,
everyone thinks, they're going to be better going 2 turns, and they're not.
No, it dulls their kick often. I mean, look, I'm no Hall of Famer trainer like Bill Mott is, so I'll defer to him.
JK.
I don't know. Look, at a short price, I just don't have any interest. If she was a little bit longer of a price and just a quick turnaround, there's just a lot of questions that make me concerned.
Okay, now, I agree with everything you just said on the 7 Quiet Street, but from the time that you and Maggie both endorsed the 4 Fitzwright, we've gone from 2-1 to now even money on the 4. Sometimes you're a victim of your own success. But the question remains, if you do like the 4 in here, Fitzwright, what is a fair price on this horse?
That's all Maggie money. That's got nothing to do with me.
Okay, all right, fair enough. I agree.
Oh, well.
Well, she did like the horse a little bit down there.
Yeah, okay. Well, she did. She said nice things about the horse.
Okay. Maggie, you're getting a little bit better on the price. Who actually is your top pick? Who is that?
Todd, my dear, I didn't even talk about the 4 yet. I'm talking about her now. I do agree that Tampa horses are pretty dangerous. We've seen them countless times come back and run really well in other jurisdictions, not just here at Aqueduct, but yesterday, for instance, in the male counterpart of this race, the Woodhaven, they ran 1-2 coming out of Tampa. Mark Casse upsetting the field. But Fitzwright, she's an odd horse, right? Because obviously, she wasn't that highly regarded. When Chad ships to Monmouth is one thing, but when you ship to Meadowlands to break your maiden, I'm not sure. She is a big, burly filly. I'll give her that. So physically, I do like what I'm seeing, and she did run well over a track with Given It at Tampa. I wasn't there at Tampa. I don't know how it is, but it rains steadily and quite hard for 24 hours. And when they ran that turf sprint in race 7 yesterday, they were kicking it up pretty significantly. We saw how slow those fractions were as well in our 2 turf races. So I'm saying there's some give in the ground, and maybe she can get over it in the right kind of way, but I'm a little bit suspect. And furthermore, at even money, she has to run faster than she ever has to win here if the others run their race. So that's a problem for me. No, I did land on number 6 in here, Piper's Gift. I'll take the chance with her. Coming off Lasix does concern me slightly, but otherwise she looks fantastic. As we'll move on to 1 trying the turf for the first time. Imperatrice, she has pedigree to handle the turf. She's a daughter of City of Light. The dam's a stakes winner on the turf. And she handled wet turf too. So turf that had given it. She looks tremendous overall. She has matured tenfold mentally. She has a massive turf hoof with incredibly slack pasterns. I really like her getting on the turf for the first time. I'm not going to pick her here, but I'm not going to be surprised when she runs better than what she has. Todd?
Thank you, Maggie. So as the polar opposite, deconstructing your selection, the 4 Fitzwright, as well as the betting public, now 6-5 on Fitzwright. But look, I was on Talking Horses with Andy. I like the 6 Piper's Gift as well. I'll take the 7-2 there. I just think it's more of a wide open race than 6-5, but none of these horses, the 4 getting the play, would surprise.
I don't love the price on the 4, but, you know, I'll stick around at this point.
And I'm glad you did. It'd be much tougher by myself and just Maggie down in the paddock. All right, let's go out to Chris Griffin. It is the Memories of Silver, our feature for race number 8 at Aqueduct, and we are on a good turf course, the only turf race that remained today on the grass.
Memories of Silver, and they're off. Good beginning for all. Piper's Gift flashes early speed. Imperatrice from the outside is right there with Oscar Bound, and now they're going to be 1-2. Imperatrice and Manny Franco getting over to the rail. Leisurely pace early as Imperatrice has a neck advantage over Oscar Bound, a close-up second. Now is going to take back and let the leader press on. Piper's Gift is towards the inside. Gold Cap there will save all the ground, is to the inside of Quiet Street, who's in 4th. Fitzwright is second to last, and cornering wide was Full of Tact to be the trailer. The leader, Imperatrice, is just crawling on the front end, 24.89, doing it all on her own. Imperatrice is up by 3. Oscar Bound is content to sit in second. Then comes Quiet Street and Jose Lizcano in third. To the outside of Piper's Gift and Kendrick Carmouche. Patiently ridden as Fitzwright. Now gets position, is in the 2 path there. For Flavienne Pratt is in 5th. And the trailer, Full of Tact. They've got a chase. Front-running Imperatrice in. The Memories of Silver is still up by a full length. Oscar Bound is ranging up towards the outside, and 51.79 for the half-mile time. Quiet Street is now on the move 3 wide as they really turn up the pressure on Imperatrice, who's still got a neck advantage. Oscar Bound in between horses. Quiet Street. Fitzwright is following them. Is to the outside of Piper's Gift. Full of Tact, still the trailer. They reach the top of the lane here in the Memories of Silver, and Quiet Street is ready to pounce on the leader. Quiet Street lugging in, but Quiet Street in a game. Imperatrice battles on. Fitzwright is now lifting, and look at Fitzwright just picking up rivals with ease. Fitzwright inside the final 16th is going to dominate. Fitzwright impressively in the Memories of Silver. Imperatrice comes back and battles on for second. Then Quiet Street finished third in 1 minute 40.50 seconds.
JK, that was a no doubt about it there from Fitzwright.
Yeah, that was impressive. You know, turning for home, there's a couple of jumps where it looked like they weren't going to quite get there, and then, man, Flavian set her down, and she just leveled off and just kept coming. Big, beautiful strides, and then he was able to just kind of take it easy on her there at the end of the race. Very impressive.
And yesterday we had a situation where they took some races off the grass, kept others on. We're clearly dealing with a turf course with a lot of giving it. The final time, 1:1:42. But when you look at 1:1:42, it won't come across as impressive. But when you watch this race, she is bound to move on to Graded Stakes Company.
Oh yeah, I would imagine she'll find herself in a race with a G in it next. She was good. She was good. Quiet Street ran a little bit better than I thought she would, but at the end, ultimately, just kind of ran the race that I thought. You know, she kind of ranged up there, probably wants to go a little bit shorter. You know, I think Bill Mott probably had it right the first time having her in these shorter races, but maybe he's got a target down the line. He needed a bridge to get there, and he decided to give her another shot in here.
Maggie with part of our winning connections for Fitzwright.
Here with Michael Dove, co-owner, I should say, of Fitzwright. We were just talking about silks rotation, as not wearing your silks today, but you're the one that's here.
Yeah, well, I'm the one who happens to live close by, so I'll represent Bill Lawrence and Stu Grant the right way, I promise.
We know you will, as Fitzwright coming in off of a easy victory down there at Tampa. And boy, the Tampa form, every horse that comes out of there seems to run huge when shipping north.
Yeah, you know, we really didn't know what we had with this horse, and when we put the horse away last year, and we were real happy with the Tampa race, and we thought we had a nice horse, and this was a logical next next spot for the horse. So I'll leave it up to Chad to figure out the next spot.
Absolutely. But, you know, it kind of speaks to being patient with the horse. Maybe she didn't show you that much as a juvenile, but just kind of sticking by her and giving her another year to mature looks as though it's really paid off.
Yeah, well, Maggie, you know, as well as most of us, sometimes they really change from 2 to 3. Sometimes they stay the same. So here we got lucky.
Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
All right. Fits right. That she does in Stakes Company. Todd?
She leads the way over Imperatrice, Quiet Street, and Piper's Gift. 7-5 over 9-2 over 9-5 over 7-2. Fits right with an easy win. That's back-to-back dominating wins over turf courses with Given Them at Tampa and here in New York. When we come back out to Oaklawn Park, very good maiden special weight event coming up there. It's America's Day at the Races. America's Day at the Races is brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Great tradition continuing down there at Hillendale. And back here at Aqueduct, a really nice 3-year-old filly to watch in the turf division. Fits right, coming into the winner's circle. The winner's circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds and training sale. That'll take place May 18th and 19th after the Preakness in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be? Hopefully, it's at the Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds and training sale. Let's go back to the winning move made here. You had 2 horses that, if you just looked at the fractions, JK, it seemed like they're going comfortable enough, and then all of a sudden, Fits Right puts it away.
Yeah, just absolutely ran by them like they were standing still. You know, I think this is also a part of what we talked about prior to the races. When you're closing to a slow pace, the final speed figure can only be so fast. And I always like to compare it to like, you know, if Usain Bolt walks for the first 10 strides and then runs his best race ever, he's still not going to beat his best final time ever because he went too slow early. And I think that can happen in turf racing where they go slow early, they still come home impressively, and the figure will look a little bit light, but it's actually a much better performance than it looks, and that's exactly what I think happened with Fitz Wright. I mean, she was very, very impressive.
Well, and something you pointed out, aside from the turf course that she ran over at Tampa, she ran into slow fractions down there, so she got the same setup and once again dominated, getting the trophy, the winning connections for Fitz Wright. Flavien Prat, 5 wins on the day, and we still have another race to come. He'll be aboard the 10-21 Red, looking for 6 wins when we come back. Okay, that did start the cross-country pick 5. Continuing it is the 7th at Oaklawn Park, and a good maiden special weight event. A number of first-time starters to consider in this race, but we'll start with a horse who's 0 for 5, Bet the Gray. Yeah, Bet the Gray didn't have a lot of early speed in the last 2, a concern from the rail. Here's one of those first-time starters, the 2, the Long Embrace by Tom's D'Etat. This horse was entered back in September for maiden 30, now shows up in a maiden special weight. Bodacious Bay, first-time starter by Not This Time. Yeah, another one for Rudy Brissett. Not this time. They can win on anything at any time. Me Try Mama, Louisiana bred for Dallas Stewart that debuted at the fairgrounds. Took some money on debut, broke slow, came running. I like this one if they break a little bit better. Splendid Song taking some play in the 3rd start of her career. Yeah, she's been taking money in their first 2 starts as well. Mi Amiga seemed to improve in the 2nd start of her career last out. Yeah, another one where, I thought ran pretty well last time. Didn't take much money, but did take money on debut. So Steve Asmussen has Mi Amiga at 4-1. Don't forget about Bird of Prey at 18-1. Yeah, this one has some early speed, always dangerous in these types of races. Dream Eagle, 0 for 5 and 28-1. Yeah, a couple of races on the turf, a couple of races for a tag. None of them have been that great. Painter Pretty, a first-time starter by Painter. Yeah, drawn outside, and always like to see that with first-time starters. I think it gives them just one less thing bad that can happen by getting themselves in trouble. That is the field that will contest race number 7 at Oaklawn Park. Let's go trackside, live in Hot Springs, Arkansas. On site for us, Richie Migliori and Megan Burgess.
Thanks, Todd. Yeah, a really interesting maiden race here. We got a mixed bag, some first-time starters, and that's where we'll start with the 3. Bodacious Bay taking all the money. She has the pedigree, and also her trainer, Rudolph Brissett, is here today to saddle her. It's a little bit of a tell, maybe, Megan.
I told him, I said, am I seeing a ghost? He has an incredibly busy Kentucky operation, but makes sense he made the trip as she ships in as the half-sister to a horse he knows all too well, his multiple graded stakes winning Dirt Router, Royal Spa. She'll make her debut here, and she's just been really working well down at Keeneland. She's finished off her moves with energy, and she's, to me, a filly that just has the substance and muscle mass. She looks great. The only drawback to her is I found she possibly could just look a little bit more tucked up, a little bit more fit, but maybe she needs the race, but she surely has the class and it seems as if the right ingredients to do well here.
I would agree with you. I think she'll benefit from a race, but she may just be good enough to handle this group. Another thing I look at when I look at workouts, I'm not so much about times, I'm about spacing of workouts. And with first-time starters, gait workouts. She only has 1 gait workout on her entire work tab, and that was 3 back, and then she had 2 nice maintenance moves. That tells me she learned her lessons well and quickly. She didn't have to go multiple times to get her gate card.
She broke well that day, too, from the gate with a partner. She's been consistently paired on the outside of maidens, fellow maidens, and her breezes and work in Kentucky. I mean, she's got a beautiful sprint forward pedigree as well, though I do find her to be kind of that perfect combination, maybe a little bit shorter coupled, but 7/8 mile, even beyond, could be up her wheelhouse, but has the pedigree to move forward and certainly feels like she found the right group versus some of those really tough maidens during Derby week in Kentucky.
Yeah, it just feels like maybe she's like well spotted here. The 4, Metri Mama, Jonathan was talking about it. This horse broke slowly, was, well beaten 3rd, but was favored on debut, so obviously had been impressing in her morning workouts.
She was favored, and she drew the widest post of a 12-horse race. That was against Louisiana breds. She is a Louisiana bred. She is the half to a Louisiana bred stakes winner. She was fine. She looked fine in the paddock. She came in with a training tack on. You can see her kind of bouncing a little bit on the track. She's a little bit sharper, so I'm hoping that with a better post, she'll be able to get into a more tactical position. And Mig, she did some running from that far outside post where she was wide chasing the entirety of the racetrack.
Yeah, we could see a big improvement there. The 6-horse Mi Amiga from the Steve Asmussen barn You expect Steve's horses to improve with racing. Really showed very little on debut, but I thought a big step forward last time.
She's out of an unraced mare in the first foal, so there's not a ton of pedigree there on the dam side, but she's by Yaupon, and she certainly looks it. I found she broke a bit awkwardly, a little bit slow, chased up and ran a bit green, kind of started gaining ground in the latter stages. So second off of a pretty good layoff. Expect her to improve.
And the other Asmussen runner right outside of her, Bird of Prey, took no money on debut, flashed brief speed, but like many of Steve's horses, could improve second time out.
She's a half sib to a horse whose lone win has come on the grass. Her sire, Charlatan, has some grass in the pedigree and makes the dams actually a half to your champion and Whitney winner and honor code. So she's got some pedigree. I am interested to see if maybe she would mind the grass. She ran fine last time out. She definitely needs to take a step forward.
And then we have the other first-time starter on the outside, Painter Pretty. Consecutive back-to-back bullet works. And when we say bullet works, that's the little dot next to the workouts in the racing form that looks like a bullet, hence bullet work, just like an apprentice. Why they call them bug boys, because the asterisk looks like a bug on the page.
Funny, but the number 9, Painter Pretty, a first-time starter for Lindsay Schultz, breezed 10-3 at the Maysail, Phasic Maysail last year. I think she could go either way on grass or dirt. To me, physically, she's kind of unassuming. She's a teeny tiny thing, Meg.
Well, they got a good maiden race coming up. They're loading up quite nicely and professionally so far. We'll send it upstairs to Matt Dinneman for the call of race 7.
Eagle has got it. Bodacious Bay going forward. 2 back. Metri Mama. And to the outside, Painter Pretty to round out the field. Painter Pretty. Abel Cedillo rounds out the group. We're ready to go. And we're off. Slow break from the Long Embrace, who drops to the rear. Bet the Gray up on the lead with Splendid Song. Mi Amiga not far away. It's Splendid Song short edge here on Mi Amiga. Bet the Gray taking back. The Long Embrace in tight. Tried to rush forward from the back down on the fence and had to absolutely slam on the brakes. Drops back quite a few spots here. Bird of Prey now level third with Bet the Gray. Then comes Bodacious Bay here. Metri Mama to the outside. Painter Pretty towards the back of the field. The Long Embrace has to steady once again while Keen behind the pace going into the far turn. She's 3 clear of Dream Eagle as they round the far turn run here. Splendid Song, narrow lead. Mi Amiga is second, a length and a half to Bird of Prey in third. Bet the Gray under a ride. Bodacious Bay getting closer. Bodacious Bay within 2 lengths of the lead coming to the quarter pole, and then Painter Pretty in an all-out drive getting to the outside. Top of the stretch, Mi Amiga off the turn, narrowly ahead now, trying to put away Splendid Song. Bodacious Bay behind the speed, looking to pounce outside, does so, and comes with an attack. Bodacious Bay down the center is coming after Mi Amiga, and Bet the Gray, who's finding a second lease of life. Bet the Gray on the inside has reclaimed the lead, rushes away late, and Bet the Gray, if you had her, you score with a 4-1 shot here. Bet the Gray does it. Bodacious Bay second on debut, then Dream Eagle and Mi Amiga.
Bet the Gray made no more. Her 6th attempt at getting the first win of her career, and rolling the dice along the pine is Francisco Arrieta with Bet the Gray.
Yeah, right up the inside, saving all that ground. We talked about at the top of the show how sometimes that doesn't always work out, but that spot stayed there. And Francisco went right up the inside and saved all the ground, like you said, and made the rest of them look kind of foolish for losing all that ground.
Yeah, and as you heard in the call, would go off at 4-1. 1, 3, 8, 6. Your top 4 finishers in the 7th at Oaklawn Park. Those prices forthcoming on the show, and one more race to come from Aqueduct. And when we come back, we'll talk more about the Kentucky Derby, but from the perspective of those who will be starting in it for the first time. What are their chances to win, whether they're a trainer or a jockey? There's nothing like your first opportunity in the most famous race in the world, the Kentucky Derby. That's ahead on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1.
Look at these 2 juveniles going at it, and it is Forte.
It is Forte in front. Forte on to victory here in the Grade 1 hopeful.
Forte starts to gather in the top horses. This is going to be very close, but the champion prevails. Forte wins.
It's just super exciting.
This is a real immersive experience.
It's the respect from the outside that they get, but along with the way that you feel when you're part of it.
High-class horses, really big races. We want you to be behind the velvet rope.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else, and it needs to raise everybody together.
Your job is to show up and have fun. We'll take care of the rest.
Gunrunner is the sire of 16 millionaires and 12 Grade 1 winners. Last year, he sired $17 million yearlings, including the Keeneland September sale topper. He was the sire of the $2.2 million Keeneland November weanling sale topper as well. Gunrunner was the co-leading sire of 2-year-old Grade 1 winners, including Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner Super Corridoro. Gunrunner, breed true.
Untimed workouts, limited crop use, and the only major U.S. 2-year-old sale held over a dirt racetrack. No other 2-year-old sale showcases each horse's natural athleticism like Mid-Atlantic May. Recent grads include graded stakes winners Explora, A Fine Chardonnay, Charlene's Dream, Ground Support, and Mendelssohn Bay. New year, new format, same quality. Phasing tipped in Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training. May 18th and 19th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Say hello to Move. It's a one-horse race, very professional and very fast. Move, rolling home by 4 in fine style.
Muth, the son of good magic, coming down the stretch at Hot Springs to win it.
It's time to have that Naira Bets account. If you haven't made the move to Naira Bets, then you're missing out on the best platform in the industry. The convenience, the ease, the reliability, or as they say in the corporate world, the scalability. But get a Naira Bets account and get ready for the Derby. Use that promo code DERBY25. Let's talk about first-time mounts in the Kentucky Derby this year. Take a look at this list. Hector Berrios, he's kind of late in his career. Intrepido, working a half mile in 45 seconds. Jeff Mullins was not happy about that, the trainer. Christopher Elliott, the son of Stuart Elliott, who knows the Triple Crown very well with Smarty Jones. He's aboard Right to Party. Juan Hernandez, perennial leading rider in California, Potente for Bob Baffert. Edwin Maldonado, also a California rider. He'll be aboard Pavlovian. And then Christian Torres, who we watched this spring with Silent Tactic in those Oaklawn Park races. And then Jaime Torres aboard Incredible. So it's quite a list there. 7 of them getting their first opportunity in the Kentucky Derby. But Maggie, when you look at that list, if you're going to narrow it down, who do you think could pull it off in their first mount in the Kentucky Derby?
Much like he did in his first mount in the one of the other classics, a Triple Crown race, the Preakness, that would be Jamie Torres. I'm going with Jamie, Todd, as when he started his career here, that's what he said to call him. But he's been there before. He's been in a high-pressured, high-caliber, big race on the main stage, and he got the job done. So I'm not worried about cool as a cucumber Jamie Torres in this year's Kentucky Derby, as he took down 2 Derby preps with Riley Mott horses. Albus will be ridden by Manny Franco, who won our Wood Memorial, but Incredible, as he does come in off of that Virginia Derby effort. I know, maybe not the strongest of preps, and a lot of people critical of those dirt races at Colonial Downs, but he did it in the right kind of way, and I thought that he had a major chance coming in to that New Cap Virginia Stakes, because he was on the inside of his first race back as a 3-year-old in the Grade 3 Holy Bull down there at Gulfstream, a place you don't want to be. And furthermore, Todd, Incredible is 2 for 2 at Churchill Downs, having also won the Street Sense as a 2-year-old. So I think he does have a good outsider's chance in this year's Derby.
Maggie making such great points there about Christian Torres as well and how good he is. But with Jamie Torres, he's got that experience. And really, he's kind of the last gift that Dwayne Lucas left us with. The fact that Dwayne Lucas put Jamie Torres on that horse in the Preakness says a lot about that rider's ability. But what about the trainers? There are a lot of trainers who will have their first horse in the Kentucky Derby. Cherie DeVoe, Mark Glatt, his story was so happy in the Santa Anita Derby. And then obviously you have horses coming from overseas. We mentioned Riley Mott, not with just one but two chances in the Kentucky Derby. But JK, as you look at this list of trainers, who's most likely to pull it off with their first horse in the Kentucky Derby and get the win?
Yeah, for me, I think it's probably Cherie DeVoe. I think Cherie definitely has a Derby with her name on it. She's really participating in all the big races, and the infancy of her career is still getting started. I will say this, though. Golden Tempo feels like that type of horse that we've seen it happen in derbies before. If the race falls apart and an outsider wins, it feels like Golden Tempo could be that type.
And if you look at the beginning of those Louisiana prep races leading the Louisiana Derby, he was the horse. He had an awesome debut win sprinting. He seemed to improve going around 2 turns, so he wasn't that 1-1 sprinter we talked about. But then he's just kind of stayed there. He hasn't progressed forward, so he is going to need some help, as you said.
Yeah, he's going to need a pace to close into. He's going to need some of the big boys to not show up and run their best race. But, you know, that's happened before, right? I mean, look, I said it when Rich Strike crossed the wire. If he can win, literally anyone can win.
Well, and when you look at trainers, Cherie doesn't have to feel like, oh my gosh, I'll never get back here again. I mean, she looks like with her clients, she's going to be making a lot of visits to the Kentucky Derby. You never take it for granted, but she's built for the long haul.
Absolutely, I agree. So, yeah, and I think that, you know, in this one around, I think she's probably got the best shot.
Race number 9, our 9th and final on this Sunday card at Aqueduct. Field coming out on to the track, originally scheduled for the turf, now moved to the 6 furlong distance on the main track. Taking a look at the 2, Tony Hooks, a first-time starter by Jovia. Yes, that Jovia.
Yeah, not taking any money at all, 31-1.
Here is Beau Cheval. We talked about Tampa horses. Does this horse fit any kind of profile?
Yeah, didn't take any money first time out. Is actually taking a little bit of money here, 11-1. This horse could be 50-1, and I wouldn't bat an eye.
Scratch the 4, Whiskey Runner. Scratch the 5 until last call. Here's the 6, Eye on the Ball.
Yeah, at least a little bit early speed for Ray Handel for Maiden 40. Let's see if they can turn it around this time around.
And then there is Alzero, 0 for 8 coming in.
Yeah, 0 for 8, but we talked about it earlier. Look at those odds. Never really all that short. I'm hoping this horse runs better here today. It's my top choice.
Well, Turfway Park has competitive racing, so you got to respect those horses wherever they are, even if it's on the synthetic. Brad Cox claimed this horse and then decides to bring him to New York.
Yeah, I think it's funny. Unless your name is Michael Dubb or Sandy Goldfarb, Brad Cox is not claiming for you. Claim this horse
That's a great point.
For $30,000, shows up here and moves him to the dirt.
Scratch the 9, Mykonos. Here's the 10, 21 red, Flavia Pratt trying to get another win on this card.
Yeah, I mean, I thought this one was interesting. I mean, I think the 10 and the 7 both are interesting. From a win standpoint, if I was sitting on my couch, it would be whoever goes off at the higher price is who I would bet. And multi-race wagers, I would only need to be alive to those 2.
Scratch the 11 pretrial statement. Here's the 12 Major Bourbon.
Yeah, I mean, the horse ran okay last time, but I just feel like the 10 and or the 7 are better.
And after the scratch, the 13 Golden Joker. Both main track onlys get in, starting with the 14 Richie's Love.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably the alternative. Did it against Maiden 25 on a sloppy racetrack, came running, but I thought it had a setup that day.
Picking up the mount on the 15, Chris's Song, it's Ricardo Santana Jr. Also something interesting on the changes, it said 1 bar shoe on, but it didn't say which hoof it was.
Yeah, this is one where that race back in June in the Maiden Special Weight, if they run that race again, they'll absolutely win. It's just been so long. This horse has been entered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times since then.
Incredible. As the field warms up, under the watchful eye, Maggie Wolfendale to tell us who looks best.
Well, we'll start with the horse that is trying the dirt for the first time in number 8, Ryan's Shadow. So I'm glad the betting public has this one at 4-1 because, has been on the dirt at Tampa, but going back to it, and that really feels like it was not Brad Cox's intention to come here and run on the dirt, but they leave this horse in. I don't know what to make of his Turfway Park form because, you know, out of that last race, for instance, the top 2 came back and ran horribly in their next start, but the horse has behind Love and Lights, for instance, who was third, ran a 77 in his next start. So it's a weird race that he comes out of. He is not the biggest type, and he kind of travels with his head kind of low to the ground. Watching him warm up, very laid back horse, not much of him, a bit smaller. I would have liked him a lot more if this was still sprinting on the turf. So I'm glad to see he's 4-1 up there instead of 2-1 or less. Number 3, Beau Cheval, I thought was a little bit interesting here. I know Greg Sacco had him enter for the turf first time, had him enter for the turf this time, and I see what he's going for because, well, there isn't an abundance of pedigree for this guy on the turf. He does have that kind of way of going, that higher knee action that sometimes does translate well to the grass. But while he seemed completely disinterested in his debut back on February 5th, he kind of came running late. If you watch that race, he sneakily ran well through the lane very, very late in the game. So he does get an extra furlong to work with here. I think that helps him. He's just really well turned out, and I like the way that he warmed up over this sealed surface. He gets the short cup cheater blinkers on, and of course he gets the ultimate equipment, a change in becoming a gelding. So maybe that all of that kind of draws him into the race a little bit earlier on than what he was last time, complemented when the third place finisher came back and won with a 75 buyer. Moving on to those MTOs, where it feels like you can always find some value because you're dealing with horses that were meant to run on this surface. Number 14, Richie's Love, I think is interesting. Does get Jose Lascano. I know Jose was named to ride for his main lady in Linda Rice, but Ricardo Santana aboard Chris's Song, Richie's Love, he sticks on here. And, well, I really do love Omar Hernandez Moreno. He's such a sweet guy, and he really tries hard with the mounts he has. Let's face it, Jose Lascano is just that much more accomplished. And that race is a lot better than it appears. Manhattan Chrome came back and improved his buyer speed points by 4, but everybody else improved vastly. One horse improved by 25 points. I like what I'm seeing from Richie's Love. I thought he ran well in the context of that race, having to extricate himself from the outside. And number 15, Chris's Song, gets that bar shoe on, I believe the white foot that he has up front. Horrible with my left and rights, Todd, but he does get blinkers. He was very, very excited in this warm-up. He kind of really took a hold of Ricardo Santana. Wonder, while he looks fit and he gets a drop here, does he need a race to kind of shake off that ring rust, that nervous energy that they sometimes have coming back to the races?
Maggie, phenomenal work as always, all day long. Thank you. And she solved that mystery about where the bar shoe was. And significant for me if it's a bar shoe behind, because horses push off from there. So I wouldn't have a problem with Chris's Song, given that she said it was up front, right front, possibly with Chris's Song. All right, JK, final race of the day here in New York. Who wins?
I'm going to go with the 7, but I will tell you this. If you're playing exactas, make sure you use the 15. I think he's interesting underneath.
Yeah, I didn't think that horse would be 9-1. And again, Ricardo Santana Jr. picks up the mount. Just a couple more horses to load. We do have a lot more here on America's Day at the Races, but it'll emanate from Oaklawn. We'll be talking about those races in Hot Springs. But for the final time today in New York, we go up to track announcer Chris Griffin. It's race number 8, race number 9 from Aqueduct here on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1.
And they're off in the finale of the Aqueduct Spring Meeting. Speed from Alzero is hard sent from in between horses. Beau Cheval is going to take back, and from the far outside, here comes Chris's Song. Alzero's in front, a neck advantage. Chris's Song is in pursuit, and Beau Cheval is going to hold that rail position. In between horses, tight hold. Ryan's Shadow with Richie's Love towards their outside. That's the leading 5. Further back in the field, 21 Red is to the outside of Tony Hooks. Second to last is Eye on the Ball, and Major Bourbon, the trailer, 22-4. Pumped up opening quarter mile. Alzero is in front. Here comes Chris's Song, ranging up to the outside, and Richie's Love 3 wide. All in, Ryan Shadow is in 4th, is to the outside of Beau Cheval. 21 Red is in pursuit. Flavian Pratt is there in 6th and tipping towards the outside. Major Bourbon's made up a lot of ground. Tony Hooks and Eye on the Ball. They reach the top of the stretch. Alzero's still there. It's Alzero, Chris's Song down the center of the racetrack, and Richie's Love. 21 Red is trying to straighten up and pick up rivals. Major Bourbon up on the far outside. Alzero's very game. Down towards the inside. Chris's Song could not push on by. Richie's Love is now making up some ground, but Alzero just keeps on going. Inside the final 16th, Javier Castellano, and Alzero will win it. Alzero over Richie's Love, then came Chris's Song, and 21 Red in 1 minute 12.08 seconds from the finale of the Aqueduct Spring Meet.
JK for the people. That's a exact combination, 7:15. But it is also one that's going to have a healthy return here. It's so nice when this game makes sense.
Yeah, there's a photo between the 14 and the 15, I think. I don't know who. 14.
Oh, the 14 did get there? Why did I think they got us. Oh, it was the 14. Oh, so mixing up my saddle towels there.
But at least we got the winner.
Yeah.
We got the winner.
7, 14, 15, 10, 3-1, over 6-1, over 9-1, over 2-1. That would have been a great walk-off exacta there. But as you said, nice winner with Alzero, who was 0 for 8 prior to today, but finally gets to the winner's circle at 3-1, over 6-1, over 9-1, over 2-1. All right, we'll come back with those prices here at Aqueduct, but as we said, more action to come from Oaklawn Park. Let's return to Hot Springs with Megan Burgess.
Thanks, Todd. And we have reached our featured race here in the Majestic Overnight Stakes. We'll start with number 4 at 7-2. That's Spring Dancer, who's been incredibly sharp in the paddock here for her trainer, Randy Morris. And let me tell you, this horse looks fantastic. She's gotten the freshening from February, which I can appreciate because this is a filly that runs well fresh, as she did when she broke her maiden. And I do like that she's obviously coming off a win, but also just the timing with her. She seems like a filly that benefits from being spaced out a bit, as she does see here. She's incredibly sharp. I find she's going to be right up on the pace, as has her prior form has suggested. She's going to have to compete on the front end, but her physical signs point to a good race in her, as we'd hope. The number 6, Irvidine, with that very impressive win last time out against the likes of Beauty Reigns, has just been ultra consistent for her trainer, Dallas Stewart. I have no issues with her, as well as she's currently taking 5-2 favoritism. She looks fantastic. To me, she is a more fit horse than when I last saw her. That was when she was running off of the bench, and she's a lovely mover, well put together, and I find she's right where you would want her. And Todd, this is an incredibly competitive but compact field, as riders are quickly getting above their mounts.
Thank you, Megan. And the field coming out onto the track for race number 8 here at Oaklawn Park. And as they do, the Majestic Overnight is part of that cross-country pick 5. So we had the 3-1 winner there, and then 4-1, and then back here starting out at 6-5 with 2 more races to come. Let's take a look at a horse for Dallas Stewart. And he has a couple of them in here, but we're going to look at Irvidine, and this is going back to the most recent start, JK, March 12th, race 8 here at Oaklawn Park. Had to fight for the victory all the way down the stretch.
Yeah, she did. But you look, she ran a little bit early, too. The pace wasn't too slow. And I always give horses a little bit of an upgrade when they run a little bit early. I don't love horses that do all the dirty work on the stretch. I want to see that tank emptied so I understand how much is still there for the next race. And I think that Irvidine drawn well outside, and I think Dallas Stewart does such a great job. I know he gets tagged for always, getting long shots into the Derby exacta, but he's pretty good on a regular day as well.
That's been the popular meme, a late scratch and some Dallas Stewart 3-year-old with no points gets into the field and wins the Kentucky Derby or runs a good second. It's fun. I'm sure he doesn't mind that at all. All right, our post parade for the feature today at Oaklawn Park, the Majestic Overnight. We'll start with the 1, Dream Concert. Dream Concert was second last time out to the other Dallas Stewart horse we were mentioning, Anna Karina. She was actually bet ahead of her in that race, and now today you get her at 5-1.
Yeah, from a figure standpoint, she just looks a little bit light compared to some of these other ones.
Our Pretty Kitty, this horse has turned out to be a good claim no matter how it turns out today.
Certainly. Has some speed from the inside, could be at least a pace presence.
Pistol is one of those horses I was kind of drawn to because, yeah, her last couple of races aren't great, but she's got some races to go to.
She does. That race at Churchill Downs 3 races back could put her in the mix.
The 4 is Spring Dancer, and I'd imagine she's going to be sharp off the freshening.
Yeah, I thought she ran pretty well last time. She got a little bit of trouble in the stretch and still was able to pull it off.
And then Anna Karina, winner last time out over a sloppy track.
Yeah, she ran well last time, jumped up and ran a big number, but that number didn't come out of nowhere. She had a big number like that back in September as well.
And the other Dallas Stewart horse who is taking more play, our current favorite at 2-1, Irvidine.
Yeah, I just like where she's drawn. I like her style, and I like the consistency. For these other horses, we said, well, they could do something. They might do something. Irvidine has done it 4 times in a row. The consistency there, the draw, the pace, it all makes sense for me. That's who I'll pick.
Very good feature race today at Oaklawn Park, the Majestic Overnight. For complete analysis, let's return to Richie and Megan.
Thanks, Todd. And we'll start down on the inside again with the One Dream Concert. Al Stahl has only had 2 starters at the meet, and they were both Dream Concert.
They were. She has enjoyed herself this meet, and she is a tactical sort from the inside. And Mig, this is a compact group where it doesn't seem as anybody will be too far off the pace, but it also seems the dynamic of this race runs through the pace, which there should be some solid amount signed on.
It looks like there is a great deal of pace to me here. You have a little bit of interest in the 3 Pistol from the Tom Bamberg barn.
Just because I know she's left more to be desired from her last couple of races here and at Oaklawn and Stakes Company, but she got the extension blinker back in that really good race at Churchill Downs. And when talking in the past with Tom Bamberg, he said she was an incredibly hard horse to ride. She would lose focus and she just was very tough to handle, and the extension blinker really aided her. Now she still kept that on, yet maybe not the form. So I'm optimistic maybe underneath she could be a fringe player with the right kind of trip, but she definitely have to make a case against some of her recent races.
And we got, to me, very logical, and I thought they'd be closer in price, the 5 and the 6, Anna Karina, and the 6, Irvidine. I landed on Anna Karina. She's got tactical speed, but she also, with a good towards the outside post, not forced into any kind of a duel.
She does. I mean, last time out, she was on the flank of that pace setter. She gained the lead around the turn and then just drew off in a beautiful trip. She also did that on a sloppy sealed track, as it's still listed as muddy, still a sealed, say that 3 times fast, surface here. I think maybe the hesitation with her is that she might just need the lead to get there, but she wasn't directly on the lead early last time out. So we'll see kind of how Eric Asmussen plays it as he climbs back aboard.
And Dallas Stewart, her conditioner, has really put together a very nice meet here at Oaklawn. He took over part of Wayne Lucas's barn, who he worked for, actually galloped winning colors for when she won the Kentucky Derby.
The number 6 Irvidine is incredibly logical in here, and she's the most rateable filly of anybody. To me, that's one of the win contender sorts, and last time out off the bench she ran incredibly well, getting just the best of Beauty Reigns, who's a grade 1 placed foe, and to me just looked even more fit for the task. She's never really run a bad race, albeit when that was on the lone turf try that she did endure, and she's definitely, when looking at her, not a grass horse. So she can rate, she draws favorably. It's almost, to me, maybe even too easy to make a case for her, which is kind of nerve-wracking given this is a wide open field, but she makes a lot of sense.
He also had to like that as a 6-year-old mare that she came back with that good effort, because with horses there's a time when, like with human beings, you just not as enthusiastic about your job anymore. And that race last time shows me that she still enjoys what she's doing.
She definitely does, and she looks fantastic for given her age, and just she looked fantastic. But the number 1, the number 4 Dream Dancer, who I'll revert back to just to ask you a question, Mig. As far as her chances on the pace, it seems like she's kind of a need the lead type and hasn't shown she can rate. I'm interested in her, but it's one of those ordeals where she kind of has to trip outright.
Yeah, and you know, I think it's going to be crowded towards the front end, right? Anna Karina likes to go. Spring Dancer likes to go. Even, you know, our Pretty Kitty, when she runs her A race, she's up involved as well, too. So I do think we're going to see a contested pace.
Me as well. Spring Dancer coming off of that February the 22nd effort that yielded a next out stakes winner in Queen's Martini. But the number 2, Our Pretty Kitty, she ran a great race last time out against Philly Crystal. We saw Gloriette come out of that race to win the last race, I believe. So it's just sparring form lines, and this is a puzzle to me.
It is a puzzle. I'll send it back to you guys at the desk there. How do you see the pace shaping out? I think we're going to have a fast one.
JK?
Yeah, I think it'll be quick. But that's honestly why I like the 6 Irvidine, is because although I think she can be involved in the pace from that outside post, I don't think she's going to have to. She's going to be able to pop away from there, see what the horses to the inside of her do. If they want to be crazy and go really, really fast, she can just comfortably sit out there and fall in behind them. If no one wants to go because they all read the form and see that they thought the pace was going to be fast, and she can inherit the lead and get comfortable on the front end. It's one of my, I mean, if I had to be alive to like one horse for like $1 million, I'd like for it to be an outside drawn speed horse.
At any distance?
At any, well, not so much the turf, but like in a turf sprint for sure. Not in like long on the turf. Yeah, with Richie aboard, exactly. But it just would, just comfortable where there's so many more options.
Yes.
You're not getting dictated to, you're doing the dictating. You're not being the hunted, you're being the hunter. I just think better things happen out there than when you get inside, you're in between horses, and you're looking around trying to make a decision.
And Irvadine has now dropped to 7-5 in our favorites roll. Let's go back to here at Aqueduct. As I mentioned, you were dialed in our last couple of races, picking the winner of the feature. And I thought picking the winner in one of the more difficult races on the card, the 9th and final, the 7 Alzero. And the pick 6 today started with a 22-1 shot. And then you just had some very predictable results the rest of the way, and you're still going to get $18,044.94. 5 of 6 returns $147.63. And the pick 5 today, healthy as well. A little over $1,400 yesterday. I paid a little over $2,600. But El Zero taking our last race of the day here in New York. Back to what's going at Oaklawn Park. Let's talk about Anna Karina's last win. It was dominating. It was on a sloppy racetrack. April 4th, race number 9 here at Oaklawn Park. We also mentioned other horses in here. The one Dream Concert, who was second, kind of a clear second, but also way back to where Anna Karina was, who eventually won by 5 1/4 lengths.
Yeah, look, I thought she ran really well in here. The difference is when she turned for home, she had a nice, comfortable lead. I don't think it's going to be as comfortable this time around. I feel like she's just destined to get a little bit of pressure. And she's got a horse that I believe is probably a little bit better than her to her outside. We talked about it just a couple seconds ago. She's going to be getting dictated to by a horse that's better than her.
And currently up on the board, Anna Karina is 4-1. So what do you do with 7-5 on Irvadine? You like this horse. How would you create value in this race as far as would you look to an exacta?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. I was actually talking about this the other day. My brain struggles, not that I don't have the club in my bag and I've won big contests with exactas, but I lean towards multi-race wagers because I like to just be aligned with the connections and the riders of trying to win. No one goes out there and says, I'm going to try to run second.
That's true. Well, maybe I can't always, I can explain it in one perspective. The reason I'm a horizontal player is this job. To me, obviously, there's a lot going on. I want to make sure I'm throwing to the right person and giving credit to the right horse and the rest of it. So to play a pick 5 is fine for me because then I'm locked in and I can follow the action while we're on the set. I don't want to be back on my phone trying to put a trifecta in while you're talking.
Exactly.
And I'm missing some of your analysis. But I define myself as a horizontal player. I love the way you describe it, though, as well, because that's why I've looked at it, too. If you're playing a superfecta, who's riding to be 4th? And you've got to answer that question if you're a vertical player.
And the one thing else, the other thing I will say, though, to answer your question, though, is that if you're going to play exactas, trifectas, I would encourage players to try to get away from the boxes. When you're playing exacta boxes and tri boxes, you're essentially saying, let's say, for instance, we want to box the 6 and the 5, and you do a 2-horse box that way. You're telling me with that wager that you think the 5 and the 6 are equally likely to win. And I think there's a mistake. I think that a lot of times people will look at a race for 30 minutes and then take 30 seconds to bet it. I've tried to become the person who will look at the race for 5 minutes and then spend 10 minutes trying to figure out how to bet it. And I think that in that situation, if you like the 5 and the 6 and you like the 6 more and you want to, bet a $10 exacta 6-5 and then a $5 exacta 5-6 or some variation of that. And you could do the same thing with trifectas as well. And that, in my opinion, is how a lot of times when people will bet boxes, they're rooting for the 5. But you like the 6 more.
Right, yeah.
So you're just
You need
hoping.
to weight it. Yeah, and Steve Christ also described it. One of the plays is already a loser. Why are you backing yourself into that when you box something? It's not often. I know they do in California and in some other spots that you have a quinella offered on a race, but I learned from Steve Davidowitz that was kind of a good play. You hammer your exacta for the amount that you want to play the most, and then you use the quinella as the other option in case that other horse wins if you come across a race that you think is a 2-horse race. Having said all of this, it sounds to me like you like Irvadine by far the best. As far as who could be second, it's wide open.
Yeah, I think it's wide open. I'd like the 6 and then maybe try to mix in a value horse.
Let's go out to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
Ready to go. And they're off in the Majestic Overnight Stakes. Spring Dancer popped out of the gate. Anna Karina alongside. Irvadine right behind them as they head down the backstretch now. Our Pretty Kitty in the 4th position. Dream Concert slips inside of her. Pistol at the rear. Down the backstretch, Anna Karina trying to clear off here. She's on a hold right now. Leads by a length. Spring Dancer right behind on her tail. She's tracking the pace today. Second, Anna Karina with a clear time of it up top. Leads a length and a quarter. Spring Dancer second. Irvadine third right behind her going into the far turn. Dream Concert within 4 lengths of the lead. Between horses is Our Pretty Kitty and Pistol, who's 3 wide. Those 3 across the track. Anna Karina scoots away, still does it okay, a length and a half in front. Her stablemate Irvadine and second with Spring Dancer, who's pumped upon now. Then comes Pistol, 4 off the pace, getting outside. Our Pretty Kitty next. Dream Concert is given way to the back. Top of the stretch. Anna Karina off the turn, narrowly ahead. Spring Dancer on the inside, coming back at her. These two 1-2 with Irvadine chasing in third. Not going to get it done. Pistol joining her. Coming to the 16th pole, it's Anna Karina. Nose in front. Spring Dancer very, very, very game inside. Spring Dancer, Anna Karina. Spring Dancer out finishing Anna Karina to win the Majestic Overnight Stakes. Another big day here at Oaklawn for Francisco Arrieta. Anna Karina was second, then Our Pretty Kitty Irvadine.
What a finish here in the feature, the Majestic Overnight. And while Spring Dancer battles to the win, JK, did they come together here? Was there some bumping late?
It looks like there was a little bit of brushing. It's hard to tell without a head on.
But you see coming out under left-handed urging the eventual winner, and then right in here, maybe they come together and bounce off, or it was just flat out a great race. Closer to the action, Richie and Maiden.
Yeah, Todd, I actually thought in real time that they came together and it was the inside horse, Spring Dancer, coming out. We've got the overhead drone shot now. This will give us a better indication, Megan.
She's also had a propensity to do that in the past. As we'll take a look here. Game battle, Richie. Right there. Gets close right there. I don't find it to be... Oh.
There was...
some bumping.
Some light... brushing. I wouldn't even term it bumping.
I wouldn't either.
There's nothing there that would indicate to me there should be any kind of a change of finish. And I love the 5-horse, so I'm would probably lean towards wanting to see something. I just think they came together and brushing is leaning on each other. I didn't really see anything that would warrant any kind of a change in the order of finish.
Especially with a head-on was much more clear there. No change in the order of finish to be affected. But Spring Dancer has not been able to win off the pace, and not off the pace today, but she wasn't clearly on the lead. Anna Karina, I thought, Meg, got a little bit looser than what we predicted.
Had every opportunity, just wasn't good enough. Spring Dancer with a perfect trip, perfect ride. And Francisco Arrieta last year nailed down leading rider title in the waning days of this meet, and he's trying to do the same thing again. Arrieta, Todd, is not going quietly into that good night.
Yeah, and he's trying to do it against Ramon Vasquez, a guy that he came up admiring, and as I said, from the Billy Castle family of jockeys. And what a ride he put on there, using that left-handed urging to join Anna Karina in a battle down the stretch, and then going back to that right hand to straighten out, and we're treated to a phenomenal finish here in the Majestic Overnight. We still got much more to come here on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1. What a Sunday here on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1. Thank you for spending part of it with us. I'm Todd Trupp alongside Jonathan Kinchin, based at Aqueduct in New York. But we're treated to probably the best race of the day, the Majestic Overnight, in a stretch battle between the 4 Spring Dancer and the 5 Anna Karina, 2 young jockeys showing their considerable skills down the stretch. But Francisco Arrieta proves best aboard Spring Dancer for trainer Randy Morse. And Megan Burgess is with our winning trainer.
That's right, Todd. And Randy Morris has been a tremendous horseman for a very long time. A Spring Dancer gets the job done. And Randy, this is her 3rd straight win. And a filly that had to settle for second a lot is a Maiden. And now it just seems as if she finds the winner's circle and does it well.
Yeah, you know, as a 2-year-old, she always showed a ton of speed, but she never would break for some reason. Now here this year as a 3-year-old, she's breaking like she should have. So, yeah, she's getting pretty gritty.
You mentioned there off camera, the time was pretty good for that race. As it was, she was incredibly game down the lane. What lessons do you find she's taken from her starts here at Oaklawn?
She's learning how to win. You know, she wants to win, so.
You've got a big presence in Kentucky. Have you mapped out any plans with her in the future?
We'll probably get her back on the grass at some point because she seemed to like that a lot.
Good to hear. Congratulations. It's been a pleasure getting to know you a little bit this meet, Randy.
Thanks very much.
Todd?
Yeah, as we wind down this meet, Randy Morris has had a consistent Oaklawn Park meeting, much like he does at Churchill Downs in the Kentucky circuit. But what a satisfying win there. And then Christian Torres, he can start to turn his attention on Silent Tactic for the Kentucky Derby. And, yeah, these young, you know, we talk about in the moment Flavian Pratt in the top of the division out there and the Ortiz brothers, but now we're starting to see that generation come up behind them who they've influenced, and a guy like Christian Torres, we're in good hands, and then Eric Asmussen obviously as well.
Yeah, there's nothing like a Derby win or a big Triple Crown win to kind of help these riders propel their career, right? I mean, it's you can get a win of one of those big ones that can make a huge difference. So a big week, I would imagine, for Christian Torres to try to get his first Kentucky Derby, running in his first Kentucky Derby, and knowing that on the other side of that, if you can find a way to win, could be career-changing.
Yeah, and moving on the Triple Crown. Okay, we are following how it's gone so far in the cross-country pick 5. Kind of middle results here. We start out with Fitzwright, whom you liked in our feature, The Memories of Silver in race number 8. Then Bet the Gray, getting that win along the rail at Oaklawn Park at 4-1 would prove to be our other big price, along with Spring Dancer, both at 1040, and then Alzero here at Aqueduct. So we concluded in race number 9 coming up at Oaklawn Park. And look, there's always value in the cross-country pick 5, and even though there were no shocking upsets as you come to the last race, it's pretty incredible. It's almost impossible to believe what it's paying. How about the worst you can do is $1,800 for 2 4-1 shots, a 3-1, and a 7-5.
Yeah, those cross countries, they offer a lot of value.
That's why you got to become a Naira Bets account holder today, and you could be playing the Derby. Don't forget about that promo, Derby 25. We'll talk more about the first Saturday in May when we return on the last Sunday in April.
Untimed workouts, limited crop use, and the only major U.S. 2-year-old sale held over a dirt racetrack. No other 2-year-old sale showcases each horse's natural athleticism like Mid-Atlantic May. Recent grads include graded stakes winners Explora, A Fine Chardonnay, Charlene's Dream, Ground Support, and Mendelssohn Bay. New year, new format, same quality. Phasing-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training. May 18th and 19th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Justify comes roaring home. He's just immortal. Justify is the 13th Triple Crown winner. An Arabian Lion claws to the front here. Arabian Lion to win the Grade 1. Woody Stevens. One minute, 21 and 3/5 seconds.
definitely the best horse I've ever had in training.
Sierra Leone has won the Whitney.
Sierra Leone, gun runner reaching for the wire. Sierra Leone does it in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Today was the day that he got it done. It was Sierra Leone.
Gratefully and Saratoga Special nose and nose for the wire. Gratefully Saratoga Special. Gratefully would not be denied.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. All eyes on the Kentucky Derby, the 152nd running next Saturday. Post positions were drawn yesterday. There's always information throughout the week. Will this field of 20 remain intact, or will someone scratch and allow someone to get in off the also eligible list? Stay tuned to us here on America's Day at the Races for the latest information coming out of Louisville. And a lot of the information that is coming out is what's taking place in the mornings. If you followed Intrepido's work, Jeff Mullins was not happy about a half mile and 45 and change before going a mile and a quarter on Saturday. But who has been working well, in your opinion, Richie and Meg?
Well, I would not be happy with 45 as well. You only go that fast when they're paying you to go that fast, not in morning workouts. I have to say Chief Wallaby has really caught my attention. I communicated with Junior Alvarado, who's worked him now with the blinkers. He's ridden him in all three of his starts. And I want you to keep an eye on his head carriage. Turns for home. He's staying off of his workmate a little bit. He switches to his lead right on cue. You see how his head's turned out just a little bit. Chief Wallaby has a tendency to want to lug in. He did it in his races. Junior had to get after him with a left-handed crop. And when I talked to Junior about the addition of blinkers, he said still wants to lean in a touch, but markedly better than without the blinkers. And to me, that's a big step forward. He stays in the bridle. I think the blinkers are going to really improve him. Listen, still a tough, tall order, winning the Derby in your fourth start. But I think he's coming into this as well as a horse can come into it. And it'll be a long time since the same trainer and jockey went back-to-back in the Kentucky Derby. As a matter of fact, you'd have to go back to Lucian Lauren and Ron Turcotte with Riva Ridge and Secretariat. I think Chief Wallaby, though, has really elevated in my eyes watching him train.
I do as well. And Junior making comments that he had it in the back of his mind that the blinkers earlier on, even before the Fountain of Youth, would have done this horse some good. So he's very optimistic. And Bill Mott saying that in true Bill Mott fashion, he took this horse as he was incrementally through every single start. He didn't exactly envision Derby right away. He thought perhaps maybe even a mile would be to his benefit. But as he's progressively gotten better and better, galloping out well in those two-turn routes, he's found himself at the biggest stage in the world. And he's definitely, all systems go. It seems as if my social media, Meg, is just Chief Wallaby commentary as he's picking up a lot of steam coming into this race.
Well, again, making the difference, running a little straighter, a little more focused, emerging market, trying to win the Kentucky Derby in only his third start, even taller order than Chief Wallaby. But he looks good training.
I believe Maggie made the comment about this being the first time a horse would do this since the 1800s. This is a very tall task. And Chad Brown was very pleased with this move. It was more of a mixture, I would say, of maybe wanting to get that last good breeze in, but also maintaining the fitness that's already been built upon. And I to me, thought that this was a progression for him from some of the other works that I've seen. He has a tall order. I'm still on the fence about him, but I do find that he is going to be one of those fringe players that people do gravitate towards.
Well, listen, he's done a lot already in just 2 starts, and all of the rules that used to apply just don't seem to apply anymore. You know, years ago, a horse couldn't win the Derby if he didn't run at 2. Well, Justify won a Triple Crown not running at 2. Horses have less preps, you know, going back to Lucian Lauren. He was criticized for only having 3 prep races in Riva Ridge and Secretariat going to the Kentucky Derby. And they did okay, huh? One won the Derby in the Belmont, and the other one the Triple Crown in one of the most impressive performances that will ever happen in the history of horse racing. Secretariat's Belmont, excuse me. But guys, the rules just don't apply anymore. Hey, Todd, do you remember when the dosage system was the rage, and if a horse didn't have the dosage, they couldn't win?
Yeah, and what did Nick Zito say when his horse won with terrible dosage? I don't believe in those voodoo numbers. So, yes, the Kentucky Derby has had a lot of angles over the years. Yeah. Excellent analysis by both of you. And if you enjoyed that analysis from Richie and Megan, well, you're going to want to tune in on Thursday when we bring you our Kentucky Derby preview show here on the Fox Sports family of networks. We'll take an in-depth look at this year's Kentucky Derby on Thursday, 12:30 to 1 p.m. Eastern Time over on Fox Sports 2. It is the one race we all get asked about. Who do you like in the Kentucky Derby? You better be ready for an answer, so watch that preview show. We still have more to come on this Sunday, and we'll look back at what took place on Saturday at Oaklawn Park, a recap of their feature, the Dig a Diamond Stakes. That's ahead on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. There's a shot of Oaklawn Park. I love those scenic shots of Oaklawn, and kind of the view from the hotel is pretty nice as well, Megan. Great racing going on here. We're down to our last race on a Sunday at this Oaklawn stand. Next week we race Thursday, Friday, Saturday, but yesterday we had the Dig a Diamond Stakes, and it was a really good edition of the Dig a Diamond. Queen's Martini made the first run on Standout Sensation and Run a Mile in My Shoes, opened up, but then had to hold up the late run of Pronghorn.
Sometimes at this quote-unquote short mile where they start and end at the 16th pole, those kind of moves can get you in trouble of maybe perhaps moving too early, but this was the winning one in this scenario where Pronghorn is more that grinding, sustain, try to catch you late in this scenario, and if she didn't, if David Cabrera, I should say, did not move her the way he did, this could have been a different result.
Absolutely. And listen, it was an aggressive move. I want my riders to be aggressive, not passive. Take your destiny in your own hands. And sometimes if you don't get away from a horse that's a better closer than you, they will outfinish you. I've never understood jockeys that, go in with a strategy. I'm going to hold up a speed horse until a closer's in proximity with me and then try to outkick them. So in essence, you want to play their game and outfinish the finisher.
Certainly what happened there. And Queen's Martini, always a horse with the propensity to run well fresh, as she did, coming off of a bit of a freshening from February the 22nd, and looked good doing it, as Ron Moquet's kind of had that meet where he built a little bit more steam towards the latter end.
A lot of seconds and thirds early in the meet for Ron Moquet. Things started to even out, wound up pulling out a terrific meet, and a great training job there, guys, with Queen's Martini.
Great job by you two, and we'll get the post parade here for our 9th and final. Arkansas bred, never won 2 lifetime company, going at 6 furlongs for 3-year-olds and upward. The first horse we're going to see in the post parade is the one, Gray Taps, and this horse, getting the maiden win for state bred maiden 40. This would be the right level state bred 25 for the N2L.
Yeah, drops in there after that win. Ran okay last time, finally, after 4 starts.
The 2 taking on the run, turning back in distance.
Just doesn't have any early speed. That always concerns me on a racetrack like this going short.
Okay, so Task has been beaten as the favorite quite often. Should we be concerned?
Yeah, I think we should. Odds on last time and was 5th, beaten 7.
Time and Beyond kind of been stuck at this level.
Yeah, it was wide all the way around there last time. Maybe can save a little bit more ground this time around.
Scratch the 5 saved. Here's the 6 Cool Under Fire.
Yeah, puts the blinkers on. Has been single digits in the last 3 starts. Got a win 3 back.
Butch moving up in class. I'm not sure why.
Yeah.
I mean, the 12-5 N2L didn't work, so.
Yeah, why? Maybe they just needed to get a race or something.
True. Here's Midnight Whirl off the maiden win. Would make some sense.
Yeah, didn't break well first time out. Didn't break great the second time either.
The 9 is Stormbender. Last 3 races leave a lot to be desired.
Yeah, it's been kind of down on the inside the last couple starts. Maybe getting to the outside will help.
And then all-time class relief for the 10, Extracts Arrow.
Yeah, the last race won't do it, but 2 back, they got a figure down at Fairgrounds that could win this race.
And that is the field that will contest the 9th and final at Oaklawn Park, and our final live race on this edition of America's Day at the Races. We'll take you up to the starting gate when we return right after this.
Standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, top young stallion Solomini, a Grade 1 son of Curlin and sire of 2026 graded placed New York Stakes winner National Identity.
Inside the final furlong, National Identity. Acoustic Ave is making up some ground. National Identity is almost home. Acoustic Ave second. National Identity wins the Safe Florida Sandy.
Solomini, standing for $7,500 in 2026 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Live racing returns to Monmouth Park Saturday, May 9th with a 12:50 first post. Watch and wager on world-class racing from the iconic Jersey Shore each weekend all summer long. Check out the country's best handicapping contest schedule at monmouthpark.com with a wide variety of tournaments taking place monthly. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
And Adair Manor will take the Clementel Hirsch.
Archangelo, the Belmont winner in charge. The Grade 1 Whitney to Arthur's Ride.
Olympiad gets the gold.
Tap it twice. Tap it twice. It is Timberlake who's going to win.
She's so speedy in that sprint.
Sierra Leone in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 two-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to NYRA.com/EMPTRI.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
It's been a fun day here at America's Day at the Races. We thank you for spending part of your Sunday with us. I'm Todd Trupp, along with Jonathan Kinchin in New York, but on site for us, watching the field warm up for our 9th and final race at Oaklawn Park, Richie Migliori and Megan Burgess.
Yeah, thanks, Todd. And we got Arkansas-bred maidens here. No, I'm sorry, not maidens. $25,000 claimers. Excuse me. I'm getting a little punch drunk. It's late in the day.
Usually we end with an Arkansas-bred maiden race, but these are Arkansas-breds, and this is just such a tough field to sort through, especially to end those multi-race wagers, as there's a lot of different ways you could go, Meg.
Well, and we'll start down on the inside with the one great taps. You get Amir Mendoza, an apprentice jockey that has really improved a great deal throughout this Oaklawn Park meeting. I see a maturation from him physically as well as mentally. Really small. Looks like he could tack probably about 105 pounds.
He's tacking, I believe, 116 today, and he is one that has won 31 races. A lot of people would have relish having that kind of a meet. So congratulations to him on this meet and to his agent, Jose Santos Jr. But the number one Great Taps won for $40,000 last time out, broke the maiden at 6 furlongs. Now, I did end up choosing this horse, little Randy Morris late double, at least we hope. Has tactical speed from the inside. The only drawback I have is this might be just too short for him. He's a bigger horse. He's got some scope and some size. He was very sharp on the racetrack. I'd anticipate him getting out of the gates well and being forwardly meant. And you're getting a fair price on a horse that's got a very similar profile to a lot of horses in this race.
And I like when horses break their maiden for like maiden 40, they drop down. Because usually they're worth about half of what they broke their maiden for, unless it's a first-time starter. But horses that have had opportunities. You're a little interested in the two taken on the run?
Brad Creighton's one of those trainers where you want to get his horses towards the end of the meet. First of all, they just build on their fitness throughout being run at Oaklawn. And second of all, he's one of those underrated horsemen, as I mentioned. His horses can kind of glean that fitness. This horse is coming into the 1, 2, 3, 4. This is his 5th race here at Oaklawn, and albeit he's one that kind of is doing a similar pivot. Broke the maiden for $50,000, then was in against the $16,000 non-winners of 2 and didn't fare. I do like the cutback though for this horse, as I find that's ultimately what he wants to do.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that. The 4 Time and Beyond is where I landed. Ron Moquette, Keith Asmussen. Now, this is a 6-year-old with 1 win from 23 starts, but I thought all of his efforts were good, and I didn't think he had the most comfortable kind of chasing trip last time, and I'm just hoping that he can work out a little bit of an easier trip for himself. I just thought he was interesting, and 6-1 I thought was fair.
I'm surprised to see him at that price up there. I thought that was an overlay, and 3 back, he came from the clouds to get up for second that day and for $20,000 in a very similar type level. The number 8 Midnight Whirl, another Randy Morris runner, is one that is doing the exact same thing as the stablemate. In for the tag, broke the maiden for $50,000, wasn't claimed, and now does the drop in class. I find it hard to not find at least one of these horses in your ticket, and you're both getting a valuable price.
Yeah, and again, the rule of thumb for me, horse broke his maiden for 50, in for 25. Obviously, Randy Morris, such a accomplished horseman, knows where his horses need to be placed to be competitive. The 10-horse Extracts Arrow. Big run from well up the pace to break his maiden, faced much tougher, getting to a more realistic spot.
Absolutely, and I was a bit skeptical breaking the maiden at 17-1, and then they immediately put him into the deep end with First Level Open Allowance Company as an Arkansas bred. So getting with his friends, I wonder though, from a physical standpoint, when I first saw him in January, he looks way better for the task today. He just looks, to me, just a healthier individual. And I am eager to see, though, if this still listed as a muddy track is going to hinder him, as he wanted no part of it back on April the 4th.
It's such a tight seal on this track. They're really kind of running over the top of the ground. You could hear their hoof beats as they go over the top of the ground. So, every wet track can be a little bit different. Maybe the outside post helps him too, because you won't have to deal with kickback early. You didn't have much speed. They are loading up in orderly fashion. They look like everybody's behaving well, and we'll send it up to Matt Dinneman for the final time today here from Oaklawn Park.
Task, post position number 3. Stormbender coming up. Time and Beyond, post number 4, Extracts Arrow to the outside. Waiting for Extracts Arrow to take his spot. We're ready to go in the finale. And we're off. Uneventful beginning. From the inside, great taps put into play, taken on the run not far away. Cool Under Fire, flashing speed. Midnight Whirl a little bit quicker. Midnight Whirl out of that quartet grabs the lead. Cool Under Fire right behind in chase mode. Second, great taps on restraint. He's on a hold right now. Third, Butch to the outside of him. Stormbender in the clear. He's racing alone fifth. Now he's 5 or 6 lengths behind. Gap of 2 to Task and taken on the run. Time and Beyond is second to last. And at the back is Extracts Arrow. And one of them's being eased up here. That's Butch. Number 7, Butch pulled up out of the race. So they go into the far turn here, and Midnight Whirl is on the lead, still clear a length. Now Cool Under Fire cuts into the leading margin second. Great Taps is sent along. Task is moving with Taken on the Run. They're together. 2 and 3 pass off the rail respectively, coming to the top of the lane. Time and Beyond trying to get into it as they come off the turn here. The leader on the outside trying to push forward is Cool Under Fire. Task grandstand side trying to catch him. Up the inside, Taken on the Run. Midnight Whirl behind in third. Task grabs the lead, but Taken on the Run and Ramon Vasquez charging. Taken on the Run inside, nose in front of Task alongside. Taken on the Run, and Task gets Taken on the Run to win. Task second best. Then Midnight Whirl and Time and Beyond, who was fourth.
And it was Taken on the Run to get it done over Task. Got that good inside trip. And nice call, Maiden.
I put a couple dollars on this horse and was stepping up in the tag, but I really find this horse benefited from getting the cutback and distances. You'll see Ramon Vasquez, a beautiful trip carved out alongside the rail as he did sit off of the pace. And Ramon Vasquez, Francisco Arrieta, this is going to be a fun battle to watch all the way to the end.
It is. Ramon Vasquez is going to miss a day going to Churchill Downs, but every time Francisco wins a race, Ramon Vasquez answers, and he got a beautiful ride, a beautiful trip on Taken on the Run. And before I send it back to the desk in New York, Todd, Jonathan, 139 hours and 14 minutes now before I'm in the car heading towards the Tennessee border.
And it's a beautiful drive all the way back to where you want to be. You guys have done great work. We look forward to that closing week coverage from Oaklawn Park back here in New York. We're looking forward to technically the end of the spring meet here. They had the mandatory payouts. By the way, that cross-country pick 5 ending to the winner in the last at Oaklawn, over $8,000. If there's one pool, as we are multi-race wager players, horizontal players, I consistently get into that cross-country pick 5.
Yeah, look, I'm not sure how the computers are now, but at one point they used to kind of shy away from the multi-track plays. And so I think that there's possibly, I don't know if they're getting involved now, but there's a way that there definitely feels like there's value every time I look at it.
For sure there was today. Hopefully you connected there in the cross-country pick 5. But this week is going to be all about the Kentucky Derby. The 152nd running is this Saturday, and we'll have all the latest here on America's Day at the Races. A little bit more show to come. We'll be back with some thoughts right after this on Fox Sports 1. Back at Oaklawn Park, the two taking on the run, getting the ground-saving trip with Ramon Vasquez aboard. Turn back in distance off of 2 route races. And, you know, when this horse was that close coming out of those 2 route races, saying, you know, within 3.5, 4 lengths of the lead, you know they're going to have a chance.
Yeah, and the thing about it is, you know, that's the kind of trip you want for a horse cutting back, right?
Yep.
Kind of sitting in behind horses when the rest of them are a little bit tired. They got a little bit more in their tank, saving ground, come running up the inside. It's a lost art, it feels like, horses cutting back. But, you know, it'll be a theme that we'll see a little bit this next upcoming weekend with horses cutting back for the 8 bells, the horses that weren't able to make the Kentucky Oaks, and then also the Pat Day Mile, the horses that weren't able to get into the Kentucky Derby. If I'm not mistaken, I think I saw Englishman, a very impressive runner for Cherie DeVoe, who was a Derby hopeful, is cutting back in the Pat Day Mile.
Well, that race has some serious 3-year-olds. You know, again, we'll see the 3-year-olds play out even after the Triple Crown Trail. That's one horse. And then Bob Baffert has Crude Velocity, who is really talented and most think might be his best 3-year-old in the barn. The cross country, how it played out today, started with Fitzwright, who JK gave out 484, then 4-1. JK gives out 3-1, then 4-1, and $17. That equals $8,098.82. You just won't find value like this in other Pick 5 pools. Check out the cross country Pick 5 through Naira Bets. Okay, so obviously the question that you and I are going to experience throughout the week, who do you like for the Kentucky Derby? It's a wonderful time of year, and some of the answers that will be forthcoming from a lot of people as we look at the list. You would start with Renegade. Yes, he drew the rail, but he is the morning line favorite at 4-1. He was awesome in the Arkansas Derby. My concern would be, was he too over the top? Yes, he dominated, but you want to peak on the first Saturday in May.
Yeah, you know, he's just been so consistent.
True.
But it's a great question. As well as he ran here, it has to be a concern. You know, but it's also one of those things that, you know, I like to listen to the experts, and not everyone's an expert. I like to listen to the experts about how they're going in the morning, how they're training in the morning. Unfortunately, Renegade, if I'm not mistaken, didn't work at Churchill. He just...
Palm Meadows, yeah.
Yeah, see, that's the last work. He just galloped. I love when they work there because I think that when horses work well there, like we've heard with Chief Wallaby, they run well in the Kentucky Derby.
And Renegade, the 4-1 morning line favorite. You think ultimately he is the favorite in the Kentucky Derby? That at post time, whether it's 4-1 or not, this is the horse that will have the most money bet to win?
You know, it's funny. I'm friends with Nick Tamero, who makes the morning line. I love Nick Tamero. It's an impossible job. I don't think it's going to be that off. I do worry about the rail draw for Renegade and the narrative that's going to follow that, and see if they gravitate to someone else. The problem is the money leaving Renegade is not going to go to one place. It's going to be split between 3 or 4 places.
Excellent
Commandment,
point. Yep.
Further Ado, the Puma, Chief Wallaby. So I don't think that I still think that there's a chance he's going to be the favorite. The connections help. Wherever Irad shows up helps. Todd Pletcher helps. Mike Rapoli's going to be, I'm sure.
He'll be out there. That's the thing. He can move the pool with the interviews that he does, because everyone's going to want to talk to Mike Rapoli. I think most would agree who followed the trail this year, leading the Kentucky Derby, Florida was the place. Whether it was the Tampa Bay Derby, where we saw horses emerge out of there like the Puma, and then obviously Further Ado went to Kentucky and was better out of the Tampa Bay Derby. But when you go to the Florida Derby and look at the big 3 in here and how they performed, was this not the deepest race of Kentucky Derby prep season?
I do think it was. I agree with you very much so. That's the case. All of them have something really cool about them, right? The Puma's been running so much, running so well. Commandment's been so consistent. 4 wins in a row. Chief Wallaby, everyone's talking about how well he's training. You have to feel confidence in the fact that all 3 of them are like going in the right direction. It says a lot more about that race.
And with the way we have watched Chief Wallaby working, it looks like Bill Mott did the same thing with Sovereignty last year. He sacrificed the Florida Derby to peak on Derby Day. Looks like Chief Wallaby is on that same path. Whatever's taking place in Louisville, leading to the Kentucky Derby, you'll find it here on America's Day at the Races. We hope you enjoyed this Sunday. What a day, as we had Fitzwright take the memories of silver, and what a race down at Oaklawn Park with Spring Dancer. Thanks for joining us. And a reminder, that preview show on Thursday, 12:30 to 1 Eastern Time on Fox Sports 2 to get you ready for the Kentucky Derby. And today, we saw the best of thoroughbred racing action from Oaklawn Park to Aqueduct here in New York. And we hope you'll join us next time on America's Day at the Races. I'm Todd Trupp. Until next time, may all your photo finishes be winning ones.
Perennial leading New York sire Central Banker, sire of a $325,000 two-year-old colt in 2026, and the leading New York sire of stakes horses again, including Hot Currency.
Hot Currency up by 5 widening lengths, approaching that final furlong. No catching a geared down, dominant winner of the 4-star Crook. Give it to Hot Currency.
Central Banker, standing for $7,500 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Serving others is our foundation. That's why NYRA is building a pathway for businesses, individuals, and organizations to support charitable groups connected to horse racing in New York State and beyond. The NYRA Foundation, supporting our community.
Oaklawn Hot Springs is here for when you need to break away, when you want to reward yourself, when you deserve to indulge, when you want to be close to the action. It's all here. So what are you waiting for? Live racing returns with the classic racing season. So plan your stay at Oaklawn Hot Springs and come join the fun.
A provision in a bill passed this summer reduces the tax deduction for wagering losses from 100% to 90%. This unfair change would tax horse players on a percentage of their losses, could cost over $1 billion in handle, and threaten thousands of jobs in the racing industry. That's why the NTRA is fighting to pass the Wager Act, a new bill that would restore the deduction to 100%. Tell Congress to pass the Wager Act. Visit ntra.com/wager.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.